Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the 52nd Head of the Charles. We're here live at the Cambridge Boat Club. I'm looking forward to an exciting day of racing. Can everyone hear me out there? Can you wave? Can you wave on the bridge? People on the bridge, can you wave? Nope. Sorry? Turn it up. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Now. Better? River control across the bridge. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Great. Okay, as always, we're going to kick off today's racing with the national anthem. And we welcome back Scott McInerney, who will sing for us today. So please, those of you who can, be standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Scott. We'll look forward to talking to you again tomorrow morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we probably have the first race on the course. The first race left the start at 7:45. And so they'll be on their way down in this almost perfect water. This is probably the best water of the weekend. So it's an exciting time to be racing. So we're just joined here by my partner in crime, Jerry Murphy. Welcome, Jerry.
Good morning, Julie, and good morning to everyone here. Good morning, and good morning to all the fans and the racers here. We got a great day of racing after kind of iffy weather last night.
And iffy weather to come. So as I was just saying, the first race is on the course. The first race is the men's senior veteran singles 1 and 2. So the 70-plus racers. And we welcome back some of our old favorites. So we have a lot of loyalty in these guys. These guys have been coming here for a long time. The top 13 scullers have all been here since 2015. So the top 15 that you're going to see today have been coming here over the last few years and have been racing in this event. They'll vie for 3 different titles that are up for grabs in this particular race: the 70 to 74, the 75 to 79, and the 80-plus categories. In the senior veteran category, senior veteran 1 category, the 70 to 74, Chuck Cook is looking for a three-peat after back-to-back wins for the last few years, but he'll have to hold off Dan Bort, bow number 2 from California, who was just 6 seconds off him last year. So, Jerry, you're not racing this race today.
I'm not racing this race this year. Perhaps next year.
We'll hold him to that, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think? We'll see Jerry in this race next year.
Absolutely.
I think I'll be in the championship singles. No point in going to veteran.
No point messing about, right?
All right. So 6 seconds on this course. That's just a matter of a little bit of tight steering on one of these turns. You can lose easily 6 seconds
Yeah.
coming through the Weeks Bridge, or if you take it a little bit wide just upstream here from Elliott Bridge, that's more than 6 seconds.
Yeah, and this corner, we can see it from here, has been beautifully buoyed this year. You know, it's a really nice tight turn, so the steerers are going to get a real good advantage. Oh yay, and our race committee person has just brought us our goodie bags. So we're just going to play some music now while we
That's our friend,
treats.
Natasha Strom, who will be racing
Yeah.
a little bit later today, or this afternoon. She'll be out on the course.
She'll be out, you know, just
ferocious competitor.
Lunchtime, 2 o'clock, 2:30. Oh, noon.
Yes.
All right, what race is that?
Senior Master Single.
Senior Master Single, women. So we'll be cheering for Natasha a little later. So right now on the course we have the Senior Veteran Singles 1 and 2. We were just talking a little bit about the Senior Veteran 1 category. The Senior Veteran 2 winner, Carlos Zeza, has moved into the Grand Veteran category, leaving Henry Hamilton to take the Veteran 2 title. So there'll be some competition there. He'll have some fresh competition with Eli Azivov, the former Israeli national team athlete, who is challenging back from bow 36. And so if you raced the year before and you qualified, then you get the clean water at the front. If you're new to the race, then you go into a lottery. And so sometimes it's hard to know who is competing from the back of the pack. In this case, Eli Azivov, the Israeli national team athlete, will be challenging from bow 36. So those guys at the front are not going to see him.
They're not going to see him, and he's going to have to do some passing in order to make up some time from that position, and that's a very difficult thing on this course because the rowers are all pretty competitive in that top group, and to get by anyone on this course really involves some skillful steering and a little bit of good luck. So it's going to be hard to make up any time. One year, Tom Darling started in, I think, 60th position, passed at least 20 boats, and between the finish line, between here and the finish line, made up another 20 seconds on the number 2 boat.
Oh, wow, that's impressive. Maybe we'll see that today.
We could see that today. Now on the dock we have Steve Timpany, house chair. We're very grateful to Steve for making sure that we have running water in both directions out of here. So the first local rower that you're going to see in this race is number 4 bow, which is Bob Lee, who's a Cambridge Boat Club oarsman. And Bob only took to rowing about 4 or 5 years ago, and he has taken to it like a duck to water. He is a terrific rower and a great contributor around the club and on the river. He's done riverbank maintenance. He's done boat maintenance. He's done all kinds of volunteer activities, and he's just a wonderful guy to have around here.
Yeah, Jerry, and we also have bow 5, Carlos Zeza, following Bob Lee.
And then Henry Hamilton right on his tail.
That's right. We have actually quite a lot of Cambridge rowers in this event. We have Ben Jones, who's at bow number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Porter, who's at bow 22. Richard de Neufville at bow 25.
Jim Hatch is a Harvard rower. He'll be up. Lloyd Damon is a good friend of the club, a member at Union. So Carlos Zetza has absolutely defied the clock and the calendar. He turns 80 this year. He is extremely competitive. He clobbers the handicaps on any of these Masters Nationals events. And he is just a terrific competitor and a wonderful guy. When I visited him in his home in Maui some years ago, his training, he had broken a couple of ribs in a 26-mile inter-island outrigger canoe single race. And so he was off the boat, but he was riding his bike. So he'd drive his car up to 7,500 feet level on Mount Haleakala, get on his bike and ride down until he hit the clouds and the rain, turn around and ride up to 10,000 feet, and back to his car. That was his typical workout for a morning. Just an astonishing competitor. Extremely competitive.
And I think he and his
clobbers
wife
the
Margarita
handicaps
row
on any of
nearly
these
every day here.
Masters Nationals events. And he is just a terrific competitor and a wonderful guy. When I visited him in his home in Maui some years ago, Oh, coming into sight. Bow number 1.
Sorry. Bow number 2.
Yes. Pressing him, Daniel Bork, number 2. Both having beautiful lines around the turn. Let's give him a little hint. Picking up a little bit. Number 2 is a little bit.
Yeah, number 3.
Let's show. Jeff Gratwood. Low rate, huh? Low rating. That's about.
Did you bring your
No, I've got to get that. I've got to get Bill and get his.
stamp back?
Jeff Gratwick having an almost perfect line around the buoys. Getting a very nice angle through the bridge. He'll pick up the inside of the next turn just right.
So this next rower coming around is Carlo Zezza, bow number 5 from Cambridge. 7 times winner, including the last 4 years. Also won the Director's Challenge mixed double with his wife Margarita for the last 2 years. So we'll see him later today or tomorrow, one of the mixed doubles.
Also, the I think 7 times winner of the Silver Skiff Regatta in Italy on the Po River. Happens in November every year. A 12-mile race. We got a little scramble coming up here. Number 8 has passed a couple of boats.
8, 6, and 12.
Okay, that's Don Besser from Union rowing very. He's gotten by Henry Hamilton, and coming up on him is Bob Gillette from BNY Mellon of London.
So Bob sent us a note that race day is Bob and his wife's 50th wedding anniversary. So
great way to celebrate.
So he says that Blair, Chuck, Brenton, and the team had better get the champagne ready.
Henry Hamilton is ready. Where's Henry? Right here.
Yeah, Eric Denman.
Okay, Eric Denman. Former Columbia lightweight.
7.
Right behind him, Pete Donahue from Green Mountain, South Burlington, Vermont.
Number 9.
Bob Hecox, his 12th year of rowing the head. His 12th year of rowing. It's his 10th time he's been in the head of the Charles. Thanks for being with us.
Ben Jones. Ben Jones.
You got to get real. Come on, Ben.
So that means he's raced 51 miles. Go, Ben.
All but one. And in all of those races, he's been right at the top of the pack every time. Number 14 from Dallas, Texas is John Voorhees.
And then 13 and 15. So 15 pushing 13.
Okay.
15.
Okay, Paul Bridgeford from number 13, Chris Collins. Christopher Collins is a many times Masters Nationals. I think they retired in between 70 and 70. He was a course record holder in every age.
Okay, so we've got
Well,
17, 16, 28, and 24. 28 is the one in the middle going through everybody.
okay, Chuck. He's the second.
You've got on the buoy line, you've got 24.
Right on the. In close to us, number 17, Richard Kendall, 86 years old, former 13 times winner of the Head of the Church. 28, Asachi needs to correct his course. 15? Who's that? Joey? Asachi has got to look ahead.
16.
Oh, he's about.
16.
I think the Elliott Bridge is about to get a victim. First of the day.
16.
A shame.
16.
Number 16, Arthur Holcomb from Harvard Sculling. He's competed at the Head for 10 years. He loves to row and compete on the Charles.
Okay, 19.
Richard Green, Sculler for over 30 years. He's competed in the Head of the Charles, I think almost every one of them.
And 37 just passing 18.
Making up an enormous amount of time is Michael Tebay, number 37 from Grant.
Passing 18.
He's passing bow number 18. 18 is Ed Zerdy from Maritime in East Norwalk, Connecticut. Ed did a nice job of giving up just enough room for passing. Very sportsmanlike.
20 and 21.
Number 20. He's the owner of the rowing club in Martha's Vineyard. He's a good guy to know. Who's he going by?
20.
Oh, he's just getting by. Riverside Boat Club. Come on.
Then 30.
I think Nick's holding him up.
30.
He certainly knows the course.
The wide bit, 30.
Number 30 is leading a parade of people all going. It would seem that's Mike Shields from Amoskeag. Getting a little help from the dock masters down here on his course.
27.
Joe Nowitzki from Sausalito, California, open.
20 and 20 and 33.
No, 22.
22 and 33.
22 over towards us is our own Frank Porter. And on there is number 33, Lloyd Damon from. Lloyd has not only competed in rowing, he's also driven his car from Peking to Paris and from Colombia to Tierra del Fuego in different racing events. The Elliott Bridge has got a number 34 is Herb Trefisen from Montreal. Who's that?
29. And then 31.
Jim Hatch from Potomac.
31.
And Robert Huguet from Nereid. Okay, another closely grouped bunch.
36. 36, 32,
Okay.
36.
Leading. Jim I think Bart's also a member here, is he not? Yeah.
And he's passing 26.
He's getting by Keith Langhorn from Potomac. Keith is giving a gentlemanly course there to give him a little room to get by. Mark Abelson is number 23 all along. Another fun place to row. Right outside the Sun Devil Stadium.
And this is 48.
Brian Tucker from BIAC from Redwood City, California. He's competed in the 1990 head. He won the 2015 head of the American, and he got a hammer in 2016 Crash Bees.
So that was 38.
Gary Isley from Upper Valley. Yep. Is Cambridge in his truck. Richard Rose in his racing silks.
46.
David Blanchard from Green Mountain in the right. Avon Gore. Hugh Bay Maritime School. In the red top is Biddle Morris. He's co-founder of the Mystic River Rowing Club, the board of directors of IROW. That's the guy we're looking for. Taking the turn away. Number 35, so Eli is not as much a contender as he was built up before, but let's give him a hand here. 43, Lawrence Terry, his second head of the Charles race. This is kind of a neat story. His dad's boat was a Haggerty from 1938, in which he rode. Not his last. That's a beautiful boat. You see this guy? Have we seen him yet? No. This one? Okay. Jim Mo. From St. Paul, Minnesota.
Should be along relatively soon.
Yeah, he went through here about 5 minutes ago.
Went to a public high school. They didn't have rowing. Check and see if they have rowing.
A lot of amazing how many public schools do their own programs. In Philadelphia, always here, most of the Catholic schools.
So as we get to the end of this race, just coming around the Elliott corner here, we have bow number 47. This is Jack Lovett from St. Catharines in Ontario. He's a retired lawyer who's been sculling for 56 years. Oh, yep, somebody behind him. So we have still a couple of people in this race. It's a big race, lots of entries. Coming around the corner as well is bow number 40. So this is Arnold Land from Lake Leelanau in Michigan. Sorry if I butchered that name. He says every morning when he practices, it automatically comes to mind. He loves it, he loves it, he loves it. Well, we all love it. That's why we're all here enjoying this fabulous day.
We got to say one thing of thanks to Jack Lovett and all of his clubmates from St. Catharines, which is our sister club up in Canada. The folks from St. Catharines come down every year early and polish all the trophies for us. It's one of the many things they do for us. They also run a pretty good regatta
You know,
out there.
I didn't know that, Jerry. That's fantastic.
I think they've been doing that since the beginning. They always wanted to do some contribution, and they said, what can we do? And
What
we
a
put them to
fabulous
work.
thing to do. For those of you that haven't been into the Cambridge Boat Club, we have an amazing trophy cabinet up on the second floor. So, you know, if you get a chance, do swing by and take a look at these beautifully polished trophies.
Today they're up at the finish line for the in the trophy awards ceremony tent.
Of course. And the awards, actually, the ceremonies today are at 3:30 and 5:30 in Attager Row. So give this last competitor a big cheer as he goes under the Elliott Bridge. Let's lift him and take him through the bridge
Arnold Landay.
from Michigan.
So, Julie,
San Francisco from South End Rowing in San Francisco because
she's rowing a very special boat, Julie's boat.
Yeah, Jerry, not just because she's wearing a very special boat, because she's a phenomenal athlete. And we're excited to see her in this race today.
I wouldn't think you'd loan your boat to just anybody. That's a pretty special boat.
Of course I wouldn't.
And here she
I
comes.
think she's coming now round the bend. This is the first competitor in the women's veteran and senior veteran event.
That's a blue flyweight Van Dusen, is it not?
It's a blue flyweight Van Dusen. Yep, looks like Diana's maintaining her lead. We can't see a second competitor coming around the corner. This is great. She's got a great line on the buoys. Looks like things are going really well. Keeping it tight around the corner. Going at a nice clip here, a good rating.
Look at these guys. What's this guy doing? Backing up.
So this is bow number 1 coming now in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. This is Diane Davis from the South End Rowing Club. Diane rows regularly on the San Francisco Bay, which helps to condition her for the water that we can sometimes see here in Boston. She didn't need it today. Perfect conditions. She's rowing Let's give her.
Catherine Widgery from Riverside Boat Club.
And Cynthia
Cindy
Cole.
Cole. So we're happy to have our friends here rowing. Catherine Widgery only took to rowing about 5 years ago. She's very competitive, moving well up number 3 on number 2, and she's holding off bow number 4. And what a terrific day to be here. The water.
Second, head of the Charles. We're broadcasting here live from the Cambridge Boathouse. And this is the women's veteran and senior veteran event, so 60 to 69 and the 70 plus women. We've seen the first 4 competitors head under the Elliott Bridge towards the finish, led by the number 1, Diane Davis. Here now coming round the Elliott turn, we have
Joan Pember.
and she's followed by number 7.
Who is Karen
Number 7.
Simmons from GMS.
Yeah, Karen Simmons is the co-owner of Rogue LLC, which makes rowing equipment and organizes rowing trips in Europe if anybody's interested in rowing in Europe.
It's a lot of fun.
So she's past bow number 6. Bow number 6 is Jill Gardner from Seattle. For the second year in a row, Jill will be defending the Veteran 2 women's singles title. So that's right. We need to remember that in this event, there's a mix of age groups. There's 2 events included here.
And now coming up on her.
So 2 regularly and often together. Barbara won a gold medal at the 2015 World in the single and the women's quad, and gold at the US Masters Nationals 2015 and 2016. So now given the
Barbara's done a great job with the club. She came to rowing from equestrian sports. And as you know, Julie, it's very good for your core and balance. And she brought that to the boat right away. Learned rowing very quickly.
Yes, I'm learning that, Jerry. Okay, so here now in front of the Cambridge Boathouse, we have
Nancy Osborne from Orleans, Massachusetts. Club started by Cambridge Boat Club Sal Flanders.
All right, and she's followed now by bow 13. Bow 13 is Irina Baker from Connie Bear in Seattle. Irina's been rowing for 22 years, has medaled in regionals and the local regattas. She's come 10th in her category last year.
Pushing her. From BIAC, also in Redwood City, California.
And she's
Rowing a
passing,
great
or
course.
just about to pass, Patrice Glover from Swan Creek Rowing Club in New Jersey.
And she's just gotten by bow number 11, who gave way very nicely and is right back on the blue line. That's Liz Marshall, Cambridge Boat Club member. Liz has been rowing for 40 years, participating in the head on and off since 1978.
Yeah, and she's a regular visitor, and we look forward to seeing her every year. So coming round the corner now, we have bow number 19, who's passing on the inside of bow 16. So bow number 19 is Deborah Shute from Narragansett in Rhode Island.
And Liz Turner from Saugatuck, very graciously.
She's all adolescent and peaked by Rob Lowe in Oxford Blues. So
And that's Sharon Cutts from Narragansett.
I have to support those
Both of those?
Ancrophiles.
We're
So
getting a little contact here, perhaps. Yeah, so you get a little contact. An important thing in the head of the Charles is to always avoid contact. It just slows you down.
so that's giving bow number 15 the chance to squeak by on the inside.
And she's about to get into the Elliott Bridge for another victim. Whoop. Lila
So-
Carey
Here we have
On the
bow
buoy
number
line.
17. This is, Lila Carey.
and bow number 12 with the Blue Blades, Carolina Masters, is Deborah Gold.
I'm coming up quickly now. In the end packer is bow number 21. This is
Susan Michals from 612 Endurance from Minneapolis.
who loves training and rowing with the 612 team members. When she's not rowing, she's usually babysitting one or more of her 6 grandchildren. So both impressive. So here we have bow number 22. Is that right? Yep. This is Dana Perrone from Potomac. And she's got clear water ahead of her, clear water behind her. So she's rowing a beautiful course into the bridge here. Coming round now in the white boat is bow number 20.
That's Janice Stone from Pocock in Seattle.
Again, a really nice line around the buoy.
She's dedicating this race to her sisters.
That's fantastic. And we have bow number 23. This is Ellen Braithwaite from Berkeley. So I used to row with Ellen at open water. Ellen is a phenomenal sculler. She's been sculling and coaching at open water for many years.
Open water is a great place. I
That's
went on
right. She also coaches up at Craftsbury in Vermont.
Ellen, I went out with Ellen and a group. We did a trip around Alcatraz Island and back in
Yeah,
singles.
that's
That was a lot of fun.
fantastic. Yeah. This looks like bow number
Mary Jane
24.
Worcester from Colorado Rowing, Breckenridge, Colorado. The only part of flat water in the whole state.
And Mary Jane says she looks forward to rowing the head of the Charles as the culmination of her rowing season. She's been competing in masters rowing both nationally and internationally since the mid-90s. We have bow number 28, Trudy Foreman from Boulder, Colorado, who started rowing in 2008, so fairly recent to the sport, became committed to the art of rowing ever since. Again, the head of the Charles is the highlight of her season.
33 close to us is rowing a very nice course, doing a little passing on the outside.
Yeah, passing bow number 27, Ruth Berenson from
She's a member of Saugatuck Rowing Club's Masters Championship women's team in 2013, medaling in 6 events. And she's just gotten by number 27, Ruth Berenson from Narragansett.
So here on the buoy line we have Cambridge
Boat Club Oars.
Boat Club entry, Jane Morse, bow number 26, who's rowing in her 17th consecutive head of the Charles.
Jane is the vice president of Cambridge Boat Club. Let's give her a big hand. She
That's
does
right.
wonderful work here. And a real stalwart of community rowing as well.
And coming by here on the inside in the Empacker is bow number 38. Bow number 38 is Leah Brouwer-Vogel from Holland.
Hazewinkel.
From Leidschendam, Zuid, Holland. Sorry if I didn't get that right. From Hazewinkel. No, I'm sorry. She rode the FISA Masters Varese from Hazewinkel and the head of the Amstel in 2016. We love having overseas visitors in these events.
42.
Here we have bow number 42 just coming into the bridge. This is Maria Alonso from Cincinnati.
And she's literally heading to the bridge. Could get another victim.
Yeah, needs to bring round. There you go. Nice correction.
Number
Right.
46 on the board. We got a little. Let's see who's the honor.
the inside of bow 30, Shirley Blackwell from North Palm Beach.
And we can't see.
Right, so we've lost, so somebody lost the bow. Number 34, so Sarah Johnson.
Yeah, and there's 44 and 46, is it? I didn't see it.
So passing in front of the boathouse now, in the red boat is bow number 36. Bow number 36 is Nabuko Nagase from Seta Rowing Club in Shiga in Japan.
29 is Cambridge Boat Club right here. Who's this? 29.
Christopher Cook.
7, a little wide, Patsy Montgomery from Melbourne, Victoria. The Australian Masters champion, over 70 winner.
Bow number 51, pushing very hard on the boom on 48. Marie Hagelstein. Marie's Cambridge Boat Club number 51. Paula Meyer from GMS Rowing.
And
Coming up the
39.
buoy line, now coming off a little bit. Number
And
39
39, Patty Pinkerton from San Diego.
in the red boat.
In the red boat,
cap.
yeah. And pushing them in the Empacher, number 50, is Lynn Graves, unaffiliated, mother of the Graves brothers, Peter and John.
45 on the buoys, passing 31.
Okay, we have 45 on the buoys. This is Molly Hegarty from V-Skulls, passing number
31, who's Barbara Green. Barbara Green from Narragansett has been raced for many, many years. A great competitor.
And squeaking through the middle there is number 43, Catherine Imboden from Switzerland. And followed by number 47, that's Leslie Freed from Maritime in Connecticut.
Oh dear.
Just bunching up a little bit under the bridge.
See Brooke? Did Brooke not race? Brooke not race? Didn't see her.
Okay, this is the last boat in this event. This is bow number 52. This is Dale Parenti from Whitmarsh Boat Club in Pennsylvania. So Dale is a breast cancer survivor, winner of the 2015 King's Head Regatta, and winner of the 2015 Head of the Schuylkill. Schuylkill. Yes, I knew I'd spell that wrong. I'd say that wrong. In a mixed squad. So great race there. Definitely was exciting for me to see Diane pass under the bridge first and head out. I'm hoping that my boat is going to start number 1 and finish number 1.
Well, after seeing some of the steering that went on in that race, I think she was very lucky to be out there in clean water.
I think you're right, and we'll be celebrating tonight.
This turn, folks, is a little bit deceiving because it's a decreasing radius turn. As you come up the river, it keeps getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and if you're trying to maintain a constant curve, you're going to end up over by the bank and give up a lot of room.
Right. So while we just have a few minutes between races, it's a good time to thank some of our sponsors. So Bank of New York Mellon. Presenting sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta is the global leader in investment management and investment services. Bank of New York Mellon, BNY Mellon, manages more than $1.3 trillion of assets under management and operates in more than 36 countries around the world. Learn more at bnymellon.com. Brooks Brothers. Brooks Brothers is proud to be the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles, and you will have seen all of our volunteers, and we have a lot of volunteers wearing these fabulous down jackets. They have been our sponsor for the last 5 years, I want to say. Be sure to visit weekend. Thank you, Brooks Brothers.
The apparel. I think, well, I'm going to get a vest, but I'm
You
going to
do.
get another one too. I love their shirts.
All right. So check it. Here in New England, as well as a variety of limited edition Head of the Charles apparel and accessories. So it looks as though we have the first rower coming down in the next category here. This is the men's veteran singles 1 and 2. So these are the 60 plus rowers.
No. No, we're wrong. This is bow number 49 from the last event.
So yeah, apologies for that. This is Ann Teschner,
Ann Teschner.
from Hadley, Massachusetts. Taking the corner a little bit wide.
Oh, is this your rowing?
So Anne is now picking up the pace and heading towards the Elliott Bridge.
Ann has competed in 8s and 11s.
And this is her first time racing in a single. Let's give her a little hand moving into the last half mile. Come on, Ann, go for it.
My friend is a little different. Number 17.
After I get by the Brooks Brothers Center, I've got to get some new sneaks.
Well, you know,
New Balance is a wonderful sponsor. We're really happy to have them. If you haven't seen their new headquarters over in Brighton, you've got to go. It's a fantastic
I
place.
haven't seen them, so I should go. While you're over there, you can also buy yourself a Land Rover.
I've got 5 cars already, Julia. I'm not getting any more.
So Land Rover is the proud sponsor of the Head of the Charles. With the new Land Rover as your companion, you'll see adventure wherever you go. Head over to the Land Rover display today to experience for yourself, or visit your local Boston area Land Rover retailer to see the full lineup of Land Rover vehicles. Adventure, it's yours for the taking.
Do you think they'd take 3 for 1?
You know, I doubt it. But they might. It depends. I know you've got some pretty cool cars, so it depends which 3 you're offering.
I've got to cull the fleet a little bit, I think. Land Rovers are absolutely terrific vehicle to have here in New England, of course, because of their off-road capability, but more importantly for their on-road capability in any kind of weather conditions. They're wonderful cars to drive. Really worth a try.
So here's one, Jerry, as I'm wearing my Rudy Project sunglasses. Rudy Project is thrilled to support this year's Head of the Charles Regatta. Makers of Italian sunglasses since 1985, Rudy Project's eyewear, and I can see you looking at mine, yes, is designed to elevate... featuring the newest in the 2017 sunglasses lineup. Now I know in here there's a Girardelli ad because I saw it earlier. Oh, there's one for you, Jerry.
Another of my favorites. Jaguar sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
Visit the Jaguar display to see the all-new Jaguar F-Pace. The first performance SUV from Jaguar offers the sensational drive of a Jaguar car with added practicality. And now, all Jaguar models are protected by Jaguar Elite Care best-in-class coverage for up to 5 years or 60,000 miles. Please see one of our product specialists for more details. What you also want to see is the new F-Type. That car is fantastic. That's their little drop top. It's a lot of fun.
I just like the name Jaguar. It just has something about it, really.
But now they say Jaguar. They don't say Jaguar anymore. Jaguar.
I think you can say it however you want to say it. Jaguar.
Just show up with your checkbook.
Here we go, one for the sweet tooth. Ghirardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop at Finwee Hall. The Ghirardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop is thrilled to be a first-time supporter of the Head of the Charles. Stop by their booth at Weld Exhibition for a complimentary chocolate tasting all weekend. Warm up with premium Ghirardelli hot cocoa for sale at the Ghirardelli booth now. Get your chocolate fix this morning.
Julie, I'm just having a fix from Kristen Jones.
Hey, have you met Sparkling Ice, Essence of? It's the newest addition to the Sparkling Ice lineup. Essence is a fizzy, light-flavored sparkling water, a flirt of flavor, we like to say. From a tiny tease of tangerine to a luscious little lemon lime, Sparkling Ice Essence of Waters comes in 4 refreshing flavors. Add a little yay to your day. We invite you to come by the Sparkling Ice booth for samples all weekend.
I think we all need to add a little yay to our day, every day. So what's the next race on the course, Jerry?
Next event coming up is number 3, Veteran Singles 1 and 2.
Where they're
We're looking at
competing.
60-plus age category.
Yeah.
Course record set by Christopher Collins. He was 68 years old from Ravenna Rowing in 2001. It's the Jerry Elrich Trophy.
And we have 57 competitors in this next category.
This is going to be a great, these are very, very good rowers that we're going to see out here.
So this event, I guess, arguably boasts more former Olympians, world champions, and Head of the Charles winners than any other division. Kicking off the field for the Veteran 1 category is Tim Wilsarlen, sporting bow 1 for the first time ever. After his 2016 win from the back of the pack. He'll have Greg Stone, no stranger to the Head of the Charles podium, and of course father of the Olympic silver medalist Jevy Stone, chasing him from bow 2. Raymond Haberl leads the Veteran 2 division at bow 3. Newcomer to this race, Daryl Vrugdeny, could surprise the field from bow 44. He competed in the 1976 Olympics. And I'm sure we've got a lot of other fierce competitors in here. I can see just from the Cambridge Boat Club, we have Patrice Roux, who has competed here for the last 15 years or so. So here they are now coming into view around the corner.
Okay, right up as expected, Tim Wilson.
Bow number So very competitive. We don't know exactly how far apart started, so it's hard to say whether they're the same distance apart or whether anybody's picked up any ground on anybody else.
Moving very well.
Yeah, beautiful there.
I did the math one time, Julie, and I figured out that for every span of oars further away from the center of the river you are, you're giving up about 40 feet.
Wow. All right, so both three. So this is
That's Raymond Haber, bow number 3 from Vienna.
and he's holding distance from bow number 4. This is Richard Anderson from Rockford, Michigan, in the Alpaca with the orange bow ball.
Rick has won the F single, the G single, the F double, and the F quad in the 2015 U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals. He's the head coach for the Northview High School rowing team up in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And right in order here is bow number 5, Tim Bishop
Tom.
from Quentin in London. He's looking for that elusive first place at the head of the Charles. I think every competitor here today is looking for that elusive first place.
He's won in the 2016 Great Britain Masters Championships in the G single, the G double, the G4, and the F8. A real competitor.
So coming round now, this is John Pauls from Ridley Graduate in St. Catharines, Ontario.
It's his 13th head of the Charles.
Beautiful line on the buoys here going into the Elliott Bridge.
And bow number 7 pulling out to give a little room. That's Bob Spousta getting passed by Patrice Rioux, Cambridge Boat Club member rowing from California. Patrice is a former member of the French national team. Loves open water rowing.
And he's being pushed by bow number 9, Jim Stock from Harvard Sculling, who first sculled this race in 1988. Right behind him is Al Flanders, another Cambridge Boat Club member, rowing today as Orleans.
Al is the founder of Orleans Rowing, and he's a many, many times champion of this race of the head of the Charles in the singles. Funny story about Patrice. He was rowing in a race across Monterey Bay, a 26-mile open ocean race, and a few hundred yards from the finish, they hit a sea lion, capsized, and lost their oars. Collected their oars, got back in the boat, and still won by 3 minutes.
That's impressive and a good story. So in the black here, this is bow number 11. This is Kim McKnight from Cascadilla in New York, a semi-retired chicken farmer.
Does that mean he just takes care of the eggs?
I don't know.
Number 14, moving up, Andrew Nelson.
In the red shirt,
Yeah.
followed by who's just passed on the inside of bow number 12 and bow number 13.
Yeah, that's Jim Dietz.
In bow 13, and Robert Sengstacken in bow 12 from Merrimack.
Learned to scull on Squam Lake, New Hampshire with Herman Mowat of BU. His 45th year in head of the Charles. Jim Dietz is running on 2 new knees from June 2016.
Well, that's impressive.
He's been the coach at UMass, and he's been a terrific force in rowing all his career. Look at that, 2 new knees in June, and he's out racing in this race.
Oh, that's amazing. And so here in the Empire, coming in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, is Joseph Shamir from De Hoop in Amsterdam, a member of the Israeli youth national team competing in masters events in the U.S., Italy, the Netherlands, and Israel.
Yossi is also a member of Cambridge Boat Club in Union. Wonderful man. Checking him out. Yossi. Oh, you don't know, he's a great guy.
Here's a beautiful... Here in bow number 17, this is Chuck Selden from Potomac.
He's rowing a beautiful Carl Douglas shell.
That's right. I couldn't remember the name for a minute.
One of the most beautiful shells made. The only
It
thing
is.
prettier is my king.
We don't see that many of them here. Now just passing here, we've got bow 18, 19, and 16.
Tom Cotell is giving a lot of room for Eli Brand going by. Number 19 and number 16 is Bob Schumacher from Jacksonville.
Just a little bit too much room because he just had to
Schumacher
make
won
that
the
correction.
veteran single race at the head 4 years ago, so he's a contender.
All right. And we have a little bit of space between these next three competitors. This is
Also from 612 Endurance of Minneapolis is Steve Michals. That must have been related to the other Michals in the last race, the woman.
all right, bow number 20.
That's deduction for you.
All right, this looks like a Riverside color.
Okay, Paul Dale from Riverside, bow number 21. And Fred Krupp, bow number 22 from Maritime in East Norwalk.
So Paul Dale just now going into the bridge. Paul's been sculling for 10 years and has won some U.S. rowing masters events, but a strong finish in the head of the Charles has always eluded him. So give him a big hand as he pushes around the corner to this finish today.
Ian Pritchard is back again from Aberdeen. This is his 11th visit to the head of the Charles, first competing here in 1988. He was fourth his last time in the Grandmaster singles. And he's being pushed hard by Ian Luxford from Sunshine Coast. Represented Australia in 74 and 75 World Rowing Championships and the 76 Montreal Olympics. He competed in 2014 and 15 head of the Charles in the Senior Master Men's Doubles, and he won the Grandmaster Division in the doubles in 2015, rowing a beautiful course.
And just coming around the bend now, having a little bit of a challenge with the Elliott Bridge is the Elliott Bend. Is Kazuhiro Kamoi from Partes in Tokyo. This is his second challenge in the single. His goal is to finish in the first half. And you can see that, from watching people who are not used to rowing this course, sometimes it can be really challenging. The first time around, it can be very challenging.
Absolutely, Julie. This turn is very deceptive when you're coming up the river. If you're not right on it, you're giving up a lot of space. Now, something to note is that the inside arch here is part of the racing course, and it's open to racers. You can use that arch. You don't have to use the middle one. But it's the long way around. But it's often, we'll see it later in the larger boat races, it's often the only safe way to avoid a collision is to take the outside arch.
So here, this is bow number 26. This is Tim Wheatley from Merrimack.
29 on the buoys. Dennis Rowan, our own Dennis from Cambridge Boat Club. No stranger to this course. Dennis is rowing a perfect line.
So no stranger to the course or to rowing. Dennis is a member of the 1981 national team in the quad. Won head of the Charles 2004 single men's masters and won the men's senior masters double in 2014.
Moving up a bit, number 32 is Don Hunt from Berkeley, California. He was a 100-mile long-distance runner, Western States champion 5 times. He won the open water rowing regatta and the 2016 Tahoe regatta 15K. He doesn't even get started till 10K.
And passing in front is is Dennis Holler, treasurer of the CRI Boat Club, just downriver. He's been pushed on the inside by bow 28. Robert Sukolsky from Roe Brevard, Indian Harbor Beach in Florida. In the black on the buoy line.
That's Larry Tate from Montreal. It's his first race in the 60-year-old division. He says he was hoping this event would be easier. It doesn't appear to be the case. Guess what?
The course doesn't get any shorter.
And the competition doesn't get any less ferocious.
That's right. Now we have a number of athletes coming around the corner. So on the inside, bow number 42.
42 right on the buoys. Peter Becker. This is his first head of the Charles. He is really moving well. He's from New Haven, Connecticut.
He's been followed on the buoy line by bow number 35. So he's passed all of these. Yeah. So bow number 35 is
Dustin Ordway from Traverse City in Michigan.
Then we have Bow 39 on the inside, just pushing bow 35. So
And then,
39 is Anton Rupert from OKC Riversport, just pushing Bill.
Hugh Scott is
Bill
stopped
Crow,
rowing
Bill Crow
here.
from Cambridge there.
Bill Crow in the yellow boat, rowing an ice course, trying to get by Hugh Scott. Number 39 is Anton Rupert from Oklahoma City.
And then on the buoy line here, James Green from Palm Beach in the Empaka.
And number
Very
31,
nice tight line on the buoys, pushing
Laszlo
into the bridge.
Sicki from the UK.
Right, this is bow number 47 here, has pushed through.
Pushed through quite
Some
a few
of-
boats.
yeah.
He's
Brian
Mike
Thor.
Shea from
Oh, sorry.
Atomic Rowing in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Former head of the Hooch champion.
And it's just
He's
past Daryl Brogdenhill from Vespa.
Nicely done.
And on the buoy line here in the black boat, Jonathan Rich.
And then 43.
And bow number 43, Hull Fulweiler from Harvard Sculling. Who did his first head of the Charles race in 1974. It's so great to see these competitors come back year after year and compete.
Fred Chernoff, bow number 36, has been rowing for 6 years, and he's getting right into it. He's been 7 races last year.
That's awesome.
This is a good
Here we
pack
have
together.
bow 41. This is
Number 51, moving nicely on the buoy line, passing everybody out here. That's Bob Lombardi from Ashland, Oregon.
who's just passing bow number 45. That's Keith Robinson from Undine. And he's already passed bow 40,
These
which is
guys-
our own Larry Ellsworth from the Cambridge Boat Club.
Come on, Larry, past president of Cambridge Boat Club.
I think I've ever seen Larry.
You can see the experience of those scullers out there really, really paying off. Bob Lombardi had the right of way. He called for the right of way. He's on the buoy line, and the other boats moved out just enough, not too much, just
that's
enough
the
to
art,
not
isn't it?
interfere with them. That's
To
the
just
art,
give enough room, but not lose your line completely.
exactly, and jump right back into it as quickly as you can.
So coming around now, we have bow number 48. That's
be-
Brian Thorne
Brian.
from St. Catharines. And bow number 55,
Also from St. Catharines, Phil Jones.
Throwing it off hours is so much preferred. Yeah. You haven't been practicing every weekend only at 11 a.m.? No. I saw you put in a good sub 20 practice video.
so a little bit of a gap here, and now just coming around the bend, we have bow number 56. That's William Kostoff from Potomac. In the red shirt with the red oars and the black boat.
And he's gotten by Jeff Sturgis from Quinsigamond Rowing Club out in Shrewsbury. He's been 24 years vice president of the Quinsigamond Rowing Club. He's the president of Resolute Racing Shells. 14th head of the Charles is a single sculler.
He's also got past bow number 53, Michael Chin from Baltimore.
the splash. Go, Jeff. You've got a lot of boats out here today.
So just moving into the Elliott Bridge now is bow 53. This is Michael Chin. This is his second head of the Charles in a single, and he's competing here again. He's competing here again as a goal after recovering from surgery, so it's great to see him out and about and racing in this event. So just coming round now into the front of the Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 57. This is Michael Malinick from Capitol in Washington, D.C., a U.S. Navy Academy alum from the class of 78.
Sometimes I think hugging the line on the Cambridge shore at the beginning of the race, because a lot of times I've seen you grab
And in the yellow Empaka now, following the buoy line.
That's Jim Keating from Union Boat Club downriver. Jim's been rowing this course for 40 years. He's doing a great job at it.
And then followed in the red by Robert Ezel from CRI, who began rowing in 2011. He's rowed the head of the Charles, twice in a mixed double and once in a single. So this will be his second time in a single. So here in the front of the Cambridge Boat Club, between the races, we have all of our returning rowers who have to cross the course in order to get back to the boat club. And we need to give a shout out here to River Control, who do a phenomenal job of managing all of the boats that move around the river during this weekend. And if you consider how many boats we have in each event, that's no small feat.
Safety is the predominant concern out here. Fairness and safety. You never want to interfere with a race in progress, and you want to keep everyone safe.
So here in the red boat coming round the Elliott Bend in front of the Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 52.
That's David Stowe from Winnipesaukee. He trains on Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire, so I imagine he's able to handle the rough water when it comes up with a little wind around here too. But today, we're not having that. Right now, we've got just perfect conditions for a race.
Yeah, we've been watching the weather for the last couple of days, watching the wind moving out. We're hoping that it's going to move back and back through the weekend so that we can keep the full course open. And it's great that the Scullers got the best of the water this morning. So, Jerry, that might be the last contender in this event. I shouldn't speak too soon this time.
I think you're right. I haven't checked them all off, but I think you're right. So let's give another plug for Hudson Rowing Shells. We've got a number of beautiful Hudson Rowing Shells in our club. Hudson's proud to be the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles Regatta. This year, more than 80 crews, including some of the world's best rowers, will gather in the Shark Zone upstream, the home of the Great Eights. Come on by and see how Hudson's pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. How many do we have? 6 Hudsons here in the club? I think at least.
Oh, at least 6.
Yeah.
And Gentle Giant Moving Company. The Giant Moving Company is proud to be the official moving and storage partner for the Head of the Charles Regatta. With more than 35 years of experience and locations throughout New England and nationwide, They offer local, national, and international moving services. Founded by rowers, the Gentle Giant promotes a culture of athleticism and is committed to providing leadership development opportunities for its employees. Through the Gentle Giant Charitable Foundation, it also strives to support youth development through education and athletics. More information can be found at gentlegiant.com.
More fun is you've got to see the Gentle Giant Challenge trailer upstream, where they have a contest where you have to race up the stairs, slide down the slide, race up the stairs again, and keep doing it until you meet the challenge. You've got to complete it in so many seconds. I think it's 6 trips up the stairs you've got to do, and it's no easy thing to do. Larry O'Toole, it makes it fun.
So will you be doing that when you go shopping later?
Yes, I will. As soon as I finish another one of these paleo brownies, I'll be good to go. The Gentle Giant Company, I've got to say, is also a firm that we trust with our Steinway pianos. And
that's phenomenal.
They move our pianos all over New England for us, and they do a wonderful job. Very carefully packing them and moving them.
Yeah.
They moved my house when I moved house this year. I recommend them unqualifiedly.
That's great. And they have a very active rowing program, and you'll see them in a number of events here today and tomorrow.
I realize the lead athletes are just as
JL Racing. JL Racing delivers 100% American-made rowing gear of the highest quality, suited for any rower, from novice to Olympian. Find necessities like unisuits, jackets, seat pads, and pogies at the JL Racing booth. Manufactured in California, JL provides garments for every rowing climate, in every time zone across the globe. See this year's commemorative unisuit and vests at the JL booth in the vendor village.
Hey, coming up in this next event, this is going to be the men's Grandmaster singles for men 50 and older. It's a Mawat Trophy, the course record held by our own Greg Benning, 18 minutes, 15.165 seconds in 2014. You'll see if he can top that today. There's 57 competitors, and the thing comes off says, will somebody, anybody, please beat Greg Benning? Benning looks for his 5th straight, a 5-peat. He's bow number 1. He set the course record in 2013 and broke it in 2014. His biggest threat is Jim McGaffigan, who's a 3-time Hedrick Charles winner, who's moving up into the Grandmaster singles this year. He finished 2nd in the Senior Masters in 2015 and could either push Benning to a new course record.
I'd hate to
or
interrupt
maybe
you,
kneel
but
him
here
in.
is Benning coming around the corner now.
I'd
He
say
has clear water.
Benning has put room on McGaffigan. He has put some space between him and McGaffigan. This is not the year for Benning to be beat. Greg Benning trains harder and smarter than anybody I know. He just keeps getting better at it. Former Cambridge Boat Club president Greg Benning. Give him a big hand here. Course record holder. Half a mile to go, and he's just pushing away.
And look at the gap that he's opened up on bow number 2, Jim McGaffigan from Riverside.
I think he's opened up 10 seconds.
At least, yeah.
And Jim is rowing also beautifully. Beautiful, clean water. Perfect course.
And has also opened up space on Jim Dahl, who says he's still chasing Greg. Well, he's still chasing Greg and Jim now.
Well, unless somebody comes up hard from way in the back of the pack, these 3 are going to be it, I think, Julie.
I think you're right, but that could happen. We have 57 competitors in this event, and we may, you never know, have a dark horse in the back somewhere.
That's right, and here's a little bit of passing going on now. There we see the next 2 boats coming up.
Yeah, we have bow number 5.
Looks like Blair Crawford,
Yeah, Blair Crawford from the Cambridge Boat Club.
and he's just gotten by Peter McGowan.
Yep.
You see Peter moving right back into the course, although it looks like he might be missing a buoy or 2 here. This could cost him some time. That's a 10 doing a little army row. Zig and zag.
So Blair now picking up the pace as he goes in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Blair is also the coach of the younger women at Nobles and Greenough School here in Dedham, Massachusetts.
And I have to say, in his bio, he said he stupidly enters this event every year only to have his ass handed to him by Greg Benning. And I'm sorry, Blair, but it looks like that might happen again today.
Okay, here we have a good mix. This is bow number 6, 7, and 8. 8 is in the lead. He's passed by. That's Robert Blunt, got by Rob White from Riverside and Bob Eldridge from Narragansett.
All three of these guys can row the course blindfolded.
Rowing beautiful courses.
And coming around the bend now in the red shirt is bow number 9. This is Philip Bogdan from Potomac in Washington, Harvard varsity lightweight from 1980 and 1982. He's followed by bow number 10, John Tracy from Riverside, who's medaled 5 times in the single in the head of the Charles. This is his 22nd appearance.
But they're not catching Benning. Okay, Joel Griffith from River City in Sacramento has gotten by Patrick McCauley.
So Joel's a former University of Washington lightweight. Who just passed Patrick McCauley on the buoy line. So Patrick, it's 30 years since he first raced the head of the Charles in the Champ 4 in 1986. He also has a son now who is rowing and racing this weekend.
Scott Horney, bow number 15, has just gotten by John Randall, Cambridge Boat Club rower, number 14 in the yellow boat on the buoys. They're both pushing number 11, Steve Schmidt from Potomac.
Go, Steve.
Nice course. Nice job. Yeah. Francisco Villacava is from Row House in Miami, Florida. He's usually a top 10% finisher in this event. He's rowing a nice course right along the buoys. You'll see the very best course to take is to come off the buoys right about where Francisco is now and start to cross the river to just kind of skirt about halfway across the bridge on the way out. Set yourself up for the next turn.
One of the challenges for us is,
So this is bow 18 now, who's passed bow 17. So coming around the corner, it's Tom Lowe from Riverside.
And that's Bill Clardy, number 17 from Atlanta, Georgia. From Galway City, Ireland, where he learned to row at St. Joseph's College. He also plays International Masters squash. It's a completely different sport.
We have bow number 29 in the black boat, who's passed bow number, well, he's passed a number of boats, including bow number 24. So bow number 29 is...
That's Tom Boer. BU head coach Tom Boer from the Wide Load Rowing Club.
All right, go
Cambridge Boat
Tom.
Club member.
And a very familiar face on the river here.
1988 men's 4 Olympic silver medalist.
Bow number
See, now
20.
he's crossing now to get the inside of the next turn. Pushing hard. He's going to pass that boat in very short order.
Just going into the bridge.
I think the
Deep
bridge
mark.
got Tom.
Just coming out of the bridge, Dietmar Kuttelwasser from Linz in Austria. Just going into the bridge now.
Number 30, that's Mike Cataldo from Union Boat Club. Mike also started the rowing club down in Hingham, Mass. And he just got tangled up a little bit by that bow number 19, Martin Hinman. Oh, is it 20? 20? James Pirtle. I thought
Sorry, that was bow
Cataldo.
20.
That wasn't 30?
This is bow 30.
This is 30. This is Mike Cataldo. Union Boat Club member.
Go, Mike!
Mike's also the founder of a wonderful community rowing program down in Hingham, Massachusetts.
Let's go!
Beautiful line into the bridge. Now coming around the bend, we have bows 27 and 28. This is David Richardson from Canterbridgian in Cambridge, England. David learnt to row at school in Northern Ireland in '73 and has rowed and sculled ever since. He's recorded wins at the British Masters, Henley Masters, World Masters. And so when not rowing, he enjoys theatre, skiing and wine, which he claims improves his sculling coordination. So there's a recommendation for everybody.
Stay loose. Alan Akins, Cambridge Boat Club member, right on the buoys.
– 23 and 32. So staying wide here to let other people through is David Baker. And on the inside of him, bow number 32. Bow number 32 is Nolan Watts from CRI. Bow number 25, just in front of the boathouse in the bright green shirt is Robert Haddon from Lake Quinsigamond. On the inside, bow 34 is Scott Pape from Riverfront Recapture. And in the Empacher, bow number 26, is Clemens Rennicke from Bergen County. In the blue boat here, bow number 21, this is Albert Marone, unaffiliated. His third season sculling, so relatively new, and his second year at the head of the Charles. His goal is to improve on his last year result. So we have a few people coming around the corner now. Yeah, closest to us here on the in front of the boat club is bow number 31.
Watch your course.
This
bow
is
31.
James Myers, he's from Leander Boat Club in England. He started rowing in '75 because they had cookouts every Thursday night. Sociability of rowing is a great reason to be out here.
and he may be the first person to actually take the outside arch in the bridge today. So as we mentioned earlier, if you can't get through the inside arch, you can take the outside arch.
And
It's not
approaching the bridge
straightest
now
route.
is Tom Haynes from London, Ontario. His first row here, he almost hit the Elliott Bridge. Today he's taken a very nice course, safely through it.
And we
He's
have bow
followed by
number 35.
Simon Plog from Washington Rowing School of Bladensburg, Maryland.
Also taking the outside arch at the bridge.
37, 38.
In the red boat here, in the orange, it's Timothy Bukowski from Chaos in North Carolina.
And Dr. Dow, Dr. Ed Dow in the yellow boat from Cambridge Boat Club.
Followed by bow number 43, Michael Sheehan from Amaskeg.
There's a good crowd coming up now, Julie.
Yeah, good crowd. So on the buoy line there, we have, I think, bow number 46. Bow number 46 is Bryce Crossley from Roe Brevard in Florida. In the red boat, number 33 is Jeff Schaefer from Riverside. Bow number 40 in the bright blue boat is Gerard Houlihan from Pelham in New York. In the white boat, bow number 41, Patrick Gieder, Friends of WPI, Worcester, Massachusetts. Followed again on the buoy line by another white boat, that's bow number 44, John Sanders from OKC Riversport in Oklahoma. In the Empacker, bow number 42, Ingo Ensminger from Don Rowing in Mississauga. And bow number 45, Leo Hall from Burnstown. All safely through the bridge. Yeah, some close racing today. So we have bow number 48 right on the buoy line. Bow number 48 is Bjorn Stanstead from Narragansett, being pushed here on the buoy line by bow number 54, who's passed a number, Chris Garrett from Delta D's. And he's holding off bow number 51, Tom Carr from White Rock in Texas.
Who's gotten by number 50?
Who's gone by number 50. Number 50 is Ron Lorenzen from Pocock in Seattle.
And 39.
And in the black boat, bow number 39. Bow number 39 is Joseph Jones from Baltimore. So Joseph Jones describes himself as an average Joe that took up rowing through a list of rowing musts, including the head, and is working through a list of rowing musts, including the head of the Charles. He's rowed the head so far in an 8, a 4, and a quad, and so he's now working on racing in smaller boats. And as you can see today, he's in a single. As both an architect and an attorney, he appreciates the analytical challenges as well as the aesthetic charm the head of the Charles offers. Now, that's pretty interesting. It is an art as well as a science to get safely and quickly down this course.
Clemente Sanchez from Row House, Miami, rowed for the national team in Cuba. He's his first head of the Charles.
And
he
that's
thinks he's going to make
fantastic.
20%. He just won the Sarasota Regatta and the Sunset State Games in Florida.
And we have bow number 55. That's James Devan, unaffiliated, who just loves to row. We have two people coming around the corner now. These are, let's see. This is bow 57, just passing inside of bow 47. So 57 is John Morrell from Los Gatos, who's just passing on the inside of bow 47. Tom Beretic from Yarmouth Rowing Club in Maine. So a little bit of a gap here before we get to bow 56. Looks like Cambridge Boat Club. Also, this is Richard Schuler coming around the corner. He describes himself as an adult onset rower, originally inspired by his kids rowing with the Cambridge Ringen Latin School. So CRLS also boats out of the Cambridge Boathouse.
Richard and his wife are incredibly helpful parents for the Cambridge Ringen Latin School program, and they're wonderful contributors to our boat club here.
All right, so give him a big hand as he goes into the bridge. All right, now we have in the white shirt on the white boat just coming around the corner, bow number 53. This is Dana Stearns from Union, also in Boston. 1 year out from a quadruple coronary bypass, so it's fantastic to see him on the course. He's sculling in gratitude to his family and his care team at Mass General. Thank you for giving him his life back. You know, these bios that people write when they enter on Regatta Central, you know, it really gives us a sense of who people are as they're rowing this course, and it's meaningful in so many ways to so many different people.
Wrong boat for conditions, Dennis.
I was thinking of getting two.
I was thinking of getting tape to tape up the corners of the breakers potentially for however long. I don't think we need this.
Current on that one.
No, maybe it's happening. Maybe it's Do you want to, is this number 2 floppy on the back? Is it what? Is it too loose? Nope. Good, yeah, always good.
All right, Jerry. So I think that was our last competitor in the men's Grandmaster singles. The next race that we would have coming down is the women's Grandmaster singles. So these are the 50-plus women.
Maureen Harriman leads this division coming up. She's got bow number 1. She upset a strong field last year, including 7-time head of the Charles champion, Saya Remler, who's in bow number 5, Margarita Zetza, bow number 2, and Mitz Carr, bow number 3. Any of those could finish on the top this year. Just watch out for a shakeup. Charlotte Hollings, 5-time national team member, is also in the mix here with bow number 4. This is going to be some great racing coming up, Julie.
All right, Concept 2, another opportunity to thank some of our sponsors. Which Concept 2 oar is right for you? Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 CTS tent located next to Hudson. Concept 2 CTS is the official oar supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. All right, this is one for me, Jerry. David's Tea. David's Tea is proud to once again sponsor this year's regatta. Exclusively for regatta patrons, visit the bright teal David's Tea Hut located at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and receive a free freshly brewed hot or iced tea with the purchase of a David's Tea travel mug. Perfect for steeping premium loose leaf blends and keeping your tea hot for hours on the go. Thank you to David's Tea for their generous support of the regatta. Now, since we're a competitive event, we need to also say we thank you to the Bigelow Mobile Tea Bar. Tea drinkers are cordially invited to visit the Bigelow Mobile Tea Bar to sample complimentary cups of Bigelow tea and learn the story of family-owned Bigelow tea, fascinating lore and tempting flavors of the world's favorite brewed beverage. So we have some tea competition as well as some rowing competition here today. We thank both of our sponsors for supporting the regatta.
I have to ask Julie, as a proper British woman, do you use your tea loose or bagged?
You know, it depends. Sometimes, it depends how much time I have. So sometimes loose and sometimes bagged.
And your preference would be?
So I guess I'm not always a purist. My preference would be loose.
Aha.
But I don't like chewing the leaves.
What else have we have? David's Tea. Can we say it 10 times? We're supposed to say this 10 times. Post 390 Restaurant is an official restaurant partner of the Head of the Charles. They have seasonally inspired urban tavern fare for lunch, brunch, and dinner in Boston's Back Bay. Be sure to visit Post 390 tent near the Elliott Bridge for fresh oysters and shrimp, hot chowder and chili, or sweet apple cobbler, pumpkin tarts, and more. Post 390. Great place to go. Give it a try.
We start way in the back. They start up front. Passing a boat on the port. We'll send another boat on the starboard, and they're on the line where I want to be to the shaker. And so the boat over here starts coming into us. Yeah, and so it kind of forced us, and we end up meshing oars with the other boat, and we stopped, and Rick called him, a few nice words.
Remova is proud to be a sporter of this year's head of the Charles Regatta as the world leader in aluminum polycarbonate luggage. Remova has a deep-rooted tradition in quality and craftsmanship. Stop by their booth at the Weld Exhibit Center to meet Newbury Street's newest icon, Remova. Give them a look. Okay, here we have the first ones coming around the bend.
The race is on. So bow number 1, Maureen Harriman is holding her lead out in front of the pack. We said this was going to be competitive, and you can see by the competitors just behind are grouping up here. Maureen seems to be holding off. Bow number 3 has passed bow number 2, so Mitskar has passed Margarita Zeza.
And Charlotte Hollings is close by as well.
Yep, Charlotte Hollings is pushing the 2 of them. We knew this was going to be a competitive race. So here now, just passing in front of the Cambridge Boathouse, is Maureen Harriman, winner of the Grandmaster Singles last year, and looking good for this year.
Looks like she's maintaining her space just barely. Bow number 3.
In the bright green
Bright
boat,
green is Mitz Carr. And Maureen is taking the inside arch. It's a long way around. She's giving up some serious time right now to Mitz Carr, who's got the perfect line going off the buoys across the bridge. Margarita bringing it back. Margarita Zetza. Charlotte Hollings, number 4.
these competitive ladies have opened up just a little bit of ground on bow number 5, Saya Remler, also Cambridge Boat Club.
Saya's a many times champion on this course, and she's also holds the course record in the double. Looking tired. Eleanor Ackworth from Poughkeepsie, New York, has been rowing for 35 years. She's been over 30 times in the head of the Charles, over 20. She's a veterinarian and rows out of Poughkeepsie.
And she's followed by Karen Scammell from Merrimack in Massachusetts, the president of the Merrimack River Rowing Association and the UMass Lowell Alumni Association.
These two both maintaining about their starting positions.
Coming around now
clean
in
water
front of the
for each.
boathouse. They're followed by Casey Elstrom from Pettipog in bow 8 and Roseanne Kershoff from Detroit Women's Rowing Association, bow number 9.
Roseanne is keeping the pressure on Casey. She's definitely picked up some space from the start.
And they've definitely opened up some water from the boats behind them.
This is a very significant gap between them and the next boats coming up.
We can just see the next boat coming around the corner now. The next boat is,
12 CBC.
yeah, bow number 12. That's Rachel Kornberg from Weybridge in the orange boat. A British athlete, captain of the Weybridge Rowing Club in England, bronze medalist at the British Masters Championships in 2015, and second in the 7 kilometre long Scullers Head of the Thames in London in 2014. So she's coming around now just ahead of bow 15. So bow 15, Christina Batani from Marin is catching a number of boats here. So she's just coming around the corner in the white shirt, beginning to put some pressure on Rachel Kornberg. And obviously has passed a few boats and picked up some water from the boats behind.
13 and 14 coming up.
Yeah, she's passed bows 13 and 14. 13 from Greenwich, Tara Atsuka. And bow 14 from Row House, Cindy Lubarski. So now coming in front of the boathouse, bow number 15, Christina Battani from Marin. She's won the Head of the Charles 4 times in the 50 plus 8, and this is her first time competing in the single scull. And I'm sure she'll testify to how different it is.
And she's moved up quite a bit.
She has.
She's really made up a lot of space. We'll see how she does against the leaders.
Right. So coming round now, and we already mentioned bow 13 and bow 14. Bow 14 just passing on the inside.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
So Cindy Lubarski on the buoy line. And Tara Atsuka just giving enough space for her to pass on the inside.
And Cambridge Boat Club's new member, Sonia Witt, in the yellow Parker. Might have given up a little time on buoy violations back in the turn there.
And these guys have come through past bow 11. In the purple boat, this is Lorene Arnold from Washington Rowing School. With 4 seasons under her belt, she continues to train with Coach Cindy Cole.
What color do you think that boat is? Is that
Anacostia
lilac, would you
River.
say?
I would. I called it purple,
Yeah.
but it's a kind of purple.
It is a kind of purple.
It's a pale purple. Lilac, yes.
Definitely a girly boat. Yeah, it's
I would say yes, probably it's a girly boat.
very attractive.
Would you say yellow was girly or was yellow a boy's color?
I'd say
So
the
that's a tough
Parkers are
one,
definitely
right?
a guy's color. Kind of, lemon yellow is more.
I would say lemon yellow is a girl's color.
My Morgan is a guy's color.
All right. So talking about boat colors here in the red boat is bow number 16. This is Teresa Sukianiki from Genesee in New York. She's only been rowing for 5 years. This is her 3rd time racing the Head of the Charles, but her first time sculling, and she's doing a great job.
And Julie Waterbury, number 19, and Emily Erbilding, number 20, have both moved up quite a bit, making a real race out of it.
Bow number 17 in the black boat is Lynn Kralek from St. Catharines in Ontario. Her last year as Grandmasters, as she waits to turn into a veteran. None of us are waiting for that, but it happens. This is bow 18, the white boat. Bow 18 is Terry Gamble from Delta D's. Terry hails from Vancouver. She began rowing 25 years ago as a Masters rower. Since that time, she's competed locally, nationally, and internationally. This will be her 4th appearance at the Head of the Charles. She wanted to thank on her behalf all of the volunteers that worked tirelessly to create an amazing event here at the Head of the Charles.
Hey, coming up now is a great friend of mine, Allison Magian. Allison's rowing for Merry Meeting Rowing in Brunswick, Maine. And Allison was the salvation of community rowing when it was really on the rocks. The directors brought in Allison to run it, and she just got it back on an even keel and got the boathouse started, got all that work started to get that boathouse built.
And that was the
then-
foundation of the phenomenal facility that it is today.
Absolutely. She hails from Canada. She was a Canadian national team rower before she came down here. And just a terrific advocate for the sport and for the athletes that participate.
So behind her now we have bow 23, who's just passed inside of bow
Allison.
22. So bow 23 is Joan Martin from Narragansett, who's just passed in front of Andrea Rusendahl from Greenwich in the yellow alpaca. Then immediately behind them, we have bow 28, who's just passed bow 25. So bow 28 is Cecile Jacqueline from Cantabs in Cantabrigian, or Cantabs in Cambridge, UK.
And in the very stylish blue
Yes.
shell out here
Is
is our
bow
own Susie
25.
Klein.
Let's go, Cambridge! Go, Susie!
Susie will be in the bow seat of a Director's Challenge Women's Quad tomorrow. Susie also led a group of American rowers on a wonderful canal tour of rowing in France last year.
Did you go?
No, but I will go if she does it again.
That's awesome.
The trip sounded fabulous.
Right, coming up now in the red boat, we've got some great colored boats this year. We have Bow 29. Bow 29 is Elizabeth Dinsdale from San Diego.
Followed by
And
30.
she's, followed by Bow 30 in the orange boat. Bow 30 is Robin Gross from Narragansett.
Okay, then you got 33 and 24.
Bow 33 is pushing through now. This is Henriette from CRI, so also a Cambridge member.
And bow 24 is Pamela Chang, rowing for Union Boat Club.
Coming around the Elliott turn now, we have bow number 32. This is Michelle Wilmot, from Lincoln Park Boat Club in Chicago. Michelle raced this event 3 years ago. She's raced in the mixed doubles charity event for 5 years in a row. She enjoys racing at the head of the Charles. She's medaled in the Masters Nationals, and she's been rowing for about 10 years. So great line into the bridge here. And she's got clear water now to the finish. So just coming around the Elliott corner now, in the orange top with the black boat is Melissa Macris from Sagatuck.
Boys, hey! All right. It's a little misty. Pick it up.
Okay, let's give Michelle a little hand. Get her down that last half mile. Beautiful.
Yeah, I was just saying, this first time I launched from here. Yeah. Launched from magazine, launched from clear, and here. So,
In practice days, you couldn't go across. You
Yeah.
had to go follow the course, right?
and we didn't want to row the whole course, so say, because I want to go across, they wouldn't let us. They said, no, you got to go here. And we went there, and they wouldn't let us cross. Got to go here. And he told us we could turn to Riverside, and then we got down this way. Yeah, I'll have a seat. Right. Jamie. Packed race, man. You been training much? Yeah. How's the knee holding up? How's your shoulder base? Yeah? Yeah? Cool. Really? Hamstrings? Well, no, the one that's the cushion. This is the leg. Huh. Steve, 2 balls. Yeah.
They made me chair.
15 minutes.
Where do you come from? Oh, that's all right then, but it's still pretty early.
Yeah.
You don't know where it is,
Way back when. We raced in Dublin when we first started. Oh, yeah. You guys.
All right, so we'd like to thank our sponsor, Boathouse Sports. Boathouse Sports, the official outfitter of the U.S. Rowing National and Olympic team, is proud to be here as a sponsor of this year's regatta. The Boathouse pop-up store at the head of the Charles features an exclusive view of the Boathouse collection, a brand new line of apparel featuring a collection of Boathouse's iconic jackets, base layers, and casual wear, all handcrafted locally in Philadelphia and ready for you to purchase today. Members of the U.S. Rowing National Team will also be hanging out at the Boathouse store this weekend between 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., so be sure to stop by to congratulate them on their success and to get your autograph from the 2016 Olympic champions.
Even better, they might be able to autograph an article of apparel that you purchased there. And you go home with a wonderful souvenir.
Yeah, and then never wash it.
It's rowing gear. You don't have to wash it. Hey, coming up, we've got the Senior Masters 8s, event number 6. And we've got quite the international lineup this year with entries from Great Britain, France, Switzerland, Japan, and the Netherlands. Leading the field is Moseley with a very different lineup from their crew that dominated in 2015. They're going to have to keep the rate high throughout Mag Beach to hold off the two-time winners and course record holders, Marin. That's bow number 2. 2016 could also be the comeback of the famed Team Adager crew. Bow number 16, that's sort of a hometown group loaded with ringers. They won this division from 2006 through 2011. Now they're Grand Masters eligible. Be chasing down the États-Unis, bow number 8, and the 2015 Grandmaster champions in this division, the 1980 Rowing Club, which is bow number 9.
And you shouldn't write off the London Rowing Club at bow number 3. With 5 of last year's crew returning, this year's lineup has won the British Masters Championships, Henley Regatta, and Henley Regatta. So some good crews, and here they are, Jerry, coming around the corner.
Coming around the corner is...
And look at this line around the corner.
I would say that is bow number 1, although I can't see
It is bow number 1.
Yeah.
So this is Moseley.
Moseley looks to be putting a good distance on the rest of the field. No one else in view. Moseley doing very well. Give him a big hand, folks. Look at that line through this turn. To put an 8 on those big, very nicely done. Good coxing. Marin has some distance to make up. They're holding their own, but they're not moving at all on Moseley, who's walking away from them. Marin also with a beautiful course. Look at the oars right over the buoys. What a nice line that is.
Behind them, the London Rowing Club in the red.
Hard to say whether London's given up a little bit of distance to Marin on this turn or not.
Very hard to say.
All 3 of these boats rowing very, very well. After 30 or 40 years, you finally get good at it, don't you?
If you practice over those 30 or 40 years, yeah, you do. So they've definitely opened up a little bit of ground on bow number 4. Bow number 4 here is the 87 Gold crew from Boston.
Seth Bauer, Mike Tatey, Jonathan Smith, Ted Patton, Michael Still, Peter Nordell, Jeffrey McLaughlin, Doug Burden, and John Pescatori.
So the U.S.
USA
World Championship gold medal crew from 1987, hence the name 87 Gold. They've raced this event with this lineup intact for several regattas.
Now they're being pushed. Bow number 6 is past 5. That's Palm Beach.
And they passed bow number 5, which is the Penn AC crew, being stroked by Cambridge Boat Club's Richard Kennelly, who was also stroke of the 1988 Olympic silver 4.
Go Penn.
All right, in the bright orange is the Fat Cat New York crew, a mix of former lightweights and heavyweights. This is the first of 3 Fat Cat Senior Masters men's 8s.
Okay, making a race of it is États-Unis trying to get by Chinook. Chinook is not given much room. They went a little bit wide, but they jump right back on the buoy line. They're going to have to earn it. They're not close enough to call for the line yet.
All right, crew number 9 is contains the 1980 Olympic team members.
10.
And the crew just following now, crew number 10, also has some of the 1980 Olympic crew.
Absolutely. They've got Sean Colgan, Dick Cashin, Kurt Somerville, Paul Prelot, Charles Altacruz, Mike Hess, John Everett, Bruce Ibbotson, and John Chatsky.
So a little
All
bit of
members of the
competition
1980
now.
team.
A little bit of competition now on the bend as crew 13 is pushing bow 11. They don't quite have, they're not quite close enough to push.
Potomac, I think, is
Out,
close
yeah.
enough to call for the line.
Getting there.
They're pushing on North Dakota. What'll happen here is Potomac will take the inside of the bridge here to try to get the inside of the Belmont Hill turn. But they're really going to have to up the horsepower to get by that other boat.
Here in the red boat, we have crew 14. They've already passed bow 12, the Fat Cat crew in orange. So bow 14 is USD alumni, two-time defending San Diego Crew Classic champions in the men's Masters D. This is the second Fat Cat crew, crew number 12.
This turn is so tight for an 8 that sometimes the coxswain has to get on the rudder a little bit more than they would like to, and it really slows the boat down, and or it makes the course a little bit tougher to take. A very subtle way to get around that turn efficiently. You'll see the best boats just go flying through while others struggle.
Coming in front of the Cambridge Boathouse now is Team Attager. This is a Cambridge crew.
This is Team Manager, the presenters of the Head of the Charles Regatta. These are the members of the Head of the Charles. Charlie Hamlin, Chuck Piper, Fred Schock, Roger Burgard. Bow number 17 is New Haven rowing. And they've gotten by bow number 15. 15 is CRI from up the stream in Brighton.
And we have a few crews coming around, Jerry. Always interesting in an 8s race.
Well, bow number 21 is the second one here, and they're pushing hard on number 18. So they've already passed a few boats and looking to pass another one. That's Upper Valley from Hanover, New Hampshire.
We have bow number 22
And
taking the
Avalon
white
Bayonne
course.
from Aquitaine, France. It's in close to us in the Vespoli shell.
Here we
Very
have
exciting here.
bow number 22. This is the Cornell alumni in the red boat passing bow number 15. Bow number 15 on the, bow number 19 on the buoy line is California. So passing here on the Cambridge side, that gives them the inside turn on
Absolute advantage on this corner, yeah.
on this next corner.
They spent a little extra distance getting here, but they're going to get it at the end.
We have bow number 20, Warren from Massachusetts.
I'm getting text messages telling me to move further from the mic because there's distortion. Okay, Cameron, I'll do it.
All right, just coming around the corner, we have bow 25, which is Kent Mitchell, who've just passed on the inside of bow 23. Bow 23 is Leander from Ontario, Canada.
And they're being squeezed by number 24 right behind them, Hartford.
Just coming around the corner now is bow 26.
6.
This is the Cambridge crew. They're being pushed now by bow 27, Motley from Vermont. And
In the Cambridge boat, Jane Hanlon driving, Patrick Perry, Cy Danberg, Vern Schrager, James Hentlian, Steve Timpany, Carlo Petrucciello, Mark Findice, and Ken Dupuis.
so holding their place here, but just being pushed behind by 27 and 28 Bulldog from New Jersey.
Let's go, Cambridge. In that motley crew are two of the Dreisegacker brothers. Bring you the C2 oars that are used by so many of the boats out here. Great competitors. Inventors of the Concept 2 ERG, torture machine. Bow number 29 with the red shirts is the Ancient Mariners from Seattle. Those Ancient Mariners up in Washington have the advantage of being able to row all winter on Lake Washington, and it's just a beautiful place to be out there to go rowing. They don't have the ice we have here.
That's great. Just coming around the bend now is bow 31, who NU alumni.
Oh yeah, the Northeastern University alumni coming around bow number 31. They've gotten past Occoquan International. Occoquan is all former national team rowers. It's a Rolodex team from USA, Great Britain, and Norway. Bow number 37 from Riverside Boat Club. Martha Strom is Cox, Mike Bannister, George Milne, Art Mann, John Yasitis, Don Dickinson, Graham Barnes, Matt Schoenwald, and Mark Hafner. Great competitors, one and all. What is that thing? 34. Bow number 34, Ankou from France, rowing with a GoPro camera on the bow. They're going to have a good record of this race to bring home with them. Actually, they've got one on bow and one on the stern. MIT grads coming up. Bow number 32, Guillermo Vicens, John Malarkey, Bruce Anderson, Mike Perlmutter, David Lee, Pat Desjardins, Matthew Coates, Bruce Parker, and Don Sayer. All the original MIT lightweight varsity boat. They won the head in 1967 and went to Henley in 69, 89, 2009, and they come back to the head here in 2000 and rode in the head ever since. This boat coming up now is Partez from Tokyo. Give them a big hand. We have some people who came all the way from Tokyo to come race with us. Lisa Muntz is driving. Nobuhisa Ishikaka, Yoshi Harada, Chris Mallon, Hiroyuki Hazama, Hiroyuya Matsuzaki, Koichi Tanaka, Kenji Mura, and Tomoyuki Zen.
So now
Thanks
coming
for
around the
coming.
bend,
More GoPros.
taking a phenomenal line here at Upper Thames from Remenham in Berkshire.
Going with the Harvard blades.
They've made up a lot of time, passing a number of boats, including bow number 38.
People here would say Berkshire, but I guess they're really from Berkshire, is it?
And they're really from Berkshire. The winners of the D pennant at the Vesta International Race in London. In March 2016, finalist in the D8s at Henley Masters. The three-man John Evans is the owner of Active Tools and inventor of the world-famous Coxorb. Upper Thames is the only rowing club situated on the Henley Regatta course. And we're very grateful for for them for hosting us, which they often do when we visit the Henley
And they've just
races.
gotten by SC Kusnacht from Zurich. Some more group of men from the Z Club in Kusnacht. Wonderful to have them come all the way from Switzerland for us. Also in the Harvard blades right out here, bow number 42. That's Upper Thames. Missed to call them run. They've gotten by bow number 36. 36 is St. Andrews alumni from Middletown, Delaware.
And here, mixing it up, we've got some good passing going on.
Okay, the aging Aggies from Boston have just gotten by Wesleyan alumni from Middletown, Connecticut. And 43, some more Fat Cats.
So the Fat Cat's pushing from the inside,
Pushing well.
passing bow 39.
That's the Wesleyan alumni.
Round number 35 here. This is a local
It's the
club, CRI.
Second CRI boat in this event. We've got some great racing coming up here. Leading the pack is Downing from Cambridge, England. Downing College alumni from the 1980s. Going all alone. Following them in the Empire. Pushing well. That's another Upper Valley club decked out in their green.
Side by side here, we've got from the inside.
From the inside on our side. Oh, we're,
49 is in the middle.
okay, 49 pushing through. Express from Cambridge, England. Pushing by an Occoquan boat. Nice tight racing here. Good steering. And that's Avalon from Washington, D.C. on our side. See him moving out and dropping right back in behind that other boat. Being passed efficiently. That's the key to not losing much ground. Engvirden from Friesland. And 15. Rude and Smooth from Greenwich, Connecticut. These are all the members of the 74 and 75 undefeated national championship Harvard crew. King's Crown from New York. This is the Columbia University lightweights from 71 and 72.
Actually, mine is not at all on. Mine is just that's just to show the
Okay, some more of our visitors from overseas, from Leichendam, Zwede, Holland, R.V. Rindland. Rindland? Yeah. Bob Vandegraff, bronze medalist. He coxed 4 1964 Olympics. Hanky Helle and Henk Steffels participated in the Cox 4 and 1970 World Champs. Bernard Huitzen participated in the 72 Olympics Cox pair. This team won medals in all recent FISA Masters, will be present this year in Copenhagen. Their favorite opponent is Occoquan, whom they beat every year. Wait a minute, they meet every year.
And now in the white boat from France, Ailebin. The French Masters champions from 2005 and 6. Actually, they've got a boat full of French champions. Too many to name right now, but they've pushed past bow 56. Bow 56 is
Sons of the
Sons of the
Thames.
Thames.
Yeah.
And here, bow 50. Bow 50 is White Marsh. All right, coming around the corners, this is the second express boat from Cambridge in the UK. Who have passed and are pushing ahead and away from bow 54. Bow 54 is from Hamburg. So this really is an international event today. We've had more than one boat from a lot of international clubs. So this is the second express boat club boat passing now from Cambridge, UK.
The Hamburger and Germania Ruder Club is established in 1836. It's the oldest rowing club in Germany and outside of the UK.
So here, still in order, we have just coming around the bend now is bow 60, George Watson's from Edinburgh in Scotland. This crew has an age range between 45 and 70 years. The crew members have been multiple Scottish champions, Great Britain champions, World Masters Regatta medalists. They're followed by Wilmington from Delaware, the men's Masters Suite team, who are excited to be here. We've got a few boats coming around the corner now. And pushing forward in the middle of those is bow 59, who've pushed through bow 55, who moved on the bend to let them through. And they're being pushed themselves by bow 62. So bow 55.
Bow 59 is Litchfield Rowing Association from Connecticut. We've got a Harvard alumni boat.
And the boat pushing on the inside is bow 62. Bow 62 is the Mount Baker crew from Seattle, pushing through the Harvard crew.
This is the Harvard lightweights that are rowing through. The 50th anniversary of the Harvard lightweights is in the head of the Charles. They started out with 4/8 entered in 1966.
So this is interesting, Jerry, as you mentioned before. On this bend, you really want to get to the inside so that you're on the inside of the next bend.
So it's all in the way you exit from the Elliott Bridge. If you can exit close to the Cambridge side or the
You want to
Watertown side of the Cambridge side of the bridge, then you're in good shape to make the inside of the Belmont Hill turn. There's one tricky buoy right at the end of the dock that you have to be careful of.
It's really a shame that after they go through the bridge, we can't see how it ends up.
We should get a drone. We should have a drone so we can fly it around and have a look.
So there's a U.S. dealer? Someone brings it over. You don't get it. You don't order it.
I don't know. It might be, because it's not that many. Right? So you're selling 700? That's an impact right there in 80, right? So, like, how many, maybe they sell 100 a year in the United States?
Well, Julie, one of our sponsors is wonderful. It's the Whole Foods Market. They're a wonderful supporter of this year's regatta. You can find them over at the Weld Exhibition Hall for a chance to row your way to fun prizes and gift cards. The Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store. There's a wonderful Whole Foods located just on River Street, just downstream by the River Street Bridge.
Did you hear about that? The Canadian trade deal fell through?
Oh, yeah.
Over people in Wallonia.
And would also like to welcome Water Rower back to the head of the Charles and his official regatta partner. This year, Water Rower has teamed with Pull for a Cure to support their fundraising efforts for breast cancer research. Swing by their tent at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to warm up on their American-made rowing simulators. And for each individual that rows 250 meters, Water Rower will make an additional donation to the fund. So show up and bring 10 friends, and everybody row 250.
Which 10 friends are you taking, Jerry?
Well, you'll come, won't you?
Of course I will.
I'm sure I've got 10 other friends around.
I think we've got 2 here. Kristen, yeah.
Or like the Dutch and the Germans. And they're
Going to go row, what was it, 250?
Water rower.
The water rower. There's a challenge. You take 10.
Okay, here we are.
Wow.
Bow number 1, Chinook. No, I'm sorry, that's bow number 2. Bow number 2, Long Beach has passed Chinook. Chinook is trying to get it back on the inside on the boot. And I think that Long Beach has got him.
All right.
Long Beach has got him, and they've got a clean line right through the bridge. Bow number 3 is Marin. They're also moving on. They're moving on Chinook as well. And I think Long Beach has put some distance on Marin as well. The California ladies. Dun, 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 dun. Reminds me of a song. I don't know what that was. Something came over me. I'm sorry.
All right, in the black and white, this is Upper Thames from Remenham in Berkshire.
Upper Thames got a 4th in the head of Charles last time they were here. They won the UK 2016 Vesta Veterans Head in the 50 and over category. Rowing a very nice clean course.
And they're followed by bow number 6, who've passed bow number 5. So bow number 6 is Don Rowing from Mississauga, Ontario, and they've already passed Etats-Unis.
Tazuni with
pink.
Holly Hatton, Peggy Bailey, Carol Brown, Jenny Marshall, Kay Worthington, Claudia Schneider, Carrie Graves, Carol Bauer, and Evelyn Heyman. This is a return of the entry from the 1980 team members.
All right, and they've been passed by bow number 6, Don Rowing, Wendy O'Neill, Kristen Jeffrey, Gina Bin, Michelle Dunlop, Louise Saucy Fraser, Corrie Sims, Catherine Ristick, Sophie Duff, and Sandra Martin.
These 2 boats carry legendary women rowers from their respective countries, from Canada and the U.S., all champions.
And in the bright colors now coming round the bend, this is Maritime from Connecticut. This crew finished 7th last year. They started 7th today.
They started 7th, and they're right in place.
This is Catherine Isaza, Janine Hackett, Leanne Douglas, Claire Schoen, Karen Liffman, Hilary Parkhurst, Maria Clutie, Casey Lange, and Colleen Galloway. So in the bright colors, just passing now in front of the Cambridge Boathouse. We have a little bit of a competition here, just coming round the bend.
With the red blades, 3 Rivers has gotten by Conabear from Seattle. Both boats rowing very well. Conabear taking a little wide, trying to get that distance back at the other side of the bridge.
And immediately behind them, we have bow number 11, who are holding off or trying to hold off bow numbers 12. They've already passed bow 10. So bow 11 have the inside, bow 12 are trying to pass them on the outside in the red.
Okay, so that's Cambridge, bow number 11. It's our own boat. Rod Warner driving, Kristen Fowkes, Naomi Butterfield, Beth Mooney, Ruth Kennedy Suddeth, Lauren Detlefson, Marina Traub, Nina Streeter, and Alex James. Most rowed for the Boston Rowing Center, a lightweight national team training team in 1980s and 90s. And number 10 is the 1980 team from Cambridge, all members of past national and Olympic teams. Kathy O'Neill Smith, Carly Gear, Judy Gear, Nancy Vispoli, Margie Kate, Ann Jonick, Karen Klinger, Jackie Snyder, and Susan Hooten.
Now coming in front of the boathouse, we have bow number 13. This is Lake Union from Seattle in Washington. So Lake Union drives across the U.S. to row at the head of the Charles every year, and some of these athletes have raced many times. In the boat this year, we have Adrian Ramos, Marilyn Love, Tiffany Severid, Stacey Jones, Laurie Leak, Elaine Christensen, Kalini Stansel, Julie Metzger, and Judith Nageli. So now in order, we have boats 14, 15, and 16. So this is Orlando Rowing Club from Florida, followed by Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Masters Coaching from Massachusetts. So in front of going into the Elliott Bridge now is Orlando Rowing Club in the bright green hats. This crew trains and coaches with Mike Vertulo and Ben Snyder. They're followed by the Ann Arbor crew, who say that like the Millennium Falcon, they've got it where it counts. And they're followed by Masters Coaching. Masters Coaching is a bit of a Rolodex crew. They get out together at clinics and regattas. Yeah.
20.
So 18 coming around the corner. This is a Fat Cat crew who are trying to hold off bow 20. Bow 20 is Saratoga. These guys have already both passed bow 17. Bow 17 is Rock Creek from Maryland. So the Fat Cat crew just going in front of the Cambridge Boathouse here, trying to hold off bow 20, the Saratoga crew. Saratoga are pushing them as they go into the bridge here. Fat Cat crew are just holding them off. And all of these crews now have clear water from the boats behind. We can't see anything right now coming around the bend. Oh yeah, spoke too soon. Here we go. The next crew coming into sight is bow 21. Bow 21 is Marin. Marin Rowing out of Green Bay, California. And they're being followed by bow 23. So this is Marinas coming around the Elliott Bend now. Still have a gap between bow 23, who've passed bow 22. Oh, sorry, bow 24. So they're being pushed by bow 24. So we have coming in front of the boathouse now, bow 21. And then coming round the bend, we have bow 23, who have moved out to give way to bow 24. Bow 24 is from the East Bay in Oakland, California. So this is great steering. The bow 23, the Blue Heron crew from Philadelphia, just moved out enough to give the Oakland crew space to get through, but not so far that they've lost their line on the bridge.
Actually, they're kind of strategically holding Oakland off.
They are, that's right.
They're gonna say, you've got to work for it on the next turn because Oakland is stuck now on the outside of the Belmont Hill turn.
Yeah, they want to sneak across.
Yeah, they're going to get it back. They're going to savvy steering. Blue Herons get a good line coming in without interfering. They're pulling away again.
Right, on the buoy line now we have bow 22. This is St. George's from Auckland in New Zealand. And they've passed bow 19 in the black boat on the outside, and they're being chased by bow 26.
Mendota from Madison, Wisconsin. Mendota rowing a beautiful line. Trying to gobble up two boats in a row here.
And again, you can see here, Jerry, on the bend, bow 27.
Taking it wide over on our side.
is on tight on the buoy line, and bow 25 has moved out to give space. So bow 25 is the Greater Lawrence Rowing from Massachusetts. It's just moving out to give some space to Molesey Boat Club from London. Passing on the inside here. And they want to really drive it through now so that they can get past before the next bend.
Mosley's really got to put it on to get past Lawrence. Uh-oh, Lawrence is moving out and could interfere any moment now. There it is. We have a little oar contact there.
A little bit of a crash.
You never want to get into that. It just slows everybody down.
All right, the blue boat now passing in front of the boathouse is boat 29. This is Hingham Maritime Center from Massachusetts. And bow number 32. Melbourne University from Victoria.
Now you've got some boats swinging very wide down here.
So on the
green,
inside
number
we have bow 34. This is Minneapolis Boat Club.
And they've gotten by bow number 30.
Bow number 30 is Blood Street Skulls from Connecticut. And 28 Mount Baker.
Pushing hard is 36. Pushing hard on both of those boats is number 36, right on the buoy line. And that's DeWolf from Boston. This is BU Women's Rowing alumni.
And right behind them, bow number 37 is passing inside of bow 35.
That's Weybridge from Great Britain on the buoy line. And they're getting by Nashville.
Behind them on the buoy line is bow 38.
Now just watch these boats as they come through the bridge. They both have got great lines.
Bow 38 in the black, passing in front of, or passing on the inside of bow 31. These boats getting a little bit too close together.
That'll be 38. It's Radcliffe alumni, and they're getting by Vesper. Vesper's corrected course now, and they're giving proper amount of distance.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, now they've got the Radcliffe boat is trying to come out to get the turn.
Then coming up, having caught up some
Cambridge
time
Boat
here
Club
is bow 42, College Club from Seattle.
That was CBC's own Mary Farrell in that Radcliffe boat.
All right. So bow 42, this is an all-star crew from Seattle. With the green blades, this is bow number 40. White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken.
Well done.
So coming through on the buoy line here now is bow 33, Quince Sigamond, followed by bow 41, Albany from New York. And then on the inside is bow 39 of Chargers from Liverpool, New York. Now coming through on the inside of bow 41 may just hold them off, having passed on the outside, but they're pushing back. So bow 39 right on the tail of bow 41 as they go into the bridge here.
Go ahead.
Where did you score that?
Pardon me?
Where did you score that?
Oh, just outside. Yeah.
Got some coffee and bagels here.
That was some pretty great racing. You watch that. Good steering for those
Yeah,
bridges.
some of these eights are doing some phenomenal steering today. And look at the weather. The weather stayed amazing. We thought that we'd have some high winds by now, and it's just perfect.
On the ramp in front of the boathouse, Greg Benning, 5P, champion Greg Benning. Blair Crawford giving an appropriate amount of distance there behind him. Congratulations, Greg. Well done.
All right, our next event is the Men's Senior Masters Fours. So before that, we've just got time to thank a few of our sponsors. BNY Mellon, presenting sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta, the global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon manages more than $1.3 trillion in assets under management and operates in more than 36 countries around the world. Learn more at bnymellon.com.
If you've noticed on the bridge here and around on the light poles and all around the course, AMI Graphics is proud to bring you the official HOCR pole banners and commemorative banners for 2016. Be sure and visit the AMI Graphics pop-up store over at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and pick up this year's official merchandise. They've got absolutely beautiful stuff. Go on over there and help AMI Graphics. They're going to celebrate the tradition of the regatta with authentic event merchandise. Pick them up before they're all gone, and be sure to get them autographed by some of the medal winners. It'll be a great commemorative piece to bring home. Well, we saw the Dreisigacker brothers go by in their 8 a little earlier, and they bring you Concept 2, of course. So the Concept 2 CTS are the best oars on the river, according to Concept 2. Give them a try. Which one is right for you? You're going to get the very best match for your crew, whether it's a sweep oar, a sculling oar, whatever type of blade you'd like, whatever type of shaft you'd like, and whatever type of grip you'd like. Go visit the Concept 2 CTS tent located next to Hudson. Concept 2 CTS is the official oar supplier of the Head of the Charles. And right next to the Concept 2 CTS tent is, of course, the Hudson Boat Works tent. Hudson's proud to be the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles Regatta. This year, more than 80 crews, including many of the world's best rowers, will be gathering in the Shark Zone, home of the Grade 8s. Come on by and see how Hudson's pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. You'll get some great stuff there. And while we're talking about shells, there goes the Cambridge Boat Club Resolute shell, all right? Resolute makes absolutely beautiful carbon fiber shells right here in Connecticut. And they're Newport, down that way. They make beautiful boats. Give them a try. They're also over at the Rowing and Fitness Expo.
So we can probably share some results from some of the earlier races. In the men's senior veteran singles 1 and 2, senior veteran 1 was won by Michael Turbay.
There's nothing fragile in here.
From Greenwich, followed by Chuck Cook from St. Louis and Dan Bork from Berkeley, California. In the senior veteran 2 race, this would be won by Henry Hamilton, with Bart Pasternak second. These are at the moment unofficial results.
We're going all the way to the Wells Boathouse.
And Ben Jones.
Go down to Harvard.
In the women's race, veteran 1, Diane Davis, won by 30 seconds over Cynthia Cole and Catherine Widgery.
Yeah, she was just in this last event.
Where did she go to school?
Santa Clara University.
So you're from California too?
No, we're not. Neither of us are from California. She grew up in Massachusetts. I grew up in New York.
In the men's veteran singles, Tim Wilsarlen won the veteran 1 and Richard Anderson the veteran 2. Again, these are unofficial results.
You remember this club?
Never have
In the
been.
men's grandmasters, of course, Greg Benning
Came to the first one.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
won by
We were all over there.
25 seconds over Jim McGaffigan.
My wife rode with the Boston Rowing
And Tom
Club
Bora.
at Weld when it was an Olympic development team back in the 80s.
Yeah, well,
All right, and the next race is just coming around the bend now. This is the men's senior masters fours.
MOWKS.
so you live in Cambridge now.
Bow number 1 in the lead. This is Tyrion from London, being pushed hard by bow number 2. Bow number 2 is the Cambridge boat
By the Kendall Square area.
of John Lindberg, Adam Baller, Chris Richards, and Rich Sampson.
So it's in his commute. Kind of, yeah.
He just graduated from Boston.
So bow number 2 gaining on bow number 1 here as we go in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
It's even better. Must be really good.
So that college cup's would be in 6th.
That's Kate Applebaum, John Lindberg, Adam Ballow, Chris Richards, and Rich Sampson. Cambridge Boat Club, pushing hard.
But she's in 10th.
Yeah, so she'll be happy. Yeah. She was well, they haven't been top 10 the last couple of years.
Okay, so Cambridge is ahead by 3 seconds as they leave the bridge here.
When was that time he beat up 10?
So the Carries have to go this year.
Going to the bridge now, 1980, another Cambridge crew.
You wanted to right away.
Gary Goldring, Alex Cook, Michael Tartar, Philip Steckel, and Bill Purdy. Here we have bow number 4 in the black boat. River City from Sacramento, followed by Sam Amish Rowing from Washington, and Western Reserve from Ohio.
What they tell you about coming through? The gate. Did you tell who you were?
Okay, bow number 8 here, coming around the bend, have just pushed through past bow number 7. Bow number 8, Ann Arbor, Michigan, having passed the Riverside crew from Cambridge. On the bend here, we have bow number 10 passing on the outside of bow number 9. Bow number 10 is Greenbrae, passing Pelham CRA on the outside. In the green, of course, we have Evergreen from New York. The Evergreen crew of Brian Alston, Mark Montplaisir, James Crawford, Eric Hagberg, and Greg Ubenschein. Bow number 13 now, coming around the corner, is the Riverside Boat Club from Cambridge. Elizabeth Thane, Ernest Cook, Cambridge Boat Club's John Saxelby, Andrew O'Brien, and Paul Heimlicher.
According to this app, we've got Cambridge is still in the lead on this race. Where they're split at the CBC at 14:39. They were 5 seconds ahead of the second place boat, bow number 1.
Senior guys, I don't remember the guy's name, up in Toronto at the Veterans World Championships in the 80s. Do you remember the tragedy on the river a number of years ago with these
Coming up now, Julie, is Rocky Mountain from Aurora, Colorado. They've been rowing this race since the 1970s.
last guy's name started with an I? I'm trying to remember his name. he was a friend of mine. He lived here.
And they're followed by bow 15, another Marine crew who raced last year.
He was back.
So Parker Addison, Alan Collinette, Duncan Spencer, Kevin Clark, and Simo Hoyte.
Of the coach had launched and crashed in and hit him in the back and just damaged
A little bit of competition now coming around the corner. This is bow 16, who've passed bow 12. So bow 16 is Yarmouth Rowing Club, who passed bow 12, the Greenwich crew, who have moved out and given way. They're being pushed now by bow 19. Bow 19 is Don Rowing.
Are we going to walk to Weld?
Bow 19 on the buoy line.
He's in Martin.
And they've passed bow 18. Bow 18 with the red oars and the white boat just coming in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
That'll be Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting
Coming up now, bow number 20, the Vesper boat from Philadelphia. Under the bow of that boat is Frances Sipes, who's a coxswain. She's a CBC member.
No.
Go Frances.
I don't know.
Good course.
Even, I think
And behind that boat, passing on the inside, is bow 22. That's Sammamish, who are passing bow 21, Ann Arbor.
pretty nice.
Right Kendall Square.
Christian Johnson has just brought to my attention that we could have a real race on our hands here. Watch for bow number 34 when it comes up. They've got a faster time at Weld than the Cambridge boat did.
So we have bow 23. Bow 23 is Aging Aggies. They're followed by bow 26, Mount Baker. And in the orange boat, this is bow 17. They're falling a little bit behind from Willamette, Oregon.
Willamette.
Willamette.
The accent on there is syllable.
I know, just don't have the right accent.
Bye-bye.
So this is bow 28, just passing in front of the boathouse. This is Marin, another Marin crew, who have pushed their way forward.
And on the buoy line is bow number 27. That's Saugatuck, but they're being hard pressed by bow number 32, who's actually passing them on the outside.
And bow number 34 on the buoy line, which is passing on the inside.
34 with the Harvard oars are the one you got to watch. We're going to see how they do. They're Crabtree Rowing out of London. They're all Cambridge University alumni, previous boat race and international oarsmen. They had a terrific split at Weld. We'll see how they do here.
So coxed by Lauren Harvey. The crew is Dave Riches, Matt Parrish, Toby Blackhouse, and Sean Gorby.
And closer to us, bow number 32 is Grasshopper from Zurich. Winners of multiple Swiss championships. Look at the steering of that bow number 34 with the Harvard blades. Well done.
And in the red boat, bow number 25, this is the Blood Street Skulls. And followed in the white boat by bow 31, New Haven, Connecticut. In the bright yellow and blue and red is bow 29. 29. This is Corvallis from Oregon. And bow 30, Yarmouth Rowing Club.
And we've just learned from our technical advisor here, Christian Johnson, that Crabtree from London is 5 seconds faster than CBC at this split at the bridge. This boat is just up. The Elliott Bridge gets another victim. That's a full stop on that one. When you get in that close, you're lucky if you don't break an oar.
And we have bow 38. This is a Molesey crew, also from the UK. They describe themselves as the Molesey Legends, or Legends. Hugh Pelham, Richard Manners, Joanne Cooper, and Gavin Stewart.
Wilmington, Delaware is bow number 24. They've given up quite a bit of time.
Then we have bow 41 pushing on round the corner here. Bow 41 is East Arm from New York. The EARC Men's D4 champions at the 2015 Masters Nationals. And they're being pushed or starting to be pushed by Bow 44.
Oh, they've absolutely. 44 is ahead of them. Wallingford from England. First time at the head of the Charles. They've got a strong history of success in Masters rowing. They've closed the gap quite a bit.
So Bow 39 on the inside. It's unusual to see a boat with white oars. So Bow 39 on the inside is Chinook, and they're passing on the inside of Bow 33, Maidenhead from England.
That's a very good pass, Julie, as they come across.
This is the second Cambridge boat coming around the corner.
That's number 42, Peter Yao, John Lambert, Steve Hamilton, Ed Ford, and Tim Fulham at the stroke.
Let's go!
Crew rowing together for
Come on,
4 years.
Cameron! Let's go, Steve!
Great job.
Come on, Hamilton, come on!
And they're being pushed by the blue boat, bow number 45 from San Diego,
Nice rating! Look at smooth, boys!
and bow number 43, Atomic Rowing from Tennessee.
Close to us is East Arm from Greenville Lake, New York. It's going to get a little close up here. Coxswains are setting up and looking where they're going now, so it's going to be safe.
Coming around the bend now, we have crews 35 and 40, Merrimack from Massachusetts, and the Andover crew from Wayland, Massachusetts.
Number 38. Number 38.
So maybe having picked up a little bit of time, crew number 49 is coming around the bend right on the buoy line. That's Minneapolis. They've already passed bow number 47. Bow number 47 is the Kent Mitchell crew.
See that again? The one that I met recently.
Number 50 here is Westward Rowing, Westward, Massachusetts. Westward Rowing rows on Forge Pond in Westward, a 350-meter-long lake, with a coach calling out instructions from the shore as he circles on his bicycle. I guess they're good at turning. Number 36 is Avalon from Washington, D.C. And they're being passed on the buoy line by Nunsuch from Pocatello, Idaho. These are members of the undefeated 69-72 Harvard Lightweights. They're using Harvard oars.
Jerry, it looks as though you were right about that crew 34. Crew 34 looks as though they pipped the Cambridge crew at the finish.
This is Norwalk River going by now. Number 48, Nonprofit Community Rowing Center.
Yeah. Old stuff.
Litchfield's Hills Rowing from Connecticut. John Ewing, Daniel Lynch, Pete Donahue, and Michael Kelly. Cox by Anonymous.
So he was their coxswain for a while.
All these big guys swarming around him.
So it's sort of interesting because it's a sport in which when they continue with it, they aren't really coached anymore. Coached. You know, and they in your coordination with the team. What?
Well, Julie, we got to say thank you again to Land Rover. I can't say enough about Land Rover. They're fantastic automobiles. They're a proud sponsor of the 52nd Head of the Charles. With a new Land Rover as your companion, you'll see adventure wherever you go. Head over to the Land Rover display today to experience for yourself or visit your local Boston area Land Rover retailer to see the full lineup of Land Rover vehicles. Adventure is yours for the pick. You'll never get stuck with a Land Rover. Here's a really fun one. Xfinity is another one of our sponsors. Stop by the Weld exhibition. Take the Xfinity X1 Challenge. Ride a motorcycle powered by Xfinity Internet. Experience NASCAR in virtual reality and see how Xfinity beats the competition hands down. The Weld Center. Go see Xfinity.
So Jerry, we're watching the real-time results of our last race that passed here, and we noticed that on the unofficial results on the Here Now app, we're seeing Wallingford in first place, and Crabtree in second place, and Cambridge in third place. Again, these are the unofficial online times, and the race is still going on.
I think we're done. No, I mean, I think the race is done. The times are not yet official. Boathouse Sports is the official outfitter of U.S. rowing national and Olympic teams, and they're proud to be here as a sponsor of this year's regatta. Their pop-up store is over at the Head of the Charles Expo tent. They have an exclusive, check it out for an exclusive view of the Boathouse Collection, which is a brand new line of apparel featuring a collection of their iconic jackets, base layers, and casual wear, all handcrafted locally in Philadelphia, and ready for you to purchase today. Members of the U.S. Rowing National Team will be hanging out at the Boathouse store this weekend between 11 and 1. So that's about now, so go on over there and be sure to stop by and congratulate them on their success and get an autograph from your 2016 Olympic champions. Thanks to Boathouse for making that possible.
So Water Rower, we would like to thank once again Water Rower, back to the Head of the Charles as an official regatta partner. This year, Water Rower has teamed with Pull for a Cure to support their fundraising efforts for breast cancer research. please swing by their tent at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to warm up on their American-made rowing simulators. And for each individual that rows 250 meters, Water Rower will make an added donation to the fund. So head down to Water Rower, row 250 meters, and help the breast cancer research campaign. Whole Foods Market. The head of the Charles is pleased to have Whole Foods Market as a proud sponsor of this year's regatta. Stop by the World Exhibition Hall for a chance to row your way to fun prizes and gift cards. Whole Foods Market, America's healthy grocery store. Girardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop at Fenway Hall is thrilled to be a first-time supporter of the head of the Charles. Stop by their booth at the World Exhibition for a complimentary chocolate tasting all weekend. Warm up with premium Girardelli hot cocoa for sale at the Girardelli booth now. So our next race up is the Women's Senior Masters Fours. Our friends from Hanover, New Hampshire, surprised this field last year and head off and bow number 1. They started at bow 24, but won the event handily with a 9-second margin last year. They're back with the same lineup and bow number 1. They'll have some stiff competition from Toronto at bow number 2. Community rowing bow number 4 is a favorite for the Grand Masters special medal, so there is a special medal in this division. For a potential upset, also keep an eye on bow 41, Old Glory.
At the moment, Julie, at the first split at Weld, it looks like Toronto Sculling, bow number 2, has it over Upper Valley by a couple of seconds. So
And
they'll be up here pretty soon. Here they come.
Here they come, just around the corner
See who
now.
we've
This
got.
is bow number 1 being pushed very hard by bow number 2.
Bow number 2 is on the buoy line. They've got the perfect course. Bow number 1 is moving out a little bit to give them fair room to row. That's Upper Valley in the green on the outside, being followed by Toronto Sculling right on the buoy line. What a beautiful course. Look at that. They've got the blades over the buoys. They may have enough to actually pass in this turn. But what they've got to have is enough to not only pass, but to get in front of them and get the inside of the next turn. As it is, bow number 2 is ahead in time.
Yeah, just a little.
Sure. Let me move this out of the way.
And in fact,
Right it back here.
they're making a real race of it. These women are not giving it up easily.
Get it under the stairs.
Upper Valley pushing back, pushing back. They're going to try to maintain the inside of the turn at Belmont Hill.
Do you think so?
That's what the weather is. So I think that once it
And
starts.
both of these crews have created a significant lead from bow number 3. Just coming around the corner now, bow number 3 is Chinook.
You want to sit here?
Going a little wider in the red boat is bow number 4. This is CRI from Brighton, giving way on the inside to bow number 5. Bow number 5 is Minneapolis. In the green, now passing on the inside of the bend, again with a nice line. Oars just off the buoys.
So on our split reporter here,
Would you like to sit down?
you can see that Toronto Sculling is a full 10 seconds ahead of Upper Valley at this bridge. They started on a 10-second interval. Same thing here. Okay, you see Minneapolis will be 10 seconds ahead of CRI because they've closed the gap.
And coming around now is bow number 6. Bow number 6 is Carnegie Lake from Princeton, New Jersey. Okay, bow number 8 now, Sammamish Rowing Association, just coming in front of the boathouse. They're being pushed there by bow number 10. Early Lights from Seattle, who must have passed bow number 9. As you can see, bow number 11 on the inside, bow number 7 on the outside. So bow number 7 dropping back a little bit, bow number 11 coming through. Bow number 11 is Sagatuck, who passed bow number 7, Texas Rowing. Further around the bend, we have bow number 12, who've worked their way through as well. Bow number 12 is also Sagatuck, who've passed bow number 9, Pelham, and bow number 7.
How was it? How was good? You want? Yeah. Keep your priorities straight. That's what
So just in front of the Cambridge Boathouse now is bow number 12. This is Sagatuck. Anna Yamamoto, Sylvia Shepherd, Karen Purcell, Kit Huber, and Kate Weber, followed by bow number 9. So they've passed bow number 9 from Pelham, CRA. In the black boat now, bow number 13, Yarmouth Rowing Club from Maine. And in the bright green, bow number 14 from Oregon, just beginning to push on bow 13. They're being followed by bow 15, so Marin from Green Bay in California. So these three crews, closing the gap between them. Okay, so boat number 18 now is the white boat that's coming through on the inside, pushing through bow 16, which is Orleans. So bow 18 on the inside, East Arm, Greenwood Lake, New York, just beginning to take overlap with Orleans from Massachusetts. Okay, this is another Chinook boat, bow number 19. Deborah Lloyd, Cinda Grober, Deborah Noonan, Paula Kron-Merkel, and Janet Lancaster.
What do we do now? 'Cause I was going to take a stroll.
So a little bit of a gap now to the next boat, which would be bow 17. Yarmouth Rowing Club, so they've been passed by 18 and 19 and are being pushed by bow 20 and bow 21. So bow 20, Duluth from Minnesota, and Hudson River from New York. Right behind them, bow 25 has moved up quite a lot. That's Mount Baker from Seattle. Yep, who row on Lake Washington. They've passed bow 22 on the outside and 24. So 22, St. Catharines from Ontario, and 24, Norwalk River from Connecticut.
I'll see what's going on.
Right, so going through the bridge now, bow 25, Mount Baker. Bow 22, St. Catharines, being pushed again by bow 24 from Norwalk River in Connecticut. Here coming around the corner, we've got bow 27, PNRA, Mercer from Princeton, New Jersey. And they've already passed and claimed quite a lot of water from bow 26, Lake Union in Seattle. So Lake Union, the yellow boat just coming around the corner with the red and white blades, is back racing, a 61-year-old boat this year in the 60-plus subcategory of the Senior Masters event. This is Carrie Stengel, Dorothy Todd, Ona Trekoikas, Ann Wapat, and Kathy Roach. Apologies for the pronunciation. Then on the line coming around now, this is crew 32, so they've pushed up. This is Mendota from Madison, Wisconsin. And then 3 boats behind them, that's crew 34, who've passed crew 23 and crew 30. So crew 34 is Great River from Connecticut. These 4 ladies are no strangers to the Charles. 2 of them held the Club 4 record for 13 years when they were with Sagatuck. So they know the course. They're driving through the pack. On the inside, in the orange, we've got Greater Columbus from Ohio, who have passed on the inside of bow 23 from Orlando. Then next up, bow 28. This is Quinsigamond. And then with the white oars coming around the corner now. This is the second boat we've seen with these white oars. Do you know what they are, Jerry?
They're Australian.
Oh, okay. So this is bow 31 from Sydney.
I think it's something new from Croker.
Ah, okay. All right, bow number 37, Martha's Moms, a club established in 1984 by Martha Beatty.
I believe these were the moms that decided they would have something fun to do while their children were out rowing. So let's
Now
give
we've got
it
a
a try.
whole bunch of boats coming, widely spread around the corner. So the first 2 of these on the inside is bow 33, passing on the inside of bow 29. So 33 is Boulder, Colorado, passing on the inside of Holyoke Rose. Then we have 4 abreast. So on the inside of that 4, we have bow 40. Oh. Bow 40 on the inside, 39. So bow 40 is Nutria from Illinois. Bow 39, Los Gatos. Bow 36 is Rocket City. And then right on the outside in the M packet is bow 41. That's a long way to go round. That's Old Glory from Connecticut.
Well, Glory really trying to make it, but they had gone so far out that they're really giving up a lot of space on this turn. They spent a lot of gas getting around this corner.
Then right on the inside and pushing them now is bow 42 in the blue boat. That's the Greenwich crew.
As you can see, Julie, Greenwich has actually made up quite a bit of time on 41 because 41 had to take such a long course around the Elliott turn. And now they're heading back out again.
That's right, Jerry.
Not very efficient. They're rowing
Yeah.
well, but not efficiently steered.
Here in the pink, just going into the bridge, is bow number 38. This is Skidmore from Saratoga Springs, New York.
One of the most beautiful places in the East to row. It's just gorgeous.
That's fantastic. And then in the black with the yellow blades is crew number 35. This is Farmington Valley from Windsor, Connecticut.
Okay, so right now, unofficial results on this race. Looks like Toronto Sculling, which was bow number 2, is in first place. And Upper Valley, bow number 1, is in second place. That's an unofficial, and there are boats yet to finish, so we don't know how it's going to shake out. St. Catherine's is looking pretty good. PNRA Mercer is looking good, coming by here. Even better is Mendota. We saw Mendota really flying when they came by the boat club. We'll see how they finish.
It's coming. Chobani. So an opportunity to thank some of our sponsors. Stop by the Chobani Pop-Up Cafe at the head of the Charles Regatta on both Saturday and Sunday from 8 to 5 to enjoy a complimentary sample of the new Chobani Maisie Dips made with only natural ingredients, located at the Weld Exhibition Avenue. So now, before we move on to the next race, which is the Men's Senior Masters Doubles, Jerry and I would like to thank you for listening with us this morning. And we will be handing over now to the next crew of advertisers. So I'd like to introduce Charlie Hamlin. A few of you here might know Charlie. Charlie is a long-time Cambridge member who has recently moved to Bellingham, Washington. I was going to say Washington, I didn't get the Bellingham. So Charlie, welcome back for the regatta. I'm sure people are looking forward to listening to you for the next hour or two. And
Thank you, Julie, and thanks, Jerry. Two of our great members here at CBC. Jerry is particularly long in the tooth, having been president and a number of other good things for this club. And this club is so successful because of the generous time that everybody gives to the head of the Charles as well as the club itself. So we're glad to be here again, back for the head of the Charles. We couldn't miss it for the world, as is the case with many of the guys my age and the gals my age. This is just an absolute must yearly event for all of us to come back and greet old friends and try to remember how great we used to be. So I'm happy to be here. Alden Zaka is going to join me, another CBC member and one of a national team coxswain. So between the two of us, we should be able to give you a reasonable call on these races. And as you can see, the water has been incredibly flat and with very little wind, though the skies are graying over here in Cambridge, and we do anticipate the rain to be shortly coming, and with it the wind. So the very different conditions as we look to event number 10, the Men's Senior Master Doubles. These are men 50 plus years of age. By the way, you can row down if you're older than 50, but you can't row up. So the men that will be rowing in this event will be looking to be right at 50 years old, knowing that the ever-challenged degradation of one's human body begins at 50. We have sort of fun here in the rowing world by giving a certain reminder to each of these age groups, with C being the consummate adults, but D be the declining adults. E is the endless excuses. That starts at 55. C is F, fading fast. 65, which I'm in, is God is calling, and it goes on from there. My favorite, though, Jerry, is H, imminent internment. So we'll get back on the horn here as soon as we see the next boat comes around, and look forward to what should be a very competitive race with Mike Smith and Dan Gorarian from Narragansett back with bow number 1 to defend their title and the 2013 course record that they set. So we'll be back to you shortly. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Alden Zaka, as Charlie introduced me just a moment ago. I'm also a CBC member here at Cambridge Boat Club. Just got off the water from racing. Pretty good conditions out there today, except fairly humid. And to be honest, with the starting drizzle, a little bit difficult for some visibility because most of us wear glasses, sunglasses at least, for the haze. And as the drizzle picks up, it actually starts to obscure vision because just like a windshield, when you get in a rainy day, except we don't have wipers, so that can become a bit of a problem. A little bit difficult out there at times, especially to see some of the buoys if you're trying to cut them a little close. You know, while we've got a little break in the action here, let me read you one of our sponsor messages here from BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon is the presenting sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta this year. They're the global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon manages more than $1.3 trillion in assets under management and operates in more than 36 countries around the world. Learn more at bnymellon.com. And I know as the rain picks up for some of you out there in the spectator field, might get a little bit unpleasant, except for the fact that hopefully you're cheering on family or friends that might be out there racing and anticipating their coming along here. Again, it's a reasonably nice day from a rowing perspective with very little wind. We are expecting some wind tomorrow to come through, or actually tonight and tomorrow to come through. But one thing you won't observe is the current. So last night's rain here in the Boston area ended up bringing us a moderate amount of current. Today's current, I checked about 4 a.m. this morning, and it was clocking in about 3 times the normal average for head of the Charles weekend in terms of current. So not huge, but it will slow down the boats a bit, and likely will make it difficult for any boats to really challenge the course record this year.
Thanks again. It seems to me you should sit there.
So as we await the arrival of the first boats in the men's senior masters doubles, a little bit more of what to expect here. We mentioned Mike Smith and Dan Gorian, who have had a long series of wins in this event. They, as we've said earlier, would be looking to try to maintain that and see if to stay ahead of a number of other very fast boats. This duo of Smith and Gorian had a margin of just under 11 seconds over the Belmont Hill entry of John Tunnicliffe and Peter Kerman. Those two guys race out of the Dartmouth Boathouse up in Hanover. Two very good oarsmen. You may know Peter because he makes a lot of the bags that we put all of our shells in. So running that company. The Melbourne University entry that won the Grandmasters Special Medal in this division in 2015 is taking a year, opening up a special medal for the 17 Grandmaster entries in this division. So that, what I imagine, is anybody over 60, probably, Alden.
That's right. Grandmaster is 60, Charlie.
Yep.
Average age of 60 plus.
Yep. As you may know, whether it was the eights that rode in the Masters divisions, some of the events have been squeezed into one pattern of racing. So I was just finished racing the Masters 8, which comprised 50-plus boats, 60-plus boats, and 70-plus boats.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, Charlie. There's some 70-plus boats there now where the average age of the rower is 70 or higher.
Yeah.
It's great to see that as the evolution of the sport continues and more people stay, more fit longer.
Yep.
Really tremendous to see that.
Okay, here's our first boat now. We'll take a look and see if we can get the bow number on this boat. And indeed, it's bow number 1. This should be Mike Smith and Dan Gorian.
Yep.
From Narragansett with a big lead.
Looks like a reasonably good lead here. Looks like they've opened up probably versus the second and third boats. I can see just around the corner here, I haven't come into full view of the people on the bridge, but boats, what I would guess are 2, 3, and 4 are pretty darn close to each other there. So boat number 1 really opening up a nice lead on them, and 2, 3, 4 having to deal with each other coming around the turn.
And number 2 is that boat that we said was going to challenge them. That is Tunnicliffe and Kerman, both rowing for rowing out of Belmont Hill, but really from up in Hanover, New Hampshire.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a story here between 3 and 4 as well here. 3 and 4 just trailing boat number 2. Boat number 2 in the red T-shirts there, white blades. Boats 3 and 4 actually train typically as a quad, so the 4 of these guys typically row together in one boat, and here they are now split into 2 doubles rowing against each other.
Right, and number 3 is Jay Manson, James Pierce, right here from CBC, having the better turn, getting right close to those buoys, and taking a little spin out of the 4th boat, which is Tom Darling and John Grant.
Yeah, and they're looking across at each other there, trying to figure out their course, because they know that the next turn goes the other way. Yeah. So it's a question of whether or not, what can happen here to line up that next turn.
And clearly when you see the 4 boat that close to the 3 boat, you know that Tom and John have gained a little speed here, and though they were on the outside of the turn, now they're going to be on the inside of the turn of the Belmont Hill, so it's going to be very close between those 2.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting also. I can see already through the bridge that the boat number 4 there is cutting to the inside of the turn. Luckily, boat number 2 is moving out of the way nicely, so no interference.
And here comes the Malta boat in the black shell, the white jerseys. That's Jeff Cutler and Ted Truckee. all from the Malta Boat Club down on Boathouse Row in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and you can see number 7 there in the orange striped shirts from Harvey's Lane there. That's Fred Laux and Scott Musser. They're there having passed number 6, which is number 6 is out of Boucherville. That's
Eric Theron and Elaine Roshan won the 2x double at the Royal Canadian Henley this year.
So some really quality rowing here in the top boats here in this event. A lot of boats close together here now. A little bit of a gap here. And the next boat coming up here is from New York AC. That's boat number 8. They're in white T-shirts with what appear to be kind of day-glow orange hats there. That's they were the winners here of the 2012 Senior Masters Double and did set a course record that year. Part of the concern, obviously, is Senior Masters, again, is 50 plus. The average age in that boat is now 58. So 60 years ago, they would have averaged, 50, or 52, excuse me. But, age
Alden.
categories are in 10-year blocks here.
Alden, the older we get, the better we were, right?
Unfortunately.
All right, here we go.
This is boat number 9, Charlie, coming through here.
Number 9 is Peter Hurdle and Connell Groom from out in Seattle. Connell runs a great sculling program out in Washington, out on Lake Union, called the Seattle Rowing Center, and he's teaching a lot of young scullers to scull as opposed to sweep. And a number of us think that is the key to fast rowing, to learn how to scull. So we encourage all the families out there, all the parents, get your kids into sculling boats.
Yeah, in fact, Charlie, as you well know, in the UK, kids are not allowed to sweep competitively until they hit basically adolescence.
That is absolutely right. And here, number 10 from Minneapolis is John Cheeseborough and John Jablonic. Instead of recovering from hard training sessions, we've been hardly recovering from a new hip and broken ribs. Go, John. John is the son of Jabo, the great coach of Wisconsin, Jabo Jablonic. Saw him a couple days ago. He's in great health, and it's always good to trade stories with him. Here in number 12,
this is from CRI. This is George Hatch and Whitney Hatch here, and they've been rowing together for several years, obviously, and looking strong, coming from upriver here, CRI.
So coming into view in the orange boat is number 11. Number 11, that's from Narragansett. That's Bill Pritchett and Andrew Washburn. These two guys have been really at the top of the Masters game for a long time. Great competitors. So it's always good to race against these two guys.
Yeah, and that yellow boat there, Charlie, number 13, those are guys out of Long Beach. That's Juan Felix and Philip Atkins. They've been together for several years. I think this is their 4th Head of the Charles together now.
And in number 14, the blue hull with the purple jerseys is Greg Peterson and Tom Rochenfels out of Duluth, Minnesota.
And here in number 18 here in this double out of Cambridge Boat Club, that's Kevin Gailey and Andrew Kirk here.
That's it. They're taking an interesting line here. They've decided to go through the Cambridge Arch,
which is allowed.
Which is allowed, but it puts you in a difficult position coming up on the Belmont Hill turn.
That's right. So they're going to do a little more of an S turn than they might otherwise have wanted to, but it is allowed. There's no penalty for that. They are able to do that, and it does guarantee them the inside on the next turn. This is boat number 21 here.
Number 21. Look where the rowing with the Cambridge blades and the white hull is, I'm going to have trouble with this, Tjark de Vries and Arold de Vries from
the Netherlands.
The Netherlands, yes. They must be taking a boat out of Cambridge. Cambridge Boat Club, in great style, always goes over to the Heineken Regatta and is the guest of the Dutch over there in early March. A great time, and so we like to return the favor.
A little bit of a pack here coming through right now, Charlie. Looks like in the front here is number 23. That's Norwalk River, Robert Redpath and Thomas Luz. And then right behind them, that's in the white boat. And in the yellow boat there is number 22. That's WSV Osterheim out of Austria. I'll try and pronounce it. Frederick Schuckerau and Meinhard Hausleitner.
And number 15 from Pettipog, Rob Slocum and John Landon. Rob's an old, I won't say he's so old, but he's been a great part of this regatta for many years, as has John. So we're happy to see Slocum and John here at the race. Number 20. Number 20 is
That's
out of Marina Del Rey.
yeah, Row LA, Charlie. That's Georgia Hansen and Nick Harding there in the boat going right under the bridge right now.
And in the white hull with hull number 16, from Cambridge Boat Club is Bill Erkins and Malcolm Gefter. They used to row as the Piston Bully rowing club from the West Coast, and it's great to see those two guys here racing.
Yeah, and Bill and Malcolm there in the 70-plus age category, so definitely in the older swing. That's the veterans category here.
And Kevin Gailey and Andrew Kirk are right behind them. I'm sorry, number 19, Tony Corkery and Chris Fotherby from St. George's, Auckland, all the way from New Zealand. We expect them to be wearing black, but they're wearing red.
And then in the blue boat going under the bridge, that's Narragansett right now. That's John Duke and Kit Wise there in the blue boat going right under the bridge. And following them, the white boat, that's number 17, España from Mexico City. That's Jorge Caraballo and Juan Lopez there. A little bit of an accident there around the curve. We can see it. You may not be able to from the bridge, but a couple of boats have touched oars. One boat's had to come to a stop. The other boats are moving through them.
And the rules of the game here, as you may know, is that the boat that is passing has the right to call the boat that they're passing, that they have the right to go to the left or right. And clearly you want the inside of the turn here, and that is what the yellow boat with the red jerseys requested, and that's what they got.
Right, and it's a 1-minute penalty if you interfere with another boat and don't yield if they are passing you.
Yeah, here comes the white boat underneath the bridge with the Riverside blades. That is Nicholas Stargard and Christopher Platt out of the city of Oxford, an Upper Thames Boat Club.
Yeah, and the yellow boat going under the bridge right there, that's Maritime there, Robert Potts and Andrew Campbell Sr.
Yes. We'll talk about that in a moment. 27 is James Hagan and Jeff Marsh out of Belmont.
And 35 there is the white boat is out of Cambridge. That's Alan Bauer and Greg Walker.
Greg, a many-time Olympian and national team member. So now we get to 36, and it is from Saugatuck, Mac, Alloway, and Saman Maj.
Rowing with the white hats there and the black uniforms and black blades. Here in 25 in the blue boat here, 25 in the blue boat, we've got coming through is an unaffiliated group, Donald Wassall and Michael Pope. Unaffiliated, no club name. And then the white boat there, you see making a steering adjustment. That's boat 34. That's out of New York AC. That's John Brisson and Daniel Brisson. And they're in the kind of dark brown colored boat there. That's boat 33 out of Cincinnati Rowing Club. That's Tom Dreyer and Robert Miller there rowing in the 60-plus category.
They've won this race twice. We missed it last year, but coming back and seeing if they can come from behind and win again here this year. And number 38. Number 38 is from Malta down on on the rowing on the Schuylkill, Rush Fisher and Michael Brown. Former U.S. national champions and Masters national champions.
And number 40 there is Merrimack in the yellow and green jerseys. That's Merrimack, Mark Lewis, and Tim Baker. Tim is out of the UK.
So we saw Andrew Campbell go by. His son, Andrew, rowed this year in the Olympics, made the A finals and finished 5th. So the great rowing. Maybe the old man is trying to catch up with his son.
Oh, maybe he's trying, yep. That's right. And here in the white boat, in Cambridge Blades, that's boat number 46 out of Cambridge Boat Club. That's Russ Murphy and Dan Chernoff. Dan actually lives in New York State, so they don't train together a whole lot, but they do race together a number of times a year.
And the yellow hull with the yellow jerseys is number 28 from the Quad Cities. That's Dale Howard and Bob Blue.
Yeah, and then right behind them there in the white shell with the blue colored jerseys, that's boat 30. Don Rowing out of Canada, Walter Benko and Don Laux.
The Don Rowing Club, just there in Toronto. You know, you don't pronounce the first O in Toronto. It's Toronto.
Okay, didn't know that. You kind of slur that there. Here's boat 31 now coming up in the white hull. Boat 31, Alliance Rowing out of Willamette, Illinois. That's Chris Shope and Nick Papastrakos.
Yes. Nick started sculling 4 years ago, and here he is, retiring from marathon running and now rowing.
Yeah, we get a lot of converted athletes from other sports coming to rowing later in life.
So here's number 42 in the black hull, and that's Dave Stevens and Con Flanagan coming out of Rocky Mountain in Aurora, Colorado.
Yeah, and 49 there, that's Detroit. That's Roman Lesnow and Steve Faber there in the yellow boat.
They should be doing pretty well. They went over to Henley this year, and took the gold.
Yeah. And then in the other yellow boat right on the bridge, that's 51 followed by 47. 51 was VK Slavia Praha out of the Czech Republic and Fairmount, and 47 is out of Union, just downriver here. And then behind them is number 50. 50 is Narragansett, John Cotter, and Eric Wath.
Both rowing right out of Belmont, or rather BB&N. And then here is 37. And 37 from Buffalo is Robert Fries and Mark Kostraszewski.
And in the white boat, that's number 44, Ed Moran and Bill Van Fossen. They're unaffiliated.
So I think Ed Moran writes for U.S. Rowing, if I think that's the same Ed Moran.
Oh,
Works for U.S.
sure.
Rowing.
Oh, there
Wrote
you go.
at Fairmount.
Yes, it is.
There he is. He's a great guy and a very talented writer. So here's 52, moving on hull number 59. 52, the black hull and the orange jerseys. And 52 is Dan McDonald and Ole Rosenblatt out of Duxbury.
Yep. And that's 39. Let's see, 39 is Harvard UBC, Bill Braun and Joe Bracewell.
I think those stern pair from the undefeated 1968 Harvard Varsity Lights.
Wow, how about that? Good for them. And the next boat coming up here in the white shell, this is boat number 45. That's Joseph May and Gregory Smith out of Lake Quinsigamond. That's in Worcester, Mass., just kind of west of here, about an hour.
And that's where we had the Masters Nationals this year.
That's right,
Alden.
Lake Quinsigamond, that's right.
Yeah, I think it had an all-time high turnout at the Masters Nationals.
I think that's right. I think we had about 2,000 plus athletes and events there. I'm doing that from memory. I could be wrong.
How many boats did you coach?
I ended up coaching 7 events there. Yeah, it was a busy weekend.
Busy weekend. So a couple more we can see in the distance, moving up, and we'll give you those names when we can pick out their bow numbers.
Yeah, there's a total of 52 boats in this event, just to let you know. This is the men's doubles event, the senior master men's doubles event. Let's see, there's 2 boats coming, number 43 in a yellow shell and number 41 in a white shell. 43 and 41. Who are they, Charlie?
So 43 from Union, way down at the bottom of the river, Nicholas O'Connor and Henry Sears. Nick is 78 and Henry is 76. Let's give these guys a big hand.
Yeah, that's great. An average age of 77 in that yellow boat there. 77 average age.
And in the red and white boat, we've got
41.
Number 41. They're out of Cambridge, and this is Bill Beckling and Malcolm Salter. Big end for Bill in the bow and Malcolm in the stern.
Bill in the bow there is a gold medal Olympic winning coxswain, and his partner Malcolm there in the stern.
Go Bill, go Malcolm.
And just to let you know, Bill and Malcolm, their average age 78. Bill is 80 and Malcolm is 76.
So that should do it for the men's double, and now we await the arrival of the first women's double.
That's right, they're already on the course, they're already racing, and it looks like some pretty good competition based on the early timestamps from their passing of Riverside. So those of you who want to follow along, you can see results online. They're updated almost real time. Those are unofficial results, just to be clear, because they could always be filing of penalties that referees may observe and things of that sort. But you can follow along with those results right online.
So as we wait for them to come, this is going to be a grudge match between CB Sands Bohr and Linda Murray in bow number 1, and they're very close competitors, Mary Mazio and Cindy Ryder-Mathis. They've been closing on the bow number 1 in 2016. She should make for a great race up front in this event. Fran Tuitt, a good friend, and Inga Steckel, both very close friends. Fran is in just outside of Chicago, works in Chicago as an investment manager, and Inga lives in Austria, so they get to come together once a year and row in this great regatta. So we look forward to seeing them. They've won this category multiple times and have a few course records to their names. So with top finishers in the Grand Masters age division 60 plus not returning, the second place Grand Masters from 2015, Kathleen Sabo and Lori Schweffel, will look to grab that top spot in the Senior Masters.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting here, Charlie, is the top 7 or the first 7 bow numbers in this event have all rode this event against each other for the last 4 or 5 years. So, the first 7 boats here in this event really know each other relatively well, and that, every year they're back competing against each other again. Makes for a really interesting event, sometimes friendly, sometimes maybe, very competitive as well, and hopefully what's on the water and what's off the water may not be the same thing.
From your long experience with this community and mine, I mean, it is all about the athletes, it's all about the community, and the guys that win this race, great. You celebrate all the people you race against, and they celebrate you. So it's a wonderful, wonderful community, whether you rode juniors, whether you're collegiate, whether you're under 23, and certainly even on the senior team. One of the things that always brightens my day is when the singles masters at the Olympics race or at the World Championships, and the 3 stand on the podium, and then they lift the winner up on their shoulders. I mean, that, I think, to me anyway, is the perfect example of what rowing is to so many of us.
Oh, absolutely. I think that there's incredible interest in that sense of community. And I think one of the places we really see it this weekend on this regatta is in the men's and women's grade 8s, where you get 8 people who train together on their own in singles and then come together to row a boat as friends, companions, and teammates, even though most of the rest of the time they're competing against each other in those singles. I think it really shows the spirit of community and camaraderie.
Well, most of that is just built from all the training one has to do to be very good in this. And so there's a great deal of respect by virtue of the fact that I know you've been through this, and you know that I've been through this. So we're brothers in this and sisters. So it's a great sport.
Yeah, I think in some respect we all think about the hours we've literally suffered together out there on the river and working hard, right? So that's it. Charlie, while we've got a little break here, let me thank Chobani. Stop by the Chobani Pop-Up Cafe at the head of the Charles Regatta today, October 22nd, and tomorrow the 23rd, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to enjoy a complimentary sample of the new Chobani Mezza dips made with only natural ingredients, located at the Weld exhibition venue. So again, that's free samples from Chobani of their new dips down at Weld.
So just coming into the dock are 2 of the greats from Cambridge, Jim Pierce and Jay Manson. Had a very good race. Finished 3rd behind John Grant and Tom Darling. We saw them earlier going through the bridges here, but Mike Smith, and Dan Gorier succeeded again one more year at winning the men's masters double. So that's hats off to all 3 of these boats.
Yeah, and Guerrerian and Smith there won by an unofficial 19-second gap there, or I guess 18 and a half, although one would question whether or not Grant and Darling could have had a much faster time. They had to go wide on this big turn here, and it's about a half-mile turn, and they were probably a good 2-3 lanes out of the buoy line, at least when we saw them. So that could have had a significant impact to their time, Charlie. If you're going to Weld to get that Chobani dip, you can also stop by the Weld exhibition and take the Xfinity X1 Challenge, where you can ride a motorcycle powered by Xfinity Internet, experience the NASCAR in virtual reality, and see exactly how Xfinity beats the competition hands down. So take a look at that as well when you get to Weld and have the ability to do that. And if you feel like it's getting a little windy here, wind is picking up just a touch, not too bad right now, just a little touch, and of course we're continuing the drizzle here. But that might be a good time to think about maybe getting some additional, some gear, some clothing. Boathouse Sports is the official outfitter of the U.S. Rowing National and Olympic teams, and is proud to be here as a sponsor of this year's Head of the Charles. The Boathouse pop-up store at the Head of the Charles features an exclusive view of the Boathouse collection, a brand new line of apparel featuring a collection of Boathouse's iconic jackets, base layers, and casual wear, all handcrafted locally in Philadelphia, and ready for you to purchase today at their pop-up shop. Members of the U.S. Rowing National Team will also be hanging out at the Boathouse store this weekend between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., so be sure to stop by to congratulate them on their success and get your autograph from the Olympic champions.
All right, we can just see peeping around the corner here. the first of the boats, and we'll not know exactly who it is for a couple of moments, but I can tell you it is really turning into a barn burner with Sands, Bohr, and Linda Murray leading it well by only 1 second. And then there's a boat, number 8, that's down in 8th starting position at 11:21 that is right in there too. So a lot of work to be done both at the front end of this course, of this group, as well as those that are a little bit back.
No passing yet here, Charlie. The boat in first, that'll be passing us first at least, is boat number 1, and right behind them is boat number 2. But as you said, it looks like boat number 2 has made up some time on them. I can just tell that visually looking at it here.
Yes, but so that's Linda Murray and CB Sands Bohr in the red hull with the blue blades.
That's right, and behind them is Mary Mazzio and Cindy Mathis in boat number 2 in the white hull.
There was only 1 second separating these boats back at Weld. So I think that Linda Murray and CB have pulled ahead a little bit here in the run from Weld to Cambridge.
Yeah, looks like they're really going to have to pour it on in both boats to try and get to the finish. And, it's all them against the clock at this point. There's enough of a gap. It doesn't look like 2 is going to be able to catch 1. So it's all about them against the clock. And remember, it is a timed event. They start single file about 15 seconds apart. It's not a precise spacing at the start because you have to paddle into it. So you're on the run when you get to the starting line.
Now we can just tell you between those 2 boats that went under, the running time is less than a second between those 2 boats. You have understanding, of course, that the time they started has to be ended is a part of the equation. But right now, they're only a second apart between the first 2 boats. And in the green boat is number 3, that is Karen Reynolds and Tracy Glover, longtime participants in this event.
Yeah, and 4 there, that's Fran Tudy and Inga Stelt, from Lincoln Park.
Yeah, that's Fran Tuit.
I'm sorry.
Both great here. So 3 and 4, when they go under here, we'll get their time. Here comes number 6. They've made up some ground, and that's from Norwalk, Laurie DeVitt and Leslie Critchko. This is Leslie and Laurie's 3rd head of the Charles in the 2X.
And they just passed, it looks like, relatively recently, boat number 5 there in the dark boat. That's Susan Weeks and Lorea Wetton from Potomac. And then coming behind them in the green uniforms, that's boat number 8 in the white shell, the green uniforms out of Minneapolis. That's Lynn Rondazzo and Sarah Witcher.
Yeah, and they've passed number 7 coming through here from Potomac, and that's Carol Dinion and Rebecca Hollins. This is the 5th year that they've competed in the 2X at the HOCR.
So again, those top 7 boats, 7, 8 boats have raced against each other fairly frequently, and they know each other pretty well.
So now we have
This is number 9 coming up in the Dayglow orange hats, Charlie. Who's that?
That's Elizabeth Picard and Meredith Collins, both from Maritime down in Norwalk. Maritime has grown to be one of the most proficient and efficient clubs on the East Coast at generating good scullers. Andrew Campbell came out of there, a number of others that are doing very well on both the collegiate and the senior/Olympic venues.
It looks like there might have been an issue, Charlie. I don't see boats after number 9 yet. I know there's many boats still coming. So it could well have been some delay there or some issues at the start. Maybe there was an accident or something else. We'll have to see what comes down the course.
Yes, there must have been something. If you're on the internet, you can follow these times which updated each of the measuring points. One at Riverside, one at Weld, one at Cambridge, and of course the finish. And we saw a minute delay down there at the start, so maybe there was some altercation that had to stop the race and restart it.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind is that there is an accident or an event, penalties can be assessed against the crew that was wrong, but no time is subtracted from the crew that might have been, violated in effect. That hit me this morning. We had a boat that wouldn't get out of the way. We ended up hitting them. They got a minute penalty for not yielding, but we ended up losing time because they just wouldn't yield and we had to run into them, literally.
So here in the white hull with the red blades is boat number 15 from Dallas, Texas. Big D, little A, double LAS. This is Libby Tuduz and Kimberly Elting, 54 and 52, averaging 53. Gina,
17 is the next boat in the dark hull boat. They're 17. They're out of Burnaby Lake. That's Teresa Taylor and Gabrielle Bickle. And then behind them in that white shell is boat number 10. Boat number 10 is Duxbury Bay Maritime School, Suzanne Sarles and Lynn McCarthy.
So Burnaby Lake, everyone, is in Vancouver, so they come from the far, far northwest. Raced up at Burnaby, and it's a great little course and a great little regatta and good fun if you ever get in the greater Vancouver area. So here at number 12 is from CRI, upriver from us, Ann Warner and Ann Can, averaging 64. Ann Warner was a member of the Red Groves crew, which won the bronze medal in the 1976 Olympics. Glad to have you back, Ann. Keep it going. Ann Can won the G single to Masters Nationals in 2015. So,
and then this is boat number 11, Charlie. Boat number 11 is College Club Seattle. That's Kathleen Sabo and Lori Schwappel.
That's the very club I row out of in Seattle.
Oh, how about that?
There you go.
And then there's boat 19 there in the red hull. That's 19 in the red hull. That's Riverside here. Patricia Belden and Lynn Osborne there.
Lynn rowed sweeps at Princeton and for Harvard Business School, and has been a member and rowed for Riverside Boat Club since 1982.
And Charlie, we just got an update here that in the first two boats of the event here, boat number 1, that was CB Sands and Linda Murray, ended up spreading out their lead a little bit here, winning by 2 seconds over the boat number 2, which was Mary Mazio and Cindy Mathis.
Approaching the bridge in the white hull is the Greenwich crew, comprising Marie McCormick and Kristen Erickson. Kristen is a longtime friend. Her husband rowed with me many years when we were down at Norwalk.
And then here is boat number 23 approaching the bridge. That's from Narragansett, Joan Brush and Ann Fleet.
Ann's won a lot of medals out of Narragansett. It's a very strong club down there in Providence that has a great sculling tradition and a great tradition of winning.
Let's see, that's number 14 coming up, Charlie, in a white boat with red jerseys. I can just make out their number 14.
And this is what I don't understand. These people are from New Zealand, and I thought New Zealand wore black with white ferns. But there they are, from St. George's, Auckland, Tricia Fenton and Sue Wright. Sue and Trish have been rowing together for, count this, 16 years, and last competed at the HOCR in 2006. They resolved then to repeat the event in 10 years' time, so here they are all the way from New Zealand.
That's great. Really welcome, folks, as they pass toward the bridge there. That's the crew in the white shell with the red jerseys.
And when in the green, I think it's number 25. You got that one? Is it 25?
That's right, Charlie. It is 25.
Out of Minneapolis, Jill Cooper and Christina Lund. Over 20 years of racing different events together to Charles, averaging 63 years old.
And then this is boat 18 here in the black jerseys.
And 18 is Jean Rogers and Laura DeVilliers.
And then
from the College Club again, the College Club of Seattle.
And then behind them is 21 there, the white shell with the black jerseys.
And that from the Passaic River down in Lyndhurst, New Jersey, Denise Sennett and Paige Seyfried. Started rowing at St. Mark's School and continued to Syracuse University.
And then boat 20 in the white shell here with black and red jerseys.
From the Hudson River in the great city of Poughkeepsie, Lori Alphonse and Anna Sissung, rowing their second time here at the Charles River together in this double.
And then this is in the white boat with the blue jerseys. That's boat 28 out of Chinook. That's Rosemary Wyden and Terry Walters.
Yeah.
Looks like they had a little bit of trouble on the buoy line, but they've straightened it out now and they're getting going again.
So this is part of that great Chinook team that won, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Alden, the overall championship in Masters National.
That's right, Charlie. They did. I'm not sure if these women particularly were in that team, but I would presume they might have been. Looks like here they're going along pretty well in terms of boat speed. Fortunately, they did miss a buoy up there, we saw.
And here from Maritime East, again the Maritime Rowing Club down in Norwalk, is Priscilla Hoffnug and Ann Faber.
And Priscilla actually using the Cambridge Boat Club blades there in the stroke seat. She is a member here and rows out of here fairly regularly. Yeah. And that's boat 31 there in the yellow boat. Boat 31, that's out of Union. Heidi Hutton and Sally Donahue there.
And closely following them is hull number 24 out of Carnegie Lake down in Princeton. Princeton, New Jersey, and Fairmont. Now, Fairmont's on the Schuylkill, but we'll figure that out. Barbara Hogan and Sarah Sargent.
Well, I'm guessing one member is from each club there,
That's
Charlie.
right. And Sarah Sargent rose out of Fairmont with Red, her wonderful husband. They've been around this game for many, many years. Good to see them.
And then boat 29 just approaching the bridge right now, that Whitehall. That's another Carnegie Lake boat. Both women there. Looks like they're from Carnegie Lake. Loretta McCarthy and Karen Ellis. That's a community program that was started actually, let's see, back in the 80s when I was there, Charlie.
Yeah.
And it started out with a couple of boats on the lawn, literally. And then, it's grown over time.
And here, going under the bridge in that dark hull, in the day glow yellow or green, is the Greenwich crew of Laura Dobbin and Nan Leonard, averaging 56.
Yeah, and that yellow hull right after them is number 16. That's Maritime. That's Mary Ellen Flaherty Ludwig and Mary Dowd.
Nice to see Mary Dowd. Had a chance to be part of her team many, many times. A great oar and a longtime friend of rowing.
This is boat 27 here coming up now. Boat 27 in the yellow boat. That's Lake Lanier Rowing Club out of Gainesville, Georgia. Therese Maher Sylvester and Victoria Holiday.
And one of them rows, Victoria rows Coastal Rowing Association of Blackney in UK, and Terry rows together as a member of the Union Boat Club. So they return and join together here.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
Yeah.
And it looks like a fleet of shells stacking up there in the warm-up lane trying to come across after having rowed the men's doubles event. And who's this coming through here, Charlie? It's another women's double with the red caps there.
Yes, and this is Laura Case and Elizabeth Stonehill out of Norwalk. Norwalk is a nonprofit community rowing center. They're on the Norwalk River along with Maritime. These are the two largest clubs on the Norwalk River there in Norwalk, Connecticut. So that may be all of them. We've got about 2, 4, 6, 8 Cambridge boats swinging across the river here to get onto the right side.
That's right. During the break here, trying to send them all across, get it all safe, and when there's a little break, get them out of the water. Looks like there's a good 6, 7 boats coming across the river here right now. So it's going to be a little bit of time. Luckily, there's probably about a 5-minute gap between here and the next event, so it does open things up.
So how about a word about BNY Mellon and that beautiful big tent they have over on the other side of the river? BNY Mellon is a presenting sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta and is the global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon manages more than 1.3 trillion in assets under management and operates in more than 36 countries around the world. Learn more at bynmellon.com. These are all beautiful. Sparkling Ice. Have you met Sparkling Ice? Have you met Sparkling Ice Essence of? The newest addition to the Sparkling Ice lineup, Essence of, is a fizzy, lightly flavored sparkling water. A flirt of flavor. How's that?
A flirt of flavor. That's a great phrase. Yeah, obviously.
We like to say.
Some great marketing person.
From a tiny tease of tangerine to a luscious little lemon lime. Talk about alliteration. Sparkling Ice's Essence of Water comes in 4 refreshing flavors to add a little yay to your day. We invite you to come by the Sparkling Ice booth for samples all weekend long. A luscious little lemon lime.
Wow, someone really spent a lot of time coming up with that one. It'd be interesting to taste, I'll be honest. I haven't had a chance to try the Sparkling Ice, so maybe in the future I will. New Balance is also proud to be the official athletic footwear and apparel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Check out the New Balance tent located at the Expo to pick up your limited edition HOCR Minimus 20V5 trainer made right here in New England, as well as a wide variety of limited edition HOCR apparel and accessories too. New Balance, based right here in Boston, folks.
Also based in Boston, at least one of their stores, is Brooks Brothers. They're proud to be the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Brooks Brothers pop-up stores at Weld Exhibition and the Rowing and Fitness Expo. Be sure to check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership this weekend. Thank you, Brooks Brothers. And then, of course, there's AMI Graphics. AMI Graphics is proud to bring you the official HOCR pole banners and commemorative banners for 2016. Be sure to visit the AMI Graphics pop-up store at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to pick up this year's official merchandise. AMI Graphics helps celebrate the tradition of the regatta with authentic event merchandise. Stop by and pick yours up before they're all gone.
Yeah, you can actually buy those banners this year. Some years past, people would just try and get a hold of them and they'd take them illegally. This year you can actually buy them, which makes it a lot easier and completely legal, of course.
You can leave the ones on the telephone pole.
That's right. In fact, not only can you should leave the ones on the telephone poles. Let's be clear. Looks like we've got the first boat for the next event coming, Charlie.
Yep.
This is a men's single event here.
This is the men's senior master singles. This is going to be a very, very competitive event for the 40 plus. We've seen the masters go through. Here are the guys that are just out of that desire to be on the senior team. So in first place, this is Wide Load Boat, and this is Russ Cohn. Russ Cohn, well known on this river, and a part of the Stillwater group that makes many of the launches that we see. And he's also the boatman at BU. And Russ has worked up a tremendous lead. Congratulations, Russ. Go for it.
Russ doing really well there as he rows along here. He's obviously won this event in the past, starting bow number 1. Pretty big gap here to a field, looks like, coming up next here. Looks like it's, I'm guessing, bow number 2, but that's just a guess, Charlie. I can't see it. Who is that in that Dayglow orange hat?
Well, I can't see a number.
Okay.
Can't see a number on his back. It must have blown off.
All right.
But we'll know soon. We'll know soon.
Oh, that's it. It's bow number 3.
Bow number 3.
That's Jake Watkins out of Maritime there. Jake Watkins out of Maritime.
Huge shout out to Lisa and 3 kids, Jack, Kate, and Emma. You are the best. So says Jake. And number 2 is next, I think. Is it number 2? Is that Mike Savigny?
Yeah, that's right. In the Dayglow green, Dayglow orange shirt. Dayglow green hat, orange shirt.
And he says, "I'll be in blazing bright pink. Look out for Mike Savigny." We rode with him a couple of times. He's a great oar, no doubt. And number 7 has come really way up on the course here. And this is Hans Alverson, rowing for Carnegie Lake. He's a philosophy professor at Princeton University. He won just about every race he entered in his novice year and hasn't veered from this trajectory.
Wow, look at that. Number 7 having passed number 4 there, right after him. Number 4.
Mark Chapman, veteran Australian surfboat rower turned scholar. 8th visit to the Charles.
And here's boat number 6 in the red boat. Number 6 is Keith Wobiser. And he's out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania now, but he got rowing beginning in Saskatchewan, it says.
That's right. And here's number 8. Number 8 is Troy Howell, racing for the Green Racing Project in Craftsbury. More about that a little bit later. This is the great program that's been put together by the Dreisagacker brothers up in Craftsbury, where some of our senior team actually trains.
And in boat number 5 there, just going under the bridge with those striped blades, that's out of Greater Columbus, Ohio. That's Julio Sanchez.
Yes, with a lot of wins, Club Nationals, head of the Hooch, 10th at the head of the Charles, etc.
And then Greg Kaplan from Vesper right behind him. They're entering the bridge right now. It's Greg Kaplan from Vesper.
He says it's been said that my rowing looks like I'm flogging a dead horse. Well, that horse looks like he's really moving along.
And interesting here, we've got 11 and 12 kind of side by side. 11 closer to us here in the white hull, and 12 there in the far side in the darker hull.
And the leading, because 12 has gotten ahead of 11, is Eric Sosny, I guess. Eric has been rowing for 32 years at 47.
And 11 was Riverfront Recaptures Paul Fitzgerald there.
Right, and in number 13 in the yellow hull from Maritime, another Maritime rower, Alex Sherman.
No, he's in
And now number 10, and from Narragansett, that's Scott Whitney. Many of the current juniors racing in Narragansett local, including several racing this year, are trained and coached by Scott.
And then in that kind of red rust-colored jersey there, that's Patrick Riordan. He's an unaffiliated rower. He rowed for Phillips Exeter and University of Pennsylvania, and now trains in Hamilton and Essex, Massachusetts, here on the North Shore.
Yeah.
They were pretty embarrassing.
Little Chabaco Lake. You can only get about 1,500 meters in Chabaco Lake.
Well,
I can tell you from
He must be
experience.
going back and forth a lot. He looks like he's rowing pretty well there, Charlie.
Number 15 out of Union is Steve Glick. 20th time at the HOCR.
That's pretty good. 20 rows at the HOCR. I mean, this is the 52nd, so, almost 40% of them.
Where was he for the first 30 years? That's what
Exactly. Or how many did he take off in the middle?
So number 20 in the red hull in the white jersey is Greg Meyer, hailing from the great city of Philadelphia. Greg's a long-time major national team, multiple championship rowing here in the head of the Charles.
And I can see him coming around the stack here, Charlie. It's number 24, and then 22, and then 18.
Number 22, number 24. This is Jamie Coven coming up. Jamie is one of the only men in American rowing history that has both won a gold in the silver, a gold in the single, and a gold in the 8 in the World Championships back in the mid-90s.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing there. I remember when Jamie was on the team, just incredible athlete, really just a real horse in terms of his ability to put power on the oar.
And he's at 24, and obviously he's past number 22, which is Steve Newman out of Capitol. Jamie's one of the only people, too, that decided to come back and try for the national team after being away for about 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
It didn't work out for him, but it just tells you a little bit about the grit that guy has.
And number 18 there, that's Harvard Sculling's Paul Canestraro. Right now going right under the bridge, and right behind him there in the dark hull, that's boat 17. 17 is out of Jacksonville, Florida. That's Marley Brown.
Marley's the vice president of Jacksonville Rowing Club. This is his 3rd year rowing here at the head of the Charles. Now on the inside, the white hull and the white blades.
Well, there's a little bit of an accident there back there, Charlie, but closer in here, and the white boat is number 31, and then the yellow boat is number 19.
And 31 is from Shiplake, Henley, right there on the Henley Reach. This is Hugh Mackworth, Prade, 3rd in this event 2 years ago, all the way from Henley-on-Thames.
Wow.
And 19 is Bob Menino. Bob Menino obviously from Union Boat Club. Go Bob. We really appreciate all you do for rowing on the river.
And then 27 and 23 there. 27 in the white hull. 27 is Luis Alfredo Prado out of España, Mexico.
Yep.
And 23 there is Thomas Stottlemyre out of Friends of WPI, Worcester, Mass.
Yeah, he primarily rows out of Mystic.
Yep. And you can start to see here the rain picking up a little bit of wind picking up as well as boat number 25 comes through here.
And this is our own Mark Doobie from Cambridge Boat Club. Rowed in the HOCR for the last 30 years.
Wow, how about that? Yeah. And then the yellow shell here, it looks like boat 28. Who's that? Let's see.
No, 28 is Karsten
Bresky,
former U23 world champion in the lightweight 4, member of the German national team, coach of the Dutch lightweight team, and a member of the Northeastern crew in 1994.
There you go.
A lot of international experience there. You know, the Dutch did very well in the Olympics this year.
I think
they got 3 medals
really well.
to our 2. It was a little bit of a disappointment. But anyway.
Who's this with a Cambridge
This is
blades here?
number
This is
33. This is Bill Castle. Men's 8 World Championship 1993. Bronze medal.
Oh, that's Willie Castle.
Willie
So,
Castle, of
that's
course. Willie Castle. I couldn't read it.
Yeah, no problem.
Willie runs a company called Apache Oil. They do very well.
And this is boat number 30 here. Boat number 30 out of Undine. That's James Smigliel. He was the 1999 Elite National Champion in the double event.
And here comes 21 out of Houston. This is Union Boat Club down at the bottom of the river. Duncan Wilkinson, a former 4-time medalist, including a first place in 11 previous head of the Charles as a coxswain. So here.
Wow, look at that. I don't think I could ever convert to rowing. Sorry, it just wouldn't work for me. And then here in the yellow hull in the red and white uniform out of Singapore is Eric Cornett here, coming all the way from Singapore. He's also a member of the Austin, Texas Rowing Club. But now he's been rowing and competing for Singapore the last few years. And this is his first year in a single in the head of the Charles, having been here before for Singapore.
Singapore, that's a long way away.
It is a long way. I'm not sure if he lives in Singapore, though, or just competes for them. Since he is a member of the club down in Austin, I'm wondering if he lives in Austin. And there's still another single coming down the course here. Let me see if I can pick up a number on it. It's number 32. Number 32, that's Simon Irish, an unaffiliated rower. He's a former Cambridge University lightweight rower. Here he is. This is Simon Irish, number 32, coming down the course right now. And that I believe that should complete the field for this event. I think we've gone through everyone. And of course, next up will be the women's event, the singles 40+ event. So what we're hearing, folks, if you're following along online with the results, is that because of the rain and clouds that some of the communication signals are being slowed down a little bit and maybe a little bit interfered with because the signal isn't getting through as well. And it is an entirely wireless system this year. And so we're trying to bounce signals from different timing stations back here to Cambridge Boat Club. And I guess there might be a little bit of interference from the rain in terms of relaying those signals. As you can probably guess, too, all of the cell phone lines around here reach capacity pretty quickly. In fact, they typically bring in temporary towers for additional capacity.
Alden, do you think we've been hacked? Do you think we've
let's
been
hope
hacked
not.
like yesterday?
Yeah, let's
When
hope
the whole
not.
East Coast was turned on.
Maybe someone's trying to fudge the results. They feel that they needed a couple extra seconds there.
Vladimir Putin. I think it's Vladimir Putin.
That's it. Could be. Heather Charles has reached that international status, so could be interesting to see what that means, right? Regatta fans, if you want to save on Shell fuel on the way home, head over to the Fuel Rewards booth right now to join the Fuel Rewards program for free. That rewards program gives all members savings on every fill-up with Shell fuel every single day, even on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. So go ahead and join them. Get a discount on your next tank of gas. And Charles, go ahead, Charlie.
Next up, just following the men's singles, 40 singles, we now have the women's master singles. And just to give you a bit of a preface as to how this might turn out, some new faces to the event, with the top bow numbers pushing last year's winner Jennifer Bullock to bow number 4. And as you may know, they seed the race, they seed the order of racing pretty much on what you did last year in terms of time. Michelle Prince will go off at bow number 1 after crossing over from the women's lightweight 1X category in 2015. Don't count out bow number 9, Lisa Weiss, who won in 2014 and who looks to regain her spot at the front of the field. RBC, Riverside Boat Club alum, Marika Page, bow 17, is also no stranger to this course. So we should see some great racing, as we've seen in the men, equally on the women's side.
Yeah, one thing, Charlie, some people might not have noticed, I just took a look down here on the dock as you were talking there about the upcoming event, and I noticed that bow number 1 and bow number 2 in that women's double event that just finished, and the boats pretty much, I believe, placed first and second in terms of time, were just congratulating each other and kind of laughing together now that they're off the water and now that they're able to really take a breath and catch up with each other. And again, it's a nice sign of the sense of community in this event and in rowing in general. And one thing I was noticing also is I was walking by the falls area yesterday, and I noticed the nice setup that Jaguar and Land Rover have over there. If you want to go check out their new vehicles, in fact, Jaguar is a proud sponsor that had the Charles Regatta. They visit, you can go visit their display. They've got some nice cars set up over there to see the all-new Jaguar F-Pace. It's an interesting car. It's the first performance SUV from Jaguar and offers a sensational drive of the Jaguar car, but with the added practicality of an SUV. So now all the Jaguar models are protected by the Jaguar Elite Care, their best-in-class coverage for 5 years or 60,000 miles. So go see one of their product specialists and learn more about that too.
Can you drive those cars up and down the pathway over there?
I don't think legally you can. I'm sure they were driven into the pathway somehow, but I'm pretty sure that the state police would discourage you from driving them during the regatta. However, I'm sure your local dealer would be happy to let you do it.
You can just get in and rev the engines. I guess
That's right. You can definitely get in it. They were allowing people to get in and sit in them yesterday. I don't know if they were turning over the engines or not.
All right, here we go. Here we go with the women's senior master singles. The course record is held by Margarita Zaitza, a CBC member of long standing and the wonderful wife of Carlo Zaitza. So I don't know if she's racing this year, but we will see.
I know she's racing, Troy. I'm not sure she's in this event, but I saw her going out in a boat earlier today.
Yep.
She raced earlier today, that's right, because she's in another age category this year, Troy.
Aren't we all?
We are. We are.
So this is number 1, I believe. This is Michelle Prince, 44 years old, first time racing Masters, having only raced open races until now. So she's made the graduate, she's graduated. Mother of 3 amazing girls. Rowing gives me the balance in life to be a greater mom, she says. Well, she's
let me
got a nice lead
I
going
was saying,
on
let
here.
me tell you, as a mom, she's doing, or not, she's doing very well in this race here, having opened up what appears to be some significant distance on number 2 here in the blue shell. And number 2, that's out of Potomac, that's Erica Steve Caldwell. And she's a small animal veterinarian in Virginia, right? So she has a practice there. And she started rowing while she was at Purdue and then started sculling in Augusta, Georgia. So that's Erica there in that blue hull, boat number 2.
Boat number 3, the Empacher, or the yellow shell, is Catherine Infantino from Union Boat Club. This is her 17th year in the single of the HOCR. So you can see that with that experience, puts her in a perfect position to go through the Anderson Bridge.
Yeah, and number 4 there, right behind her out of Greater Columbus, is Jennifer Bullock, who basically started rowing at Princeton and then took up sculling in Columbus, Ohio.
And number 6, who's made some move here, is Rachel Perry, third place HOCR finisher in the 1X and fourth place in the Directors 4X in 2015. So she comes back. She rows out of Dolphin Boat Club in San Francisco.
And in that white shell coming up here, that's boat number 5 out of Upper Thames. That's in the UK in Berkshire. That's Sally Pollock Morse. She came in second in this category in last year's Head of the Charles.
Upper Thames is right there on the Reach, the Henley Reach, a great club. Very good oarsmen. We'll see a lot of them in this year and the next. And number 8 is Amber Oak. Go Fast Amber from Don Rowing in Mississauga, Ontario.
And right behind her in that white boat, number 7 there is North Cascades, Jennifer Huffman out of Lake Stevens, Washington. She's the granddaughter of Joe Rance, who was the 36 Olympic gold medalist, right? The Boys in the Boat story. That's her grandfather.
I've met her a couple of times. She's a great gal, and Stevens just north of Seattle. So number 9 is the next here. That's from Lansing, Michigan, Lisa Weiss. Third place medals from the HOCR in 2008, 11, and 14.
And then there's boat number 12 right behind her out of Greenwich there. That's Katie DeLuca there, number 12, in the Dayglow green hat and the dark shell.
And number 12 is from, that is Katie DeLuca, I'm sorry. And then for 11, from Riverside, is Kelly O'Leary Schultz, rowing since college. Great grandfather. We're both long Riverside family here. So,
as you can feel the rain picking up here, some of you may wonder if the rowers care or not. I would say during the race, not a whole lot, but it does help calm the wind, actually. So sometimes rowers welcome rain.
And here is Cambridge's Molly Watkins in number 15, the white hull and the blue blades, followed closely by
number
Roberta
13.
Turry-Weiss, also from Cambridge.
And then number 14 there, Charlie, and 14 is 612 Endurance out of Minneapolis, is Dory Johnson there.
At 16 is Jill Hathaway in the black hull with the white blades. And in 17, the yellow boat with the stripes.
That's Marika Page out of Colorado, rowing from Breckenridge, Colorado.
You know, these people in Colorado have an advantage.
You mean because the altitude, you think, and the and
they get to train with no oxygen, and they come
Right.
down here to the oxygen-rich part of the world. And
it does help in the endurance sports like head racing. Absolutely, absolutely.
So in the white hull with the black and pink, should we call that pink? 22. This is Megan Gradeck out of Rowing America in Peachtree City, Georgia.
Wow. And then number 21 there in the yellow boat with the Cambridge Boat Club blades. That's Jen Sachek Ward. She's a professor of nutrition at Tufts. She's given some good talks here at the club about nutrition. That's her in boat number 21 there. A little bit of a gap here, and then it's boats, it looks like 18, I think, in the red cap there. Yep,
Yeah,
boat 18 in the red cap. Who's that?
18 is from our own CRI. That's Anna Megan Bueller, also a CBC member, returned to competitive rowing following a significant hiatus. Well, that hiatus is over, and she's moving well.
And then number 19 there is Natasha Strom, also at a Cambridge Boat Club here. That's Natasha Strom in 19 in that yellow Empacher. It's good to see Natasha rowing that boat. I know that over this past year, unfortunately, twice she had trees fall on that boat and crack the boat. So she had a lot of repairs having to be done to that boat this year.
So she has an excuse. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about an excuse. It's just unfortunate. 2 times in a row, the boat got hit by a tree.
Yeah.
Oh,
she
so
got
that
a
is a
brand
new
new
boat.
boat.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you see, that's what you do. You get an
Okay.
excuse to buy a new boat. This is Kim Wilson going underneath the bridge from Texas Rowing in Austin, Texas.
And then behind her in the white boat, number 24, they're rowing with the gold blades and gold uniform out of Notre Dame. That's Shannon Lapointe there out of Notre Dame.
This is her 4th year of competitive rowing. And number 25 from Riverside is Megan Brundage, U.S. Rowing National Head Race C1X. She's done a lot of racing, and there she is, looking good.
And then here, number 23, all the way from Australia in Sydney, New South Wales, that's Daniela Borgert. Daniela is the Australia Masters. She won there in the women's 8 and in the straight 4. So welcome from Australia, Daniela. Thanks for coming here. We're hoping you're enjoying your head of the Charles.
Very good. This is number 26 in the white hull with the orange hat from the North Cascades. Another boat from Lake Stevens. This is Wendy Clark. This is Wendy's 3rd HOCR. Wendy recently placed first in the women's 2X event with Jen Huffman, whom we talked about earlier, at the Northwest Regional Championship Regatta.
And then here in the white boat with a black uniform, that's Danielle Jolly, also out of Sydney, New South Wales. She's a former member of the Australian rowing team and took a 10-year break and then came back to start rowing again. So welcome, Danielle. It's great to see you here, and we hope that you've enjoyed the trip and are enjoying this regatta and this race.
Danielle, take a look. She's hauling away.
Danielle, having corrected her course there to get through the center arch, she again could have gone through the Cambridge Arch. It is allowed, but it would have made it much more difficult for the next turn coming up, right? So I think that ends this event. I'm not sure if everyone went by. I didn't check everybody off, but I think that ends this event.
So we can give you, on the men's side, we've just seen the women go through, the women 40 plus. I can give you the unofficial, but nonetheless we'll give you the times of the men. So first overall was Hugh Mackworth Praed, Praed from Shiplake. Again, that's a part of Henley-on-Thames. And he covered the course in 1909. Russ Cohn, we saw go first. He was 1 second back in second. Hans Halverson was 5 seconds back in third. And Jamie Coven finished fourth, some 21 seconds behind. And then it goes down from there.
We do have one more woman on the course here in the singles event. That's the open water out of Sausalito, California. It's Pamela Hughes here. She rowed for Rutgers University during her undergraduate years, and she's now a member and coach of the Open Water Rowing Center there in Sausalito. So open water typically would be ocean racing or wave-based racing in an open bay. It's a slightly different type of shell. It's also much more competitive. Interesting is that there are more and more open water competitions coming up now where people, one of the style at least, is to literally run down the beach to your shell, jump in, push off, and get going, row out to a buoy, turn around, come back, get out of your shell, and run back up the beach to a marker. So a little bit almost of the lifeguard style of racing rowing.
I think, too, Alden, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the IOC is seriously giving consideration with FISA to include ocean rowing as an Olympic sport.
That's right. There is discussion about that, or at least as an Olympic exhibition sport first to see how it goes, and then maybe a full-fledged Olympic sport. They're thinking about doing that open water. My understanding is that for that event, it would be a triangle course, is what I believe, rather than an out and back. So you'd have to go kind of in a triangle pattern, and I think for that one, they would not start on land. They'd start in the water already, I think is what's being discussed.
Speaking of that, you know, there are a lot of changes that may be made in the Olympics with regard to rowing. I know that the IOC, in connection with FISA, the International Society of Rowing, to consider making sure that there's an equal balance between men and women from each team, or at least in the boats. So unfortunately, this may have a detrimental effect on one of the boats that many of us think is one of the most competitive events in the Olympics, and that's the lightweight men's 4. It's likely that boat will no longer be supported by the Olympics, and that will enable a women's straight 4 to be included, which would then result in having an equal number of men and women's boats in the Olympics. So,
yeah, I mean, that's been a challenge for many, many years, Charlie. There's, you know, the gender balance issue and also the weight balance issue, right? So I remember back in the day when there were no lightweight events in the Olympics, and then, of course, they were introduced. I think it was the right thing to do, but, of course, that had impact is they had to remove some of the open weight events to make room for that. Because one of the things people don't know is that the Olympic event medal count is actually fixed. So in order to add an event, you have to basically take away medals somewhere. And so that is it's a balance they have to find.
Well, it's interesting, too, that this is what we've been just talking about are Olympic events held every 4 years. Nonetheless, in the year after the Olympics, the second year after the Olympics, and the third year after the Olympics is the World Championships, and we still race all the events.
Well, that's right. And even in the Olympic year, all events are raced at the World Championships. It's just the non-Olympic events are raced at the World Championships, right? So you do have those events. People can still compete in them. They're just not necessarily Olympic events, right?
Well, the Olympic events now, when you think about the men's side, is the single, the double, the quad. Those are the, and then the sweep events have been the 8, the 4, the lightweight 4, and the lightweight men's double. Those are the 8 events.
Yep.
On the women's side, if I can remember.
Well, clearly the 8, the quad.
The quad, the single, the double, and the pair, I think.
I think that's right.
I think that's it.
That's right, yep. And the double is a light double, isn't it? Yeah.
And the double is a light double. A lot of discussion going on coming out of the Olympics as to how best to ensure that in the next Olympiad that we have a better showing in the United States. And we've been talking to a lot of different people about how to improve, and we're encouraged to see the U.S. rowing is taking the lead in a total evaluation of our high performance rowing committee.
Yeah, that's great to hear. We're really excited about that. You know, one of the things I might wonder is 4 years enough time to make up the gap, though? It may take 2 cycles. I'm wondering about that. I'm not saying it's absolutely the right thing to do, but 4 years is not as long as people think sometimes.
But you have to start somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm all in favor of it.
Enough comments. Here we have the men's alumni 8s here, and then the first boat coming down the track. Everybody on the river knows these blades. This is the Northeastern alumni. In number 1.
Yep, and that boat has done very well for many years here. Boat number 2 just missing a buoy there. I'm not sure who they are, but they missed it. Boat number 2 is the UW, University of Washington alumni there, and they're coming hard. Now these events here, all 9 athletes, including the coxswain, must have attended the same academic institution, not necessarily in the same year, of course, but they must be alumni of the same institution.
Fascinating. The guy in the stern is Alex Perkins. He won 3 gold medals in the IRA stroking UW boats.
Wow,
great
think about
kid.
that.
Great kid. And here, number
3
3
and 4 right next to each other.
This
here.
is Brown, followed by
BU by the looks of the blade. No, excuse me.
BMA.
Yeah, that's Cornell there. Cornell, number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah, that's the Cornell alumni boat. Doing very well, moving up on number 3 there, the Brown boat. And then number 5 there, it looks like, who is that? Oh, that's the Michigan Rowing Association. The Michigan alumni in number 5 there, Michigan.
Very close racing here.
Now, one thing to keep in mind is this alumni event is age handicapped, but the reality is that over time people have figured out that effectively you're better off rowing younger alumni because the age handicap is far from sufficient to make it worthwhile to row the older alumni.
And here comes number 7. This is DeWolf. This is BU boat. This is the BU crew from the DeWolf Boathouse here in Boston, of course.
Yeah, and then that's number 8 in the orange and black. That's Fat Cat. That's the Princeton alumni there. Yeah, they're famed for those shirts there, the bright orange and the black with the orange lettering alternating throughout the boat. And then it looks like, based on the blades, I'd say Yale alumni there. I'm guessing
number 10.
Yeah,
That's
number 10,
10.
Linwood, out of that's the Yale alumni group there. And then it's probably, I'm guessing, number 6. Is that the Butte?
That is
group?
number 6. That is Butte.
I'm not sure who they are.
Well, they are rowing with Harvard blades.
They are. So I'm wondering if that's an attribution to their coach there, Charlie Butt. I know that his family name, some people do spell it Butte.
Then it must be Harvard. I didn't know that. Little known thing. 9 is Virginia alumni in the bright orange blades.
Yeah, in fact, Charlie, their children, Charlie's children are all named Butte.
Oh,
and even though his name was Butt, B-U-T-T, they decided to add an E.
Oh, I see. This is the Blue Cheese Group out of Santa Clara. Is this UC Santa Clara, I guess?
I'm not
Lightweight
sure.
rowers from Yale, dating back to the 90s.
They're on Yale blades there, and number 12 there
is
looks like Navy, right?
Navy Masters, yep, Navy Masters.
Yeah, and number 12 really closing on 11 there. Could be risk of interference or accident, but we'll see what happens down there, or I won't be able to see it.
Who's got the inside there?
11's got the inside.
On the outside.
Navy's on the outside, but
14.
they are moving quick.
14 is Evergreen out of New York. What do we think?
Evergreen is Dartmouth. Everett's Dartmouth alumni.
That's
yep.
right.
And
That's
13 there, who's that? That looks like Cambridge. Crabtree of London.
Crabtree of London,
There
one
you
of the
go,
great
yep.
clubs in London.
And
or in
17
GB.
there is George. That's the Georgetown alumni. 17 there in the blue and gray. Georgetown alumni. All right, a little bit of a gap here now. Yeah, it looked like they're 11 and 12. A little bit of strategy going on. My guess is, personally, if I had been 12, I probably would have flared out of that turn a little earlier and forced 11 wide on the last turn. Looked like they gave 11 the inside, and that would be a challenge.
Food.
So I just heard that the Navy crew did cut back a little bit and go on the inside, then push the other crew, the Blue Cheese guys, the lightweight Yale group, to the outside.
So here comes MIT.
Oh, the
The
MIT alumni
engineers.
boat. There we go. Yeah, MIT from downriver here, rowing that red shell with the distinctive gray shirts there.
You can't miss MIT with that big T on the end of the blade.
Foreman there wearing a sun hat. Not sure he needs that hat today for the sun, but maybe he's keeping the rain off his head too, right?
Next is 21. This is the Santa. Did we already call this the Blue Cheese Rowing Club?
This is a different Blue Cheese rowing club. Lightweight rowers from Yale. Yeah,
Yep.
They have multiple boats in this event this year. Yeah. And then it's another what looks to be who is that? I was going to say Northeastern, but it's actually not. It's similar blades, but it's not Northeastern. It's blue
20.
and yellow there.
It's not number 20. Trinity.
Oh, Trinity. There we go. Trinity in that yellow boat there.
Very
And
close
hot on
racing
their
here.
heels there is
22.
is 22 Evergreen. Again, that's
Another
a Dartmouth alumni boat right on their heels there, 22. And then in the gray boat there, it's number 15. Number 15
North
is
Adams. That's got to be.
that's Williams.
Williams.
Williams in number 15 in the gray boat there. On the inside of them, number 19, that's a Harvard alumni boat. That's the 2009 Harvard alumni boat there in the yellow boat.
You're missing water. Oh, we got 4 boats coming up, and look at the spread here, caused by with one boat way out to the left, and just
And it looks like the boat way out to the left may have had some steering trouble there based on looking at the way they're trying to steer. I'm possibly think they may have had some rudder difficulty or something else. You can see the coxswain really struggling there trying to steer, and there was a lot of tail splash, so I'm guessing something must be up with that. This is boat number 24 here.
This is 24. McCallie School is an all-male boarding school in Chattanooga, where a group of alumni have all rowed for various D1 college programs get to back together again for the HOCR.
That's great. So an alumni from a high school there as well. And then 27 in the white boat is St. Joseph's alumni, another high school group out of Pennsylvania. And then
Mount
25.
Mount Greylock Rowing Club. This is McCallie School, again from Chattanooga.
Got it. And then here's 23 in the yellow boat.
George Washington.
Okay, there
George
you go.
GW.
And then 26 in the white boat there. 26.
26 is Hobart.
Okay, and then behind them in the yellow boat is 28.
28, NU.
Oh, another Northeastern boat in that yellow boat. There you go. Yeah, this is a tough river if you have, and it's happened in the past where boats might lose their rudder, and then it becomes a real challenge to get around this course. I've seen it happen before, and it is very, very difficult.
Have you ever put your hand in the water?
I have put my hand in the water.
Does it work?
It helps. I'm not sure it works enough, but it helps. It definitely helps. I've dragged my hand in the water at times for tight turns. You don't want to do it too often, but it can help you around.
So this is number 30 here in the white hull with the blades with the orange
Coast Guard, it
chevron.
looks like.
Coast Guard Academy, of course. That chevron is so distinctive for them. And in the red shirts in the white hull is number 31.
Maybe Virginia. I'm trying to guess
Syracuse.
by the colors. Oh, Syracuse.
Of
there we go.
course,
I'm
the
sorry,
Orange
guys.
Men. The Orange Men of
That's right.
Syracuse.
Right out Syracuse, that white boat with those
And
orange
this has
shirts
gotta
there.
be- and this is this BC at 31?
33 here. 33. It looks like BC. Yep.
B-
there it
BC
is.
it is.
BC. Yep. 33 on the Cambridge shore. 31 on the Boston shore there. So BC, even though it's
BC's
taking
looking really quite nicely.
Yep.
I think they moved up.
Yep, they were a little coming around here on the big turn, but now they've lined up really well for that last final turn on the inside.
And this in the light blue shirts is 29.
I'm going to guess Columbia by the blades here, Charlie.
1990 Columbia University Lightweights.
There we go, Columbia Lightweights. Columbia Lightweights, in fact, this year I think they won the IRA, didn't they?
I think they were very strong. 16.
Yeah, really good IRA program this year, the Columbia Lights.
16 is the Friends of California Men's Crew, Oakland. Cal alums. And 2016 Olympian Marco is in that boat.
And that's 36 there with the white blades with the green shamrocks. I'm guessing that's that. Yep, University of Notre Dame alumni there under the bridge right now.
38 is College BC, University of Pennsylvania, Penn.
And you see, I'm guessing that boat's having some kind of rudder issue.
32 is Colgate. 32
there,
with
okay.
And in the inside, number 40 is Trinity again. And number 34 in the red hull is Heart of the Crew. That must be a MIT.
No, it's a Harvard class, but they row out of MIT, it looks like us.
Charlie wouldn't give him a vote? I mean, what's happening here?
I don't know. I don't know. No.
Next in the white shell is number 37. This is Rochester Institute of Technology. You know, I wonder if many of these crews have become club crews.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, I mean, a lot of the alumni events started off the first year or two. It was relatively open, and all of a sudden it became very, very competitive very quickly. A lot of teams decided to go after these alumni events, and basically it's the people who are the sub 40 age group found it to be the event of their choice.
So number 39 is GVSU, collection of Grand Valley alumni. Maybe that's a
out of Allendale, Michigan, it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 44 behind them is Navy Masters. So again, that's a Navy alumni crew there. It says both veterans and active duty in that boat there, number 44. This is 35 here in the white shell with the gray shirts. 35, that's Ridley alumni out of St. Kitts, Ontario.
St. Kitts.
Oh, St. Kitts, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of Ontario. That's right, Canada.
And number 50 is in the yellow shell.
Yeah.
And number 50.
Columbia Blades.
Columbia again, you got it.
Okay.
And then we have 16. 16 is the Friends of California and Cal alum again.
Okay, and then we've got 41 behind them here with the purple, the bright purple. Who would that be?
That might be Amherst.
Holy Cross.
Holy Cross.
Holy Cross alumni. There we are. Matt Coxon also dragging his arm there. You can see a little bit to help out with the steering.
Okay, we got to go quickly here. This is 45. This is Virginia in the orange blades.
Yeah, they're in the middle.
And on the inside at 48 is St. Joe's Prep down in Philadelphia, and 49 is alumni of Delaware. The alumni Delaware Light. They've always had a very strong crew.
Delaware has a great lightweight program. Right into the geese. Right into the geese there. Luckily, the geese are resilient. It did upset the bowman, it looked like. He kind of looked around, didn't know what the heck he had just hit.
Oh, just caught a big crab here. St. Andrews, get it back together again, guys. Here we go.
There you go. That's 42, St. Andrews. Yep. And then 43, it looks like.
43, St. Pete's Prep alumni in classes of 2010 through 2016. St. Pete's Prep.
Out of Jersey City, New Jersey. I don't know St. Pete's Prep in Jersey City. Now next coming around is number 47. Friends of California men's crew here. These are the 1998 IRA National Championship freshman crew. So freshmen in 98, they were the national champs. Now rowing together as an alumni group here. Number 47, Friends of Cal. And then behind them there in the darker boat, look with Coast Guard blades, but is that a Coast Guard boat?
It is number 46.
Yep, that's Coast Guard alumni, the 1985 alumni out of Coast Guard. They were the Dadville Lightweight Championship boat here. So an 85 alumni boat, I'm going to say that probably puts them well into their 40s, if not their 50s, but rowing in the alumni event. So an interesting strategy there. A lot, again, the crews that are 40 plus typically will move into the age bracketed Masters events rather than rowing the alumni event because the age handicap is not that significant in the alumni event. And so a lot of crews choosing to row in their age groups instead.
So I think that concludes the men's alumni event. Great racing, and it's great fun to come back here and just be a part of the overall ambiance and the friendship that characterizes the entire regatta. So it's great to see them. Upcoming, of course, is the women's side of the alumni events, and they will start shortly. And the question for you people on the bridge and to whoever's watching here is, how many Olympians or world champions can you spot in this event division? I know that there are a number of members of this year's Olympic team that have come back and are rowing now in their respective collegiate boats.
Yeah, I would imagine there's going to be at least a half dozen to a dozen Olympians in this event, Charlie. I mean, I'm just doing that top of mind here.
So I'll tell you what, we'll go off the air for just a second and look through these, and I think I can know most of the names of the people, so we will see if we'll call out the Olympians in each one of these boats if I can remember them all. So
Okay, I'll give you a
pen.
pen here, Charlie. You can mark them, so get ready here. And for those of you who are wondering, by the way, the goose that got hit there, no problem. It's swimming away with the rest of its flock. No issue at all. The goose is fine. The oarsman did stop. That's one thing that I always try and tell oarsmen is, look, on this course, you might hit things. You might hit a goose. You might hit a buoy. You might hit other boats' oar as well. All of that, just keep going. If it's not something permanently affixed like a bridge abutment, it will move out of the way. Just drive through it. And that's something really important to keep in mind here. And by the way, again, no penalties. Oar-to-oar contact is not necessarily a penalty. It could be if it's an interference reason, but oar-to-oar contact is not inherently an automatic penalty for this event. However, oar-to-body contact is an automatic penalty for someone. The question is who caused it. But if there is oar-to-body contact, which rarely happens, thank goodness, because it can be very dangerous, that is an automatic penalty for someone. Right. You know, while we're sitting here and the rain's kind of lightening up, which is great, I would say one thing to keep in mind is that all of us here are dressed pretty warmly. Hopefully you are too. And speaking of clothing, JL Racing delivers 100% American-made rowing gear of the highest quality suited for any rower, from novice to Olympian. Find necessities like unisuits, jackets, seat pads, pogies at the JL Racing booth. They're all manufactured in California, and JL provides garments for every rowing climate in every time zone across the globe. See this year's commemorative unisuit and vest at the JL booth in the vendor village. You know, I remember when JL was just getting going back in, gosh, I want to say the late 70s, maybe the early 80s. I remember wearing their gear from even the early 80s, and it's gotten, evolved a lot with newer fabrics, newer technology, and to be honest, better fit. But I remember when they just started that. Another old-time rowing supplier is Nielsen Kellerman, or NK. They're proud to have the Blue Ocean as the official megaphone of the Head of the Charles Regatta this year. Those are great megaphones. You'll hear the rowing control people, the river control people using them. Be sure to come by the NK booth to check out the rugged, waterproof Blue Oceans and their full line of rowing performance products, as well as have a live demonstration of their new M-Power Oar Lock. So that's the oar lock with all the sensors that tells you, how much pressure you're putting on the oar and at what point, and your angles and your brakes and all of that. So really an interesting concept now. More and more technology coming into rowing as people are using the data to try and improve their rowing, whether it be angles or pressure or things of that sort. So NK now with that M-Power Oar Lock, right? So really interesting to hear that. And of course, there's always BNY Mellon too. BNY Mellon is the proud sponsor for the third year now of the BNY Mellon Championship for collegiate competitors in the regatta's men's and women's championship 8s. Those are tomorrow. The top collegiate team winners from those two races are presented with a BNY Mellon Championship Cup on Sunday afternoon. That's tomorrow, October 23. BNY Mellon, who's the sponsor of that cup. So a little break in the action here. We're waiting for the women alumni boats to come down. In the meantime, you can see some of the 8s that have already raced going the other way in what's called the warm-up or travel lane, right, going back to wherever they boated out of, swinging down easily. And a nice break in action here. Nice time to take a break, really enjoy what's around you. Weather's starting to clear just a little more sun here coming out, hopefully. Still cloud cover, but a little brighter at least, and less rain coming down. One thing you'll also note on the course here is a lot of these safety launches. The launches here with these red flags that say SL and a number. The SL standing for safety launch. Those boats are there to protect the safety of all competitors, whether on the water or on shore. And the idea being that in case of emergency, they can race out and get to a competitor. I believe that the timing is within 60 seconds. They're supposed to be able to get to any competitor who might have an issue within 60 seconds. I think that's right. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it's 60 seconds. And luckily, we have not had any significant need for those boats in recent past. There was an event I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, where a rower did have a heart issue during the race, stopped rowing, and was raced out of the boat by a rescue boat in order to help them out. So really important to have those safety launches around, protect all of the rowers, and also hopefully not, but if necessary, spectators on shore. There are safety crews and first aid crews on shore as well. And for those of you who might not want to jump in a boat, might not like the weather, but want to row or get that feeling, you can always row indoors. Things like the water rower. You know, we're once again welcoming the water rower back to the Head of the Charles as the official regatta partner, or as an official regatta partner. This year, Water Rower has teamed with the Pull for a Cure to support their fundraising efforts for breast cancer research. You can swing by their tent at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to warm up on their American-made rowing simulators. And for each individual that rows 250 meters, Water Rower will make an added donation to the fund. So go over there, jump on their rowing machine, row 250 meters, and get them to donate some more to that Row for a Cure effort. Really a great cause, and really not much effort on your part to get it done, right? And I can see that some of you on the bridge there might look a little cold. You know, keep in mind that Brooks Brothers here is the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles. They've got a tent right there by the finish line selling clothing, and you can be sure to visit their pop-up store both at the Weld Exhibition and the Rowing and Fitness Expo to check out their limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership this weekend. Thanks a lot, Brooks Brothers. And now over to the racing as the women's alumni event comes down the course.
So here we go, number 1. This is University of Michigan alumni, and in this boat are the following Olympians: Sarah Trowbridge, Felice Mueller from this year's 8, Ellen Tomek, Amanda Elmore, among others. And I have to apologize if I don't get everybody, but this is a great group of gals doing very well and who have represented us extremely well over the course of the last several quadrennials. Go gals.
Yeah. And then it's a Fat Cat boat number 4, so we went from 1 to 4 there. That was interesting.
And then in this boat, Carolyn Lind is in this boat. Sarah Hendershot and Heidi Robbins leading the way. It's great to see these 3 Olympians with us. And not only do we have Olympians in some of these boats, we also have world champions from the World Championships. Ooh, going downstream a little wide is a big problem. But
it's all right. That looks like they're out of the way. They're all clear now, right? That boat, that Coast Guard boat there going downstream to the warm-up area. Didn't interfere with it, but looks like they were almost close, but they didn't.
Here comes the brown women.
Yep, brown women number 5 there. Brown women number 5.
And in the brown women's boat is Tessa Gobo. Tessa Gobo from this year's Olympic gold medal 8. Give her a hand.
And in boat number 2, that's Bula Bula. That's the Yale alumni there. With the blue and white blades.
And Taylor Ritzel of the Great Smile is in that boat. Go Taylor.
And then boat number 6 there is the Virginia alumni. Go ahead, Charlie.
And Virginia, Megan O'Leary and Lindsay Shoup are in that boat. So it's great to see those. Megan was again at the Olympics this year in Rio.
So basically those first 5 boats there, each one of them having multiple Olympic athletes. And then this is King's Crown here, the Columbia alumni, boat number 3.
And number 3 is Stephanie Nagel, Samantha Warren, and Hillary Going, all from Columbia in that boat.
So a tough field there. First 5 boats through the bridge, all having multiple Olympic athletes in each one of those boats.
What happened this year, it's a little bit different from the past. It was decided by the powers that be here that while you can't row in more than one boat, we would waive that for our Olympians and allow them to race too. So you'll see some of these gals not only here in their alumni boats, but you may also see them in the champ single and perhaps in the women's grade 8.
So an interesting pass going on here. You can see here boat number 7, the Penn alumni women, and then boat number 10 there in the red and white. That looks like the Cornell alumni women by the blades.
Yeah.
At Cornell, number 10, passing number 7, you could hear the coxswain of the Cornell boat yelling at the Penn coxswain to give way. And she was able to swing out of the way as Cornell slips on by there.
Yep.
Not uncontested, though, to be clear. Penn holding its own as long as possible.
And number 8 here, the dark hull with the green blades.
That's got to be the Dartmouth alumni by the blades, I'm guessing there.
It's William Smith.
Oh, William Smith. Interesting. Okay. So William Smith there, number 8.
This crew contains 4 former CRCA All-Americans and finished 8th in this event last year.
All right,
So,
and
a lot of talented women.
2 boats side by side here. Number 9 there in the Dayglow green and black, and number what appears to be 11 there in the white boat, right? So 11 passing 9 there.
And 9 is Trinity, and 11 is Toronto alums from, I guess, is the University of Toronto.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. It says they're out of Toronto, Ontario, though.
Yep.
So a lot of Canadian crews showing up, a lot of international crews in general here. This regatta has really changed over the years. Years and years ago, it was very unusual to see international crews. Now it's very common to see international crews. As we saw earlier today, crews as far away as Singapore, lots of Canadian crews, a number of European crews coming in as well.
And here come the Brown women from Providence. Brown University Women's Crew is one of the top-ranked crews in the country, having won 8 national championships. And here is a good group of people from those championship boats. And number 14 is Radcliffe.
Yep, using those Radcliffe blades there in the black and white uniforms and the black and white blades in the black boat. Number 14, the Radcliffe alumni.
Matter of fact, Radcliffe has 2 boats here. So number 15 is also a Radcliffe boat, but we don't see the black and white blades yet. We will soon.
Well, let's see, it's 13 there in the white with the white and red blades. That's the Northeastern alumni blades.
That's
and then
13. That's 13.
That's
and you're right.
13, and then number 18 on the inside of the turn is the Dartmouth alumni.
It says Evergreen. I guess that
Evergreen is Dartmouth alumni.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
it. Yep.
Alumni, we're
Right,
correct.
alumni, yep. And then it's 15 there. 15.
Is it the other Radcliffe
That's the
crew?
other Radcliffe boat.
That's
Okay.
the other Radcliffe crew.
So the Dartmouth alumni having passed that Radcliffe boat, and now in the process of passing the Northeastern boat as well.
So next up is boat number 16. This is the gray Vespoli with the gray jerseys, and that's Georgetown, the GU Women's Alumni 8.
Yep.
Of course, rowing on the Potomac. And then number 15 is yet another Radcliffe crew.
No, this is number 19.
19, take it back. This Bula Bula.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
Yale.
That's
Yale alumni. Yeah, Bula Bula.
Bula, Bula, Bula.
And then 17 behind them. 17 is the Middlesex alumni. That's Middlesex, the prep school.
Prep school out just past Concord. Of course, Middlesex rows 4s, but they pull them together to row in 8s, I guess.
Yeah, I
for
guess
this
so.
event.
I guess so. Well, I think many of these women rowed in D1 programs in university.
Yeah,
is what
no
it
doubt,
is.
no doubt. And coming up now in the white shell.
Well, it kind of looks like Notre Dame blades, but it doesn't look like Notre Dame uniform.
But it is.
Oh, it is Notre Dame.
It is
Okay,
Notre
I guess
Dame.
they decided to wear dark-colored uniforms this time around. That's the Notre Dame alumni. From the classes of 2011 to 2016. So you've got some real youngsters in that boat, just graduates a couple months ago to people who graduated maybe 5 years ago.
Okay, we have 3 boats coming up. The first one with the blue blades. Should we guess on Columbia? Let's see. It is number 20.
It's definitely Columbia blades there.
And it is Columbia University in the black hull with the light blue and white blades.
And then behind them in the red there, that's BU blades there. I'm trying to read the bow number right now. That's 23 there. 23, which is that's BU, the DeWolf organization. And then behind them, well, the uniforms say to me it's probably Crabtree, but they're using Northeastern women's blades, so a borrowed boat.
It's number 24, and it is Cambridge.
Yep, Cambridge. 1927 Cambridge out of the UK. Cambridge, UK there. Wearing their traditional kind of light green colored jerseys there with a borrowed boat from Northeastern by the looks of the blade colors there.
You know, when I think about this race, Alden, it took its name from, if you will, the Head of the River race in London. And it's not so different when you row there than when you row here. A big curvy course, nearly 4 miles in length. It's
no
tremendous.
tides here though, Charlie. That's a tidal course there, as I remember, right?
Absolutely, and it can be wicked, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and no tides here, so that makes it a little bit easier in some respects here.
So we have 22 on the inside now, and 26, I believe.
So the purple jersey, 22, that's the Williams alumni, and you said 26, Charlie?
26.
26 is the Wesleyan alumni out of Connecticut. Wesleyan out of Connecticut there. So 26 there, having caught up to 22. Who's behind them there?
They're 27 on the inside.
All right,
in the gray
27 is an
shell.
Oxford crew. That's Oxford out of the UK. That's an Oxford alumni boat.
And closely behind them is number 25, which is Wellesley alumni.
Okay, Wellesley alumni out of 25 there. Yep. So they're familiar with this river for sure. Yeah, I was in a boat earlier today, Charlie, with out of the UK actually. We kind of felt like it was a bump race. We actually ended up literally having our bow ball bump the boat ahead of us, only because they wouldn't give way. We literally had our bow ball bump their 7-rigger.
To show you how small the world is, I think that was an Upper Thames crew, wasn't it?
It was.
Upper Thames
That's
crew,
right.
and it was stroked by a guy named Paul Stewart Bennett.
No. Paul unfortunately couldn't make it at the last moment. They had to have a substitute.
Oh,
so
too
they
bad.
substituted someone in about 10 days ago, and so Paul didn't make the boat this
Oh,
year.
that's too bad. Because he and I rode many years. I lived in Henley for 3.5 years, and a great group of people at Upper Thames.
Yeah, great group. Really nice guys.
Yeah.
Did very well coming out of the middle of the pack there to finish 5th in their event this year. Number 28 here passing us. Number 28, that's Emory's alumni out of Atlanta. Emory out of Atlanta there.
Huh? Yeah. 3.5 years, great stuff. And this is number 29 in the red hull. And number 29 is Rutgers. I guess we could have guessed that from the color of the hull.
Yeah, well, and the blades, the red
Yep.
and black there of Rutgers, right?
Yep. And behind them is 37.
Who's got checkered blades? I don't recognize those blades, the black and white checker. Who is that, Charlie?
37 is Delaware. Duke. It's Duke.
The
It's
Duke alumni. Okay.
Duke alumni.
But black and white didn't really trigger my thought as to Duke. I think of them as blue and white. So not sure, maybe they borrowed different blades, or maybe that's their alumni blades.
And the lime-colored boat is the Friends of New Hampshire, University of New Hampshire.
Oh, UNH. Boy, that's a
UNH.
distinctive colored boat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Boy, you wouldn't miss that thing in the dark at all. Guess it could be an added safety touch if you think about it.
So next in the black hull with the, we'll call them black and yellow bait, number 33, this is Vermont. Whatever happened to the cow, the black and white cow blades?
I used to love those blades, those black and white kind of Holstein-looking blades, but I guess they've gotten more conservative and they've gone with the green and yellow color here now, but looking like they're rolling along strong there, out of Vermont. Wow, big pack coming through here now, a group of 3 followed by a group of 4.
So 32 is Vanderbilt.
Okay, Vanderbilt there in the
Vanderbilt,
dark
the
boat.
railroad, and I guess they built this crew too.
Yep.
And then number 36
In the white boat.
In the white boat is Hamilton, and then on the outside, or whatever you want to call it, the black hull.
That's
42
Berkeley.
is Berkeley, Cal Berkeley.
Berkeley alumni in that kind of teal-colored
Whoa,
uniforms
look
there.
at this! Look at this!
Boy, this is going to be a crowded finish line
Yes.
here. Let's see, 35 on the far side?
That's 35 on the far side.
Yep.
35 is UMass.
And then
Jim
44 in the
Dietz's
middle.
crews.
44 in the middle looks like Syracuse by the
It
blades.
is Syracuse.
And then 34 on the near side here is MIT, I think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You got
Yep. And then 30 here trailing them.
it. Trailing them is Northeastern.
Okay, so Syracuse moving through MIT there and the other crews. And those other crews probably going to be overlapping all the way to the finish line. It's going to be a crowded finish line there.
Now this is Saratoga. That must be an alumni organization from high school.
I guess
Can you-
so. I don't know.
Can they do that? I
They
suppose
can.
they're all
Alumni,
young.
yep.
25,
Yep.
32, 25.
Yep.
And then, of course,
39 is Cornell by the looks of the blades.
39.
Yep, BMA. That's the Cornell alumni.
How do you get Cornell out of BMA?
It's used to stand for Best Men Afloat. There are other things that are said about those 3 letters, but
So
it
in
used
the-
to stand for Best Men Afloat.
So 40 is the gals from Wesleyan, and 38 in the Whitehall is Amherst.
And I guess the Cornell alumni have not contested the M part of the BMA and continue to use the BMA.
Yeah. And so 45 here, that's really moved up. They were last to start is Mercyhurst University from Erie, PA.
Mercyhurst there doing pretty well moving through the bridge at number 45. And then there's another boat coming around the corner. I can't see who it is yet. This is number 41 coming around the corner. Number 41 here. William Smith out of Geneva, New York, it says. William Smith College is in Geneva, New York. And this is some former NCAA medalists and Avaya champions as well here. William Smith, number 41 in the dark uniforms here with what appear to be white and blue blades. Could be white and green here. Tough to tell from my angle right now in the light. So the rain having stopped now, and the wind really not coming back, which is great. Some good cloud cover, so no one's going to get hot, but at the same time bright enough that good visibility, not really an issue at all here. Conditions pretty good for rowers right now.
So, Alden, I think that does it for both the men's and the women's alumni boats.
That's right, Charlie. And in fact, while we're on a little break here, I'm going to turn it over here and take a little break myself. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Galley here and let Kevin introduce himself, and he'll take over my spot while I quickly grab a sandwich.
Thank you, Alden. Next race is going to be the men's Club 4s coming up, starting at 12:51, so they've already started.
In 2016, the year the Union Boat Club is dethroned, this is a question. Is 2016 the year Union Boat Club is dethroned from the top spot, or will they hold on to bow number 1 for the 5th consecutive years? Thames Boat Club started at bow 32 in 2015, finishing 3rd. Starting bow 2 for 2016 should give them some clean water to run, make the run at Union. There's a couple of boats that come from the Thames Boat Club and Molesey Boat Club that we'll see tomorrow. These are very powerful clubs, both on both in Putney and upstream on the higher reaches of the Thames. And they produced an incredibly strong group of crews last year, and they look to come back and do the same here. All the local clubs will be involved. Thames London, as I said, will be involved. We've got a club out of Lufthansa representing Hamburg, Germany, among other international crews that will be with us soon to follow. And as Kevin said, they were already on the course, so we wait for them to appear around the corner, and we will call the race as we see them. There are 49 competitors in this event, so a lot of good racing should be seen. Back to you in a moment.
And this race is brought to you partially by AMI Graphics. Proud to bring you the official Head of the Charles Regatta pole banners. The banners you see along the street lights there. And commemorative banners for 2016. Be sure to visit the AMI Graphics pop-up store at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to pick up this year's official merchandise. AMI Graphics helps celebrate the tradition of the regatta with authentic event merchandise. Stop by and pick yours up before they are all gone. And also Concept 2. Which Concept 2 oar is right for you? Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 CTS tent located next to Hudson. Concept 2 CTS is the official oar supplier to the Head of the Charles Regatta. I actually bought a couple of Concept 2 oars this year. They're on their way to Italy. Hudson is proud to be the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles Regatta. This year, more than 80 crews, including many of the world's best rowers, will gather in the Shark Zone, home of the Great Eights. Stop by and see how Hudson is pushing the pace to high-performance rowing. Also, Ghirardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop at Faneuil Hall. The Ghirardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop at Faneuil Hall is thrilled to be the first-time supporter of the Head of the Charles. Stop by their booth at Weld Exhibition for complimentary chocolate tasting all weekend. Warm up with premium Ghirardelli hot cocoa for sale at the Ghirardelli booth now. The Faneuil Hall, I'm sure Alden's going to be somewhere in the Faneuil Hall vicinity tomorrow evening, Sunday evening around 11 p.m. BNY Mellon, presenting sponsor, the head of the Charles Regatta, is the global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon manages more than 1.3 trillion in assets under management and operates in more than 36 countries around the world. Learn more at bnymellon.com. Brooks Brothers is proud to be the official apparel sponsor, the head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit Brooks Brothers pop-up stores at World Exhibition and the Rowing and Fitness Expo. Be sure to check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership. Thank you, Brooks Brothers. So again, this is a 3-mile race. Some actually say it's 2.88 miles. Singles go roughly 19 to 21 minutes, 18 to 21 minutes. And the eights go much faster, about 16 minutes. New Balance. New Balance is proud to be the official athletic footwear and apparel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Check out the New Balance tent located at the expo to pick up your limited edition HOCR Minimus 20V5 trainer made here in New England, USA, as well as wide variety of limited edition HOCR apparel and accessories. We're still waiting for the men's clubs 4 is the next race to come up. We're still waiting for them to come. Sparkling Ice. Have you met Sparkling Ice? Essence Of, the newest addition to the Sparkling Ice lineup. Essence Of is a fizzy, lightly flavored sparkling water. A flirt of flavor, we say, from a tiny tease of tangerine. Here comes the men's Club 4. The first 4 is coming up.
All right, here we go. Here we go with the men's Club 4s. This is a highly contested group of athletes with almost 50 competitors. And coming around the corner, holding first. They started first and they're holding first. This is Union Boat Club with Min Yang, Andrew Fisher, Peter Dwyer, Hunter Dre, and Tim Moore, winners of the Club 4 for the past 2 years. And they look to be holding their lead, given the distance between them and the number 2 boat, which is out of Thames, London.
I would say the number 2 is a similar distance from the start, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
you think
exactly.
So they're staying almost even.
They may be very close here. Actually, we must take that back. That's number 3 from Dartmouth.
That's number 3. So number 3 is gained on number 1.
They have definitely moved up. Then the question is, why the big gap between here and the next boat?
I always feel a little bad for these coxswains have to lie down in the front of these 4s.
Well, you know, that didn't used to be the case, Kevin. When you and I were first starting rowing, they were all stern loaders, but now they've moved to bow loaders, as they call it, and it provides for a better balance of the boat fore and aft. But, you know, I've often thought that schoolboy 4 should be coxed from the stern so this coxswain can see what's actually going on.
Here comes Harvard.
This is number 2.
Number 2.
This is Thames, London.
Oh, this is Thames, London, rowing with Harvard Blades.
Yep, they're rowing out of Harvard. And closely
another
behind
boat with
them,
Harvard Blades, but blue jerseys.
this is number 4 that's moved up, and number 4 is from the German crew. The German crew racing under the name Lufthansa from Germany. They were 5th place in 2015, last year. And closely behind them, and having moved up a great deal, is number 10. This is a Harvard University Club 4. You can see those Harvard Blades rowing in the white shell, that white Hudson. Number 6 is CRI. A good showing for CRI. They're competitive men's 4. And number 8 has moved up. Newport Beach, California. Members of the Newport Aquatic Center in Newport Beach is in the blue hull.
2 boats have lost their bow numbers.
Yeah, and these other 2 boats have lost their bow numbers.
So
Yeah.
there must have been some sort of collision earlier on in
Yeah.
the course.
So number 7, the University of Rhode Island is number 7.
And then W. This they have W's on their blades with the blue blades.
Hard to tell who is who without their bow numbers. It's difficult for us, other than to guess by what we see in terms of the blades. It gives us some indication, but not always the indication, because so many boats here, as well as oars, are being borrowed from the local boathouses.
Here's number 9.
Number 9 is coming into view. This is the University of Minnesota alumni, all the way from St. Paul, Garrison Keeler country.
Here's number 14, Riverside.
Number 14, yes, Riverside Boat Club.
They are smoking.
Yep. They've moved up quite a bit. This is their river, and they're going to protect it.
Renee Lanza coxswain. Many of these boats have female coxswains, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the coxswain weight, Alden, when you remember what the coxswain weight has to be in a collegiate boat? Is there a... Yeah. 125. So number 13.
The 13 is
Number 13
Wesleyan.
is Wesleyan, as we said. Number 15 in the dark hull and the orange jerseys is Texas. Yeah.
With the Lone Star.
Deep in the heart of Texas. Yeah.
These boats look like they're rowing about a 32, wouldn't you say, Charlie?
I think you got to row 32 or 33 to be competitive in this group. This is number 12, again from Cornell alums, and closely followed by a crew that's moved up quite a bit. Number 18, which is the riverfront recapture from
Hartford.
down in Hartford, Connecticut. It's a very big and growing club down there, serving the youth and the masters of.
It's number 16.
Masters of Connecticut. Anyway, number 16, San Diego Rowing Club, right on Mission Bay. Here they are, moving through the blue hull. And in the white hull is number 17. This is State University of New York at Geneseo in the white hull.
And here comes number 20 in the yellow boat.
And the yellow boat is number 20 in the yellow Vespoli. This is the Lincoln Park Boat Club. They row on a very tiny piece of water just in the north part of Chicago, right on the lake. So it's a testament to their endurance, if you will.
It's number 22, Harvard.
Number 22 with the Harvard blades is indeed Harvard. This is the Harvard Club 4.
I believe that's a liberal arts college here in Cambridge.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So Charlie Butt puts a lot of crews out, as well as Billy Boyce, the lightweight coach, put a number of fours together, and they come under various names.
Here's number 19.
Number 19 is from Brunswick, Maine. This is the Bowdoin rowers.
And here comes my alma
Brunswick.
mater, BU, number 28.
28 is the BU men. We can tell by their white and red oars, the distinctive colors of BU.
The BU Terriers. And here's number 23.
Number 23, we can see West Point written on the side of that boat, so I assume those are guys from representing us from the Army. Let's have a good round of applause for our Army boys. Yeah.
And here comes number 26.
Number 26 is next. This is the white hull with the varied jerseys, and we think it's
Vermont.
26, and it is indeed Vermont.
Followed by 24.
And 24 is UGA from Athens, Georgia. The University of Georgia at Athens. That's right? There we go, University of Georgia at Athens.
And then number 21 is coming up here.
Quite a big gap between Georgia and the next crew. As you look from the bridge, I mean, the great coxswains will put those orange buoys right between the ends of the oars and the hull to make sure that they don't row in any greater length than they have to.
Wow, followed by number 30.
So what is...
Number 21 is the red boat. And
Red boat is from Vancouver, BC, long way from home.
then number 30 is coming up.
And then number 30, which has gained some boats. This is the Wentworth Tech here in Boston. So that is a good crew.
And then number 25.
Way deep.
Okay.
So the field is sort of opened up here.
So what do these fours do, about 17 minutes, Charlie?
Yeah, 17 to 18 minutes in a 4. I know that, yes, exactly. I know the times for youth 4s. Perhaps we even see it here in terms of what the record time is.
So at this point, they have a half mile to go, so they've got about 2.5 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, the record for the course was set by Union Boat Club in 2013 at 16 minutes. So I would say the average is more like 17, assuming that they got a big tailwind when they set the record.
About 3 minutes.
Yeah, Alden
so about 90 strokes
Yeah.
from the bridge.
So this is interesting what's happening. The inside boat is forcing this boat with the white with the orange, which is number 31, which is Carnegie Lake down in Princeton. They're now swinging pretty wide here, forced over a little bit by 36. Number 36, the white hull, the red jerseys, that is Potomac.
You can see this coxswain sitting up at number 31.
Yeah. Worried about the and they see
Worried about
the stroke has stopped rowing in order to be able to make this turn. There he goes.
Oh.
We can tell it's Potomac, those red blades with the white stars. And then number
squeezed by the
27 is Northampton. So that must be NCR is a community-based organization providing rowing programs.
Here's 35 passing by.
35 in the black hull is the MIT grads. That's a good group. And 33 in the white hull with the white blades is Sag Harbor, rowing out of Sag Harbor just there on the western end of Long Island Sound.
And then 32.
And then 32 is Genesee. That might be University of Rochester. The Genesee Rowing Club's top 4 men.
And here comes up number 34.
34 is Marquette Club out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Men's varsity for first in the petite finals in the Accra events.
So the rowers are more or less delirious by the time they get to this point, and they're just sort of hanging on for the last 2.5 minutes of the race.
And here we have boat number 29, the gray shell, and again with the gray jerseys, and that's
Georgetown, right?
39. Is that 39? 29.
It looks
29.
like
That's
Georgetown.
New York Woodbridge, Ridgefield, New Jersey
okay.
club. And 37. 37 is Rochester Institute of Technology alumni.
RIT. Here comes three boats duking it out. It's 42.
42 on the inside. That's the white hull with the dark jerseys.
And then 40.
And that's from Bowdoin. So they probably this is Bowdoin's only entry in the Club 4.
The coxswain of Bowdoin.
40 is Carnegie Mellon, of course, out of Pittsburgh. And on the inside, number 45, that's taken some advantage. That is UC Santa Barbara in the red hull. So now we see 2 boats. If you're on the bridge, you see 2 boats coming right up the buoy line. The inside boat taking a big advantage over the white boat with the white blades. But now having got to really make that turn so they can get right down the center of the throat of the middle arch.
It's 41 that's past 29.
That's 41 and
So
from
they're
Albany
smoking.
Rowing Club
They're
in
really
Albany,
moving.
New York, doing well on that turn. And then we have number
29.
29. And 29 is out of New York, Woodbridge, New Jersey, Ridgefield, New Jersey. Woodbridge Rowing Club. I don't know if it's a rowing club or an alumni group of sorts.
And then 48 rowing with hoods on.
Yes. Maybe it's something to do with Halloween.
Oh, they're full,
It's
full
48.
body skeletons.
This is Babusick Lake Rowing Club from Amherst, New Hampshire. Maybe it has something to do with
And there's number
Amherst
47.
College. And 47 in the red hull is Lincoln Park boat, another boat from Lincoln Park out there in Chicago.
And 45.
45 is U.S. Santa Barbara again. You sure that wasn't 46? That's with the tech blades.
Oh, this could be 46.
Yeah.
And then 43.
And then 43 is Wharton. You need to get through business school, go to Wharton.
I believe that's where one of the presidential candidates went to school.
Are they proud of it?
And then coming up is number 49.
Okay. So this is number 49, started last, but are doing quite well. They moved up clearly on the boat behind them from Baltimore, Maryland. Club boat from Baltimore, Maryland. I wonder where they row. Do they row in the Inner Harbor? Is it possible, or do they have a... Yeah.
And then 38 is this boat coming up. Coxswain is sitting up.
Chicago Rowing Union. The mission of Chicago Rowing Union is to promote the sport of rowing for the LGBT community and its allies. We provide inclusive educational and competitive programs that foster teamwork, personal growth, health, and fitness. Go Chicago Rowing Union!
And of course, we have the Cubs in the World Series against the Cleveland Indians.
What's the score?
I don't know. Are they
What's the
playing
score
today?
of the Cubs game?
Are they playing today?
Don't know.
They are playing? Did the game start yet? There's Gail Cromwell.
No, you're missing out on some.
So, Sparkling Ice is one of the sponsors of the regatta. Have you met Sparkling Ice? Essence of the newest edition of Sparkling Ice lineup. Essence is a fizzy, light flavored sparkling water. A flirt of flavor, we like to say. From a tiny tease of tangerine to a luscious little lemon line, Sparkling Ice Essence of Waters comes in 4 refreshing flavors to add a little yay to your day. We invite you to come by the Sparkling Ice booth at XXX for some samples all weekend.
Well, I guess that completes that event.
Is it the next thing?
Men's clubs, we had that. That was the women's club. So we're on to
another sponsor is Chobani. Stop at the Chobani Pop-Up Cafe at the head of the Charles Regatta on October 22nd and 23rd from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to enjoy a complimentary sample of new Chobani Metzi dips made with only natural ingredients, located at the Weld Exhibition venue over by Harvard's Boathouse. The what? Right. Clubs game. The World Series game is this evening, we learned. Another sponsor is Gentle Giant Moving Company is proud to be the official moving and storage partner of the head of the Charles Regatta, with more than 35 years of experience in locations throughout New England and nationwide, offering local, national, and international moving services. Founded by rowers, Gentle Giant promotes a culture of athleticism and is committed to providing leadership development opportunities for its employees. Through the Gentle Giant Charitable Foundation, it also strives to support youth development through education and athletics. Info at gentlegiant.com.
Kevin, I have to say something about Gentle Giant.
Yes.
So Ellen Kennelly and myself, we left the wonderful shores of Cambridge last August, a year ago, this past August, and we moved to a place called Bellingham, Washington, on the other side of the world.
Which is almost on the border of Canada.
Almost on the border of the Canada.
49th parallel.
And we threw everything we had, including 7 racing shells, to Gentle Giant. And those are all 7 of those racing shells, which included 5 singles, a double, and a wooden quad, we shipped to the far, far, far northwest. And every one of those shells made it across the country without a scratch and in perfect condition. Gentle Giant is the company to go to if you're moving across the country or moving across the state or moving across the city. They're a great bunch of guys, founded by a great rower out of Northeastern. The guys that work for them run between the truck and your house. It just couldn't be a better organization, a more trusted organization, and an organization that really takes great care of individuals who move, and by the way, take great care of all the stuff that has to be taken great care of that's associated with the head of the Charles Regatta. So hats off to the Gentle Giant and all the good works that they do. If you're going to move, trust Gentle Giant to make it happen.
And Charlie, you moved to the state of Washington for rain and Starbucks, I believe, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, another sponsor is Land Rover, proud sponsor of the 52nd Head of the Charles. With a new Land Rover as your companion, you'll see adventure wherever you go. Head over to the Land Rover display today to experience for yourself or visit your local Boston area Land Rover retailer to see the full lineup of Land Rover vehicles. Adventure, it's for the taking. Charlie's going over to the National Rowing Foundation tent, where he's going to recite some poetry by Nobel laureate Bob Dylan. Another sponsor.
Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Another sponsor. Dylan Thomas. Indeed. JL Racing delivers 100% American-made rowing gear to the highest quality suited for any rower, from novice to Olympian. Find necessities like unisuits, jackets, seat pads, and pogies at the JL Racing booth. Manufactured in California, JL provides garments for every rowing climate and every time zone across the globe. See this year's commemorative unisuit and vests at the JL booth in the Vendor Village.
Hi, this is Alden Zecca coming back in again. I know some of you have seen the Brooks Brothers vests that the volunteers are sporting this year. We're really happy about those. Thanks, Brooks Brothers. Brooks Brothers, again, is the proud sponsor and the official apparel sponsor of the Heather Charles this year. Really be sure to visit their pop-up stores, both at Weld or at the Rowing and Fitness Expo. They do have versions of the vest for sale as well. Typically, they sell out of those commemorative items fairly quickly in the regatta, so you do want to get there and check those out if you want one and pick it up now. Be sure to check out those limited edition collection items because they've been they are commemorative specifically for this weekend, and they are limited edition. They only make a certain number. Once they're gone, they're gone. You cannot order them again. So keep that in mind. Thanks, Brooks Brothers.
And we're waiting for the Women's Club Fours, which goes off the line at 1:10 p.m. So we're at 1:18 right now, which means...
Yeah, so they're just, I can see the first boat coming around the corner here, Kevin. Let's see, I don't know who it is.
They got here very fast.
Well, they might have started the event early. The weather's decent right now. Who is that, Kevin?
That is boat number 1.
Boat number 1, that's Potomac. And Potomac won the event last year. That's why they're starting number 1. And they are back again this year. And not clear to me if all 5 athletes are the same ones, but it does say they were proud to have won last year, and they're back here again to defend their title.
But boat number 3 has clearly gained on them. That's who's right behind them.
Boat number 3 right behind them, that's the University of Wisconsin. Basically, it's the top freshman women at Wisco this year. So the top freshman women at Wisco in boat number 3, closing in at against Potomac there, boat number 1, and obviously having passed boat number 2 since they're starting 3.
And the boat number 3 is running hard and high. They are really cranking. If you look at boat number 3, I think they're at about 33, 34 strokes per minute, and they look still fresh.
Wow, that's great. Obviously speaking to the fitness there that they've got and the training they must be putting in. Is that boat number 2 right behind them there, Kevin?
Yes.
All right, that's Clemson women out of Clemson, South Carolina. Right? They're coached by Fraser Wong there, Stephen Fraser Wong. That's the Clemson women in boat number 2.
Clemson's football coach very famously said in the 80s he would never support a sport where you sit down and go backwards.
Well, and he may not be supporting it, but the school definitely is, obviously.
The school obviously supports it very
Although
much.
I wonder, to be honest with you, with Title IX, rowing and women's rowing especially being one of the big sports that's come up because of Title IX, in part in order to offset the number of athletes in football programs.
Indeed, yes. Yeah,
So an interesting question there.
Huge boost to women's rowing. Here comes number 5.
Boat number 5, that's TBC Racing out of Washington, D.C. Excuse me, I don't know a whole lot about them. TBC Racing, not sure. It just says that they're a group out of Washington, D.C.
And here comes boat number 6. And boat number 4. 6 is passing 4.
Yeah, 6 passing 4. 6 there is Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago. Very strong program out of Chicago. In the white boat there, that's boat number 6. And boat number 4 is the BU women, Boston University women. Your alma mater, Kevin, from downstream here.
Yes. Lincoln Park being the home of the famous Frank Lloyd Wright House in Chicago. And I'm sure they're going to be watching the Cubs game tonight against the Indians.
I would imagine so, although those particular athletes might also be simultaneously participating in other activities while the game is going on.
Indeed, there are some various activities along the river this evening.
That's right. There's a number of fundraising events for rowing going on, as well as I know a number of the teams just decide to go out to some nice dinners.
Those of you that are listening to us, Alden is a coxswain, so you can hear the distinctly authoritative tone in his voice.
And Kevin rowed earlier today in a double, so Kevin's a rower.
You can hear the slightly fried tone in my voice.
The fatigue tone, yeah, might be, Kevin. I know that you had a tough event there. You were in a double with your partner. Yep.
I had to take the wide arch at the Elliott.
We observed that. We did see you going a little wide here at the bridge, but you were able to cut back before the next dock, which was good. I'm not sure if that was a planned decision.
It wasn't entirely planned, but it had to do with trying to get past the double that was in front of us.
I see. Okay. Oh, big crowd coming through here, Kevin. Who we got here?
This is number 8.
Boat number 8 is first. That's Marist out of Poughkeepsie, New York. That's boat number 8
and then
in the white boat.
11.
And then in the next white boat with the kind of white caps in the bow pair there, that's boat 11. That's the University Barge Club out of Philadelphia.
And then boat 10 and boat 9.
10 is the yellow boat there. 10 is the yellow boat. That's Lake Union out of Seattle, Washington. And boat 9 is Miami women out of Coral Gables, Florida in the white boat there with the orange long sleeves.
Boat 7 and boat 13.
Boat 7 there is Temple in the gray and maroon. And boat 13 in the blue there is Delaware. That's the Delaware women there in the blue.
Now, Alden, women very famously have a slightly different rowing technique than men. I don't know if you want to comment on what the crowd should look for.
Well, the women rowers, well, first of all, the actual rigging on the boat might be slightly different. Obviously, women tend to be a little bit lighter in weight on average than men, but the technique is a little different, a little bit more of a quicker pace typically, and a little stronger at the finish a bit. This is boat 18 here. That's the Penn women, boat 18,
from my home
going
city
right under
of
the bridge.
Philadelphia on the Schuylkill.
And then here, 2 boats side by side here.
14 and 12.
14 in the white boat, that's Fordham, and 12 in the darker boat, that's Temple. And the Temple women there have the long white sleeves with the dark jerseys. The Fordham women there in short sleeves or tank tops with gray uniforms. Yeah, so the women's rowing tends to be a little bit higher, a little bit quicker pace there. And typically it's a little bit longer stroke through the water is one of the things women try and do a little bit more.
And this year, the Heather Charles has brought back the mixed 8 race, the legendary mixed 8 race, which many people are very happy about.
Should be really interesting to see that. That's tomorrow. It's a mixed 8, 4 men and 4 women. Coxswain can be in either gender. This is boat 15 here going under the bridge. Lincoln Park Boat Club. Sorry, Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago. Another Lincoln Park.
And boat 16.
And that does boat 16 there is definitely Texas. You can see that in the uniforms and, of course, the very distinctive Texas blades.
Yeah, I remember rowing in the mixed 8 way back many years ago, and it's really, really fun to have 4 men and 4 women rowing together. Although the 2 techniques, it's interesting how you have to sort of match up those 2 different techniques.
Yeah, I've never coxed a mixed 8 head race. I've coxed mixed 8 sprint races, and actually they tend to be one of my more favorite races, I think, because people go into it with what I call a fun and enthusiastic attitude.
It's a very, very fun atmosphere.
All right, we've got 6 boats here, pretty tightly upon each other, kind of 2 and then 4 it looks like. So the first 2 here.
26 and 17. Wow.
All right, so 26 is Connecticut. That's University of Connecticut.
17 is Miami, it looks
and then
like.
17 is Miami. I thought Miami already went through, though.
No, this
Kevin?
is 17. They are
No, it
cranking.
is. So, yeah, they are. So 17 moving through. No, 26 is moving up.
Oh,
Kevin.
26 is the one that's on fire.
26 is Connecticut, University of Connecticut.
Is on fire.
UConn.
And then here, a boat missing a bow number, it's 20-something.
Okay, don't know who they are. Let's see. Looks like Vandy Blades, though, so I'm going to guess it's Vanderbilt, but I'm not really sure.
And then 19,
and
24, and 21.
Okay, so that is boat 20 with the Vanderbilt Blades. 19 there is Minneapolis in the green and white. 21 in the red boat was Lake Merritt out of Oakland. And what was the other boat there, Kevin? 24?
Riverside 20, yeah, it's smoking.
Yeah, Riverside 24 there.
And look at,
moving
they're
through.
all getting through the bridge
Yep.
without incident.
And then in the black uniforms there, that's boat number 22 in the black uniforms. That's Row, New York out of Long Island.
And then 23
And
is,
23 is Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford. They're in the white boat.
and they're knocking on 22's door. And then here comes boat number 27.
And 27 coming through here. That's Case out of Cleveland, Ohio. That's Case.
We can see better here.
I'm sure they're excited about their Indians tonight.
I bet they are. They're also pretty excited about the fact that this is their, I believe, their first year defending a guaranteed entry, having placed in the top half of the event last year.
Yeah, I don't think there are many crews from Cleveland, are there?
No, there are not a whole lot of crews out of Cleveland, but they're, it's a growing program, and we're really excited to see them here.
Yeah. Here's boat number 30.
And boat number 30, that's Undyne out of Philadelphia there.
I've been emailing her. Are you having? She hasn't responded? No. She was on the
And then 28.
Yeah, I'm going to guess looking at them. That's Gentle Giant. We were talking about Gentle Giant earlier, so Gentle Giant Rowing does sponsor some crews here. This is the Gentle Giant women's crew here in the red and yellow in the white shell. Great to see them on the river.
This is number 32.
And then 32 in the black here with some of them wearing what appear to be ball caps. That's Jacksonville University out of Jacksonville, Florida. 32 there.
And number 29.
And then
Looks
behind
like
them in the white boat, that's
Princeton.
Princeton. Yep, Princeton
Your-
lightweight women there.
Your alma mater. all
That's right. That is my alma mater there. 29 Princeton lightweight women.
And number 36.
36.
Looks like
let's see.
Dartmouth.
36 is Dartmouth. Good call there. That's their women's club 4. It's Dartmouth Women's
And then
4.
number 31.
And 31 is
Union.
Union out of Union Boat Club downriver from here.
Here comes 25.
25 in the bright blue boat. That's UMass Lowell.
And then 33.
And then 33 is Polar out of Brunswick, Maine.
Well, they said
Right?
tomorrow it's going to be.
It's basically some Bowdoin alumni, or alumnae, I guess in this case. Fairly recent Bowdoin alumnae.
Yeah.
Looks like the cloud cover coming in again a little bit and getting a little bit of drizzle coming through here.
And the rain has really very little effect on the rowers.
That's right. It's more annoying to us as spectators and speakers here. Obviously, we're under a little tent trying to protect the electronic equipment, which is important since it would not do so well in the rain. But for those of you on the bridges and things like that, I see a lot of umbrellas popping up, a lot of hoods going over the heads there.
Comes number 34. Is that Cornell?
34 is Marist out of Poughkeepsie, New
Marist.
York. Same color scheme. The blades are a little bit different, but otherwise the same color scheme of the red and the white there.
I've never had that problem before, ever.
What the crowd didn't realize that what the rain does affect are the sculling boats, because they row with these little mirrors attached to their hats, and the rain obscures the mirror, and it makes it very difficult for the sculling boats.
Yeah, and I was mentioning that earlier, that the issue with rain also for the coxswains is your glasses. Most of us wear sunglasses to protect from the glare. Same issue. They get coated with the rain. You don't have any type of windshield wiper or anything else, and so it does make it tough. Heavy rain is actually easier to row in because it washes off the glasses more quickly. And who's this here?
35.
35. 35 is another Gentle Giant crew. So Gentle Giant, there's 2 entries here.
She was always way.
And this is boat 39 in the red. That's CRI. So community rowing up the river here, CRI.
And then number 40, which is knocking on 39's door.
And boat number 40, that's out of Austin, Texas there.
I would say 40 has gained at least a length on 39 from the start.
Yeah, we would anticipate that
a duel.
typically at the beginning you're about 3 boat lengths of open water between boats. Not always the case. Again, it is a running start, and it is time, so if you start closer or farther away, it doesn't matter.
But
Some crews do have preferences, of course.
Alden, being a coxswain yourself, when you lie down in the front of the boat, you can't necessarily see these other boats that are barking on your doorstep.
That's right. You can't see a boat coming up behind you. You have to depend on your rowers to tell you who they are. That's boat 37 going under the bridge. That's Bryant University out of Smithfield, Rhode Island. Bryant University
But
there.
the rowers are usually too exhausted to tell you where they are.
Yeah, basically you're just hoping that they're going to stay the heck away from boats behind you. They're not going to come up. It's typically the bow person's responsibility to yell at the coxswain because the other people, the coxswain can't hear. They're
Right.
too far away, literally, to be able to hear the voices. So only the bow person really is who the coxswain can hear, and that's it. And so it does depend on the bow person screaming something at the coxswain if there's a crew coming. Yep.
And here comes, this boat's missing its bow number. It's
like
45 perhaps.
Sacred Heart University out of Fairfield, Connecticut. If it is 45, that's Sacred Heart there if it is 45. But you're right, their bow number knocked off there, or maybe it fell off.
And number 41.
And number 41. Number 41 is DC Strokes out of Washington, D.C., right? So they are actually one of the nation's, if not the nation's oldest LBGTQ rowing club. DC Strokes there is number 41, wearing the, looks like dark blue and yellow stripe down the side there.
Here comes a huge battle now. Here's led by 52.
Wow, there's a huge army of boats coming here. 52 free and clear. The rest, they're in that white boat. 52 is Notre Dame.
They're on fire.
Yep, they're Notre Dame rowing with the gold blades there.
49.
And then 49, the dark boat and the purple there, that's Holy Cross.
Then
Holy
42.
Cross. And 42 is the next boat.
And
Let's
47.
see. 42 is the dark boat with the white caps in the bow pair there. That's BNY Mellon, one of our sponsors. BNY Mellon. Then 47 on the inside of the turn, that's Carnegie Lake out of Princeton with the orange caps. Carnegie Lake with the orange caps. And then 38 there. 38 is behind them in the white caps and what looks to be black and white uniforms. That's Brandeis from here in Massachusetts, just outside Waltham.
46.
46 on the far side there. 46 is Baltimore, Maryland
Then 53. Who's
53
really
in the red
smoking.
shell, really moving along. That's Alabama.
Wow.
Alabama there in 53 in the maroon boat there with the maroon uniforms and white blades.
And then
Behind
44.
them is 44. That's University of Tampa, Florida. Rain picking up a little bit here.
Yeah, again, the rain doesn't really affect these crews. The wind affects the crews much more than the rain.
That's right, and the rain actually can be welcome because it does calm the wind off.
Yeah.
What it will do, though, of course, is it will increase a bit of the current. Now, not immediately, of course, but it will affect tomorrow's racing, I'm sure. There'll be more current and more flow.
Here's 43.
Here's boat 43. That's the City of Charleston, or the Charleston Club here. It's the College of Charleston. I'm sorry, College of Charleston. That's 43 with those checkerboard blades there. 43.
And 54.
And then 54 in the gold boat there. That's Capital out of Washington, D.C. Capital Rowing Club. here.
Charleston, of course, was recently flooded themselves from the hurricane.
That's right.
Here's 55.
So 55 here in the black boat. 55, that's Wesleyan from Middleton, Connecticut.
And then 48.
And 48. 48 is Mendota out of Wisconsin. Mendota out of Wisconsin. Boy, really picking up some heavy rain here. And another thing that you'll always find interesting is under the bridge, of course, there's no rain. And if you can, look at an angle if you're not standing on the bridge. You'll notice how calm it looks under that bridge because there's no rain. And it is a little disruptive sometimes to cruise.
It's 56.
56 in the gold, just having passed 50 there. 56 is Lehigh out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Lehigh University. And 50 there is Gray Knights out of Washington, D.C. They're a community rowing club.
And 51.
51 of the green boat is Vermont, rowing with those yellow and green blades that we were commenting about earlier.
57.
And then 57 in the white boat, that's Vesper out of Philadelphia. Vesper.
That's my alma mater, where I rode in the summers.
And then coming up here with Riverside uniforms and blades, I'm guessing that's Riverside. That's number 58 there. There should be still one or two more crews on the course based on the number of entries.
So
we'll have to see
58
where
and
they are.
57 are almost dead even. That's a long rivalry between Riverside and Vesper.
Oh, yeah. That goes back decades. I mean, that goes back to when I was rowing much more actively back in the mid-'80s,
Yeah.
the Riverside Vesper contingent and rivalry. Yep. Again, we were talking about the rain and the bridge and things of that sort. So one of the things that, rowers really don't give a darn about that much about the rain, but it's just mentally disruptive when it's all rainy and you're getting wet, and then suddenly you're in a dry spot because you're under a bridge, and then suddenly you're in the rain again. So it's really something where you've got to focus your minds and really think about what are you doing and what's going on here.
And these boats have self-bailers. I don't know if you all realize that. So when you do the action of rowing, the water spills out the front of the boat where the stroke is.
Well, some of the boats have self-bailers,
Some of
not
them.
all of them.
Right.
That's right. Some of them definitely do. So there is another 4 coming along here, which is what I thought. I thought there was at least 1, maybe 2 more to come here. Yeah, I can see a second one now coming around the corner. So at least a couple more 4s coming along here. As the rain picks up here.
This looks like number 59.
59. Okay, 59 is West Point. That's the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Boat 59 there in the black with the yellow striping. So that's the U.S. Military Academy there under the bridge, the yellow and the black. Give them a cheer. And then coming along here,
this boat's taking a very wide turn. I'm not
taking
sure
a bit of
why.
a wide turn. Yeah, I can't see their bow number. To be honest, I took off my glasses there, Kevin, so I can read. In older age, of course, I'm now at the bifocal stage, so got to deal with that, right?
I'm trying to look at their number.
Maybe tough to see because the coxswain's sitting up there blocking the bow.
44.
44. That's the University of Tampa, Florida. It's the first time it had the Charles since 1980s. So they haven't been at this regatta for a while, it says. Well, and I'm also wondering here.
Coxswain's sitting up again.
But this also looks like 44 men, not 44 women's crew here. So
Indeed.
my guess is that this boat must have had trouble. Was in the preceding men's
preceding event, right.
That's right, preceding men's event here. Looks like they may have had some difficulty. So that's actually Ann Arbor Rowing Club there. Ann Arbor Rowing Club, if that is the men's Club 4 event.
We just got away from the stroke, so I think you can acknowledge that.
So it looks like they must have had some difficulty somewhere along the course, maybe an accident or something happened to them. Hopefully nothing too bad. All 4 of them are rowing, so we'll assume if it is some type of difficulty, it wasn't any type of severe injury at least. That's good.
Hopefully not. What's the next event coming up?
Yeah, sure. The next event will be the Men's Club 8s. Men's Club 8s will be the next event at 1:37 start. So they will have just started off, and they should be moving along toward us. In the meantime, Kevin, here, tell me about this Shell Fuel of a program that Shell's running.
Oh, hey, Regatta fans, want to save on Shell Fuel on the way home? Head over to the Fuel Rewards booth for fun prizes and join the Fuel Rewards program free. All members can save on Shell Fuel every fill-up every day, and that includes Shell V-Power Nitro plus premium gasoline. Plus, you'll find countless ways to save even more by shopping online, dining out, or linking your credit card. So come on by or sign up now online at Fuel Rewards.
Yeah, and I think this would be a perfect time to hear about our friends down at Nathan Henderson Park down in Sarasota as we get soaked by the rain, right? So the Suncoast Aquatic Nature Center Associates wants to invite you to come down to train in sunny Sarasota, Florida. As we're getting hit by the rain here, you can imagine that's a little nicer place to train part of the year. Visit us at the Nathan Henderson Park. It's an Olympic-level training center, a world-class sports venue, North America's premier 2,000-meter sprint course with 4 locations to choose from. You're guaranteed to stay warm during winter training. That's Nathan Henderson Park, Sarasota, Florida, where world-class athletes go to train.
And what's the next race coming up? Oh, Club 8.
Next
Club
race will be Club 8s, right? This is one where Brown, Northeastern, and BU and Harvard, really, they've been fairly dominant in this event for the last few years. We'll have to see this year, of course, how it goes. But those universities have been trading off these Club 8s events for the last few years. And it's somewhat of a proving ground. Oftentimes, coaches might enter their freshmen or maybe their younger athletes in this event to see how they do as they consider moving them up into the more varsity-level boats.
And Remova is one of our sponsors, proud to be a supporter of this year's Head of the Charles Regatta as the world leader in aluminum and polycarbonate luggage. Remova has a deep-rooted tradition in quality and craftsmanship. Stop by our booth in the Weld exhibit to meet Newbury Street's newest icon. Most of these boats are polycarbonate, right?
That's right. And that Remova, that luggage, it's the classic aluminum luggage you'll always see. It's a German company, right? You'll always see that. They have a good partnership with Lufthansa as well there, right?
Has sort of that James Bond look to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
exactly.
All right, and then David's Tea is proud to once again sponsor this year's regatta, exclusively for regatta patrons. Visit the bright teal David's Tea Hut located at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and receive a free freshly brewed hot or iced tea with the purchase of a David's Tea travel mug. Perfect for steeping premium loose tea leaf blends and keeping your tea hot for hours on the go. Thank you to David's Tea for their generous support
Right, for those of you who might be a little closer to the finish line than we are, again, David's Tea giving out some. At least yesterday, they were giving out some samples actually of their teas as well. But if you do buy one of their travel mugs, they're going to give you some hot tea, which, based on today's weather right now, might be a nice welcome thing, right?
Absolutely.
And then there's Post 390 Restaurant. The Heather Charles Regatta is pleased to have Post 390 Restaurant join us as an official restaurant partner this year. Post 390 offers seasonally inspired urban tavern fare for lunch, brunch, and dinner in Boston's Back Bay. Be sure to visit the Post 390 tent near the Elliott Bridge for fresh oysters and shrimp, hot chowder and chili, or sweet apple cobbler, pumpkin tarts, and more. Again, that's Post 390 Restaurant.
Wow.
Yeah, the hot chowder sounds pretty good right now.
Yeah.
I think we're probably a little too far away to get that to us, but anyone wants to carry it over, we'd welcome it here, you know. And of course, for those of you online, Xfinity, you can stop by the Weld Exhibition Center and take the Xfinity X1 Challenge. You get to ride a motorcycle powered by Xfinity Internet, experience the NASCAR in virtual reality, or see how Xfinity beats the competition hands down, right? Our connectivity partner there, Xfinity. And it looks like from the weather reports that we might get one more downpour coming through here. A little bit of a lull passing right now, and then we're going to get, sounds like one more storm coming through. Not sure how long that's going to be. About how long away is that? Maybe about 10, 15 minutes. We're going to get one more drenching. Should last hopefully only about 5 minutes or so. But do anticipate that. Don't put those umbrellas away just yet, folks.
We're privileged to be here in the tent, the announcing tent, with a certified pilot, Jeffrey Knaut, so he's very familiar with looking at weather predictions.
And, for those of us who, as I was talking about earlier, some of the problems with rain and glasses and all that, like many of the athletes, I myself also use Rudy Project glasses. Rudy Project is thrilled to support this year's Heather Charles Regatta. They're makers of Italian sunglasses since 1985. Rudy Project's eyewear is designed to elevate your performance. You can find polarized sport and casual sunglasses at the Rudy Project booth, featuring the newest in the 2017 sunglass lineup. They also offer prescription sunglasses by order, but you do have to order those. They're not selling them at the booth this year. You have to order those, but they supply some great glasses. I wear them myself. And it looks like the first of the Men's Club 8 boats are coming along here. First three boats really tightened together. So boat number 1 there is a Brown University boat.
Now look how high they're rowing. They're rowing
Brown
much
University
higher
there
than the
in the
fours.
pink shirts, and then right next to them with the Harvard blades. That's probably I'm guessing that's boat number 4. That is a Harvard boat.
I think these boats are rowing around 35 strokes per minute.
That's right. And then boat number 2 behind them is Northeastern. So it's Brown in the pink shirts, Harvard in the yellow boat, and then Northeastern in the yellow boat behind them.
Harvard is just cranking.
Harvard moving very well there.
They are on fire.
Yep.
Wow, do they look fast.
Really moving well there in that Harvard boat. Boat number 4 passing boat number 1 there. And then boat number 1 and then boat number 2. Boy, that Harvard boat really flying along. Looks like they may have decided to put some more experienced people in that boat
When you say
this
it's
year.
about 35 a minute they're rowing, they are really cranking.
Yeah, at least, I would say.
Here comes another Harvard boat, I believe. No, that's BU. This is BU coming up.
Yep, this is BU, boat number 5. BU, boat number 5 here. And I'm not exactly sure what their shirts say there because they're bound.
Guy.
FT something. I'm not sure what it is there. I'm sure it stands for something.
Yeah, number 5, BU.
Yeah, but unfortunately the bowman's back is covered by the official number, so whatever letter he was wearing got obscured there.
Wearing an Italian boat, a Philippi boat.
All right. And then here's boat number 6, another BU boat. Boat number 6, another BU boat here. And then after them is boat number 3, the second Brown University boat. Again, wearing the pink uniforms there that Brown sports as part of the Row for the Cure event. So BU number 6 right under the bridge in the red boat. Then Brown.
And then Navy,
And then Navy, that's right. Navy, the Naval Academy there in boat number 7. That's the midshipmen of Navy. That's their heavyweight, one of their heavyweight crews.
Then Riverside.
And then Riverside in boat number 9. Boat number 9 in Riverside. Interestingly enough, they're marked number 8 there, but our sheet says number 9 for Riverside. So I'm not sure what happened there. But that is clearly Riverside. And there's another boat coming along here. Looks like they may have just missed a buoy.
Potomac, I think. Oh, did they miss it?
I think they might have, but I'm not sure. I'm not a referee this year, so we'll see. The referees will make the call. It is Potomac in number 10 here. No, excuse me. Number 10 here, rowing with Potomac blades. Oh, it is number Potomac. That's right. It is
And the
Potomac.
next one looks like Dartmouth. Number 11, is that Dartmouth?
Number 11 is Dartmouth. Yep, that's Dartmouth.
And here come the Princeton
And then it's the Fat Cats of Princeton in the orange and black.
Princeton Tigers.
That's the Princeton Tigers, the Fat Cats there in the orange and black. That's the Princeton alumni there.
This
the
is
Fat
another
Cats.
Harvard boat coming up.
And that's number 12 there. That's another Harvard boat.
This is a hard-fought race.
It really is. So club events have really come a long way, much, much more competitive than they used to be. I remember back in the day when I was in college, the club event, I don't even think existed when I was in college, and then they added it, and it became much more casual. Oh, it did exist, I'm being told. Okay. Boat 13 here, that's another Harvard boat. So several Harvard boats in this
And
event
here's
here.
another Navy boat.
Yep, and I'm not sure how they all get differentiated. We don't get told that. And then this is another Naval Academy boat, another midshipman boat. This is the Naval Academy's lightweight boat here, number 15,
They're
Navy's lightweight boat.
Also rowing quite high.
Yep, and you'll see that typically for lightweights, that they might roll a little higher than the heavyweights, trying to make up for, maybe a little bit less power per man, not necessarily on a pound-for-pound basis, but absolute raw power a little bit less, so they're going to try and roll a little higher.
Now we've got a duel going on
Two boats here, side by side here.
boat 18 and boat 14. 14 is trying to pass
14
18.
is Union. That's Union Boat Club from downriver here. They're on the outside in the white jersey. And did you say the other one was 18, Kevin?
18, yeah.
Yep, that looks to be like Holy Cross, I think. Yeah, it's Holy Cross there in the purple and white blades. That's right, 18. Holy Cross there first, having just passed Union. Union in the blue and white blades, white and blue striped jerseys there.
And here comes 16.
16
MIT.
here with the MIT blades is MIT. That's right,
And 17
MIT.
is knocking at their door.
And 17 knocking at their door right behind them. That's West Point. That's the military academy at West Point, the cadets. The Army cadets here in the black boat, starting to catch up to MIT there in the yellow boat. MIT yielding to them, giving the Army the right of way there, as they should, which is good. No accidents there, look clear.
And then here comes 19.
19 here. That's the University of Michigan alumni boat there in 19 with the
20
M's on their back.
21 has gained ground on them.
21 there is the University of Limerick. I'm guessing that's Ireland. Yes, it is. Limerick, Ireland there. It says University of Limerick, Ireland.
There's also Limerick, Pennsylvania, home of the famous nuclear power plant.
Oh, I didn't know that. How about that? Interesting. Yeah. So the Irish boat there catching up.
And here comes number 20. They look like St. Catherine. No, they're not St. Catherine.
20 is Williams College.
Williams College.
Yeah, out of Pittsfield, Mass. That's Williams
Jerseys
College.
are very similar to St. Catherine's.
Yes, they are. I didn't realize Williams, maybe they made special
we might
uniforms
have a collision here. 23 and 22, almost.
Yeah, 23
Look at
swinging
that.
a bit wide, some reason, not sure. And 22, they're
23 is trying to get past
trying to give them
22.
room, but I'm not sure what's happening here. 22 basically is 22 is Loyola out of Maryland there, and 23 is Tufts. Tufts is 23 there.
Tufts Jumbo Crew.
Yep.
Oh, look at the coxswain putting their arm in the water to steer the boat.
Yeah, we've seen that on a number of boats. I'm surprised, since usually you can turn this Elliott turn with no issue with just the rudder, but I guess some boats feeling like maybe they don't have enough.
And then this next boat is number 26.
26 here, 26. Oh, I see. 26 is University of Rhode Island. I'm sorry, that was Western Reserve out of Cleveland earlier at 25. This is University of Rhode Island here at 26. URI.
Followed by 25.
Followed by 25. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure we had a 25, and I may be wrong on that. So this is Western Reserve. My mistake. I'm sorry. 25 here in the purple and white is Western Reserve.
And then boat number 27 coming up. That looks like Boston College.
That is BC. Boston College, boat 27 here. So most of the college crews that are rowing this are actually current university students, to be fair. And then some of the alumni groups, of course, are older, right? So the Tufts crew, for example, actually had an average age of 47, an significantly older crew, whereas most of the crews in this event are average age 18, 19. And you can see some of the difference, of course, that age has on rowers or any other athlete, for that matter.
And we got a big gap. And then the next boat coming up looks like it may be Dartmouth. The bowman does not have a number on his shirt. I wonder if there'll be assessed a penalty for that.
It depends on whether he lost it or not.
Well, it's
it is a
difficult to
rule
lose
that he's
with-
supposed to wear it.
Because you have those 4 safety pins.
That's right.
It's
So it
really
shouldn't
hard
come
to lose
off.
that number.
That's right. This is boat 32.
32.
32 is MSU, actually, Michigan State out of Lansing. So not Dartmouth, but Michigan State.
Michigan State. Not to be confused with University of Michigan.
Not at all. No. Very different
Very
than
sensitive about
University
that.
of Michigan. That's right. Right.
Number 24.
24. This is the Tufts alumni boat here. This is a 47 average age. So, these gentlemen a little bit older than their competitors here, probably giving almost 30 years to the other boats
Much
here.
lower stroke rating. You can
That's
see.
right. Lower stroke rating, a little more paced out.
Here's number 30.
And 30 here, that's William and Mary. Looks like they're using Columbia blades, but that's William and Mary there using the light blue and white blades, the William and Mary crew.
Being stalked by number 33.
33 is BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon in that white boat there with the Tufts blades. And then 31 there. 31 is the Coast Guard Academy.
Right.
That's right.
And then number 36.
36, that's West Side Rowing Club out of Buffalo, New York. West Side Rowing Club.
And the boat missing a bow number. Once again, this is community rowing.
Looks like community rowing. That's community rowing blades, but I'm not sure that's community rowing. I'm not sure who they are. So really hard to tell there. And behind them is 34. That's Lehigh alumni. I'm guessing that community rowing blade might have been the Nassau Bahamas crew. There is a Nassau Bahamas crew, and we haven't seen them yet, but it might be
Number
them.
29, is that possible?
Yep, 29. That's right.
Okay.
They would have had to borrow a boat, so that was the Nassau Bahamas crew
Or
there.
as you would say in the Bahamas, that's the Tingman.
Yeah, and I'm thinking they're thinking it's a heck of a lot colder here than the Bahamas right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although we don't get the hurricanes they get.
Well, that's true. So it's less windy, but a lot colder.
And then number 28.
28 here, coming up in the black boat here with the looks to be just solid white blades, maybe a little bit of stripe. That's Wharton. That's the graduate program from Wharton. So that's the graduate schools of Wharton. And then 35 in the purple there, that's Amherst.
I believe one of the presidential candidates went to Wharton. I'm not sure if I've mentioned that.
You did mention that. He did. That's right. That's right.
And that's about as much as we can say.
Yeah. So that should complete the field there of the men's Club 8s. The next event will be the women's Club 8s here, And here comes it starting to pick up again, that rain. This is probably the last part of the big rain today, hopefully, but it's a stronger part again coming through. And so some of you might want to think about rowing yourselves, want to pick it up, but maybe you're thinking, gee, this rain isn't for me. That's okay. You can do indoor rowing. And in fact, we'd like to once again welcome Water Rower back to the Head of the Charles as an official regatta partner. This year, Water Rower has teamed up with Pull for the Cure to support their fundraising efforts for breast cancer research. Swing by their tent at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to warm up on their American-made rowing simulators, and for each individual that rows 250 meters or more, Water Rower will make a donation to the fund on your behalf. So go over there, spend a couple minutes, row that 250 meters, and get that extra donation made to Row for the Cure, or Pull for the Cure.
There's the ergometers that have the clear containers of water that
That's
the
right.
blade swishes through.
That's right. It's a horizontal, clear container of water. That's right.
And then Nielsen Kellerman is proud to have the Blue Ocean as the official megaphone of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to come by the NK booth to check out the rugged, waterproof Blue Ocean and NK's full line of rowing performance products, as well as a live demonstration of the new Empower Oarlock.
Yeah, that Empower Oarlock's pretty interesting. Lots of sensors on there to tell you all about the pressure distribution and the angles that you're going through as you row. In addition to that, we've also got something on the other end of the market, really the pure and organic side. The Heather Charles is pleased to have Whole Foods as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Stop by the Weld Exhibition Hall for a chance to row your way to fun prizes and gift cards. Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery stores.
The 2017 World Rowing Championships. Get ready to feel it. For only the second time in history, the United States will play host to the World Rowing Championships. I didn't know that. Next fall from October 23rd to October 1st.
Yeah, they're down
the
in
world's
Florida.
Best rowers will descend on Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida to give it all their all in hopes of winning the gold. Tickets are now available For more information, stop by the Championships on-site information booth or log on to WRCH2017.com. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's nice also that that's in the fall, so you avoid the summer heat down in
Right.
Florida. And as it gets cold up here, we'll pick up warmth down there. So really looking forward to that. Should be a fun, exciting regatta down in Sarasota. They've got a great course down there. They've really built that place up, you know.
And we're waiting for the women's club 8s at this point.
That's right. We're waiting for the women's club 8s here. In the meantime, I wanted to tell you that Jaguar is proud to be a sponsor. They have the Charles Regatta. Visit the Jaguar display to see the all-new Jaguar F-Pace. The first performance SUV from Jaguar offers the sensational drive of the Jaguar car with added practicality of an SUV. And now all Jaguar models are protected by Jaguar Elite Care. Best-in-class coverage for 5 years or 60,000 miles. So see one of the product specialists now for details. They've got one of these cars over there near the finish line area in the tent areas. You can actually get in it, sit in it, and walk around it. They won't let you drive off in it today, but they will let you sit in it and feel the comfort and understand the technology therein.
And Rudy Project is thrilled to support this year's Head of the Charles Regatta, makers of Italian sunglasses since 1985. Rudy Project's eyewear is designed to elevate your performance. You can find polarized sport and casual sunglasses at the Rudy Project, featuring the newest in the 2017 sunglasses lineup.
And they really weren't kidding when they said we're going to get another squall. This is it coming through. But again, this should only last 5, maybe 10 minutes, and then it should be through and done. But I realize for the next few minutes here, it's going to be pretty unpleasant.
And I would say, yes, what was the background of the costume? Oh my God, that was small too in one of our parks in last summer.
No, I did a 5K.
Oh,
I
did a
got
5K?
I actually walked this because my
They were wearing the capybara t-shirt. Did everybody know what she was? I don't think the heavy stuff's coming.
All right, folks, so I can start to see the first of the Women's Club 8s just around the corner here, so can't tell who they are yet. They'll be coming in a minute or two.
They are motoring. Look at that stroke rating.
All right, and here it comes. This is the Brown University women.
They are
started
like a
first,
machine. Look at that.
And they're moving pretty well here, it looks like.
I'd say that's about 34.5 strokes a minute.
This is the Brown University freshman women here. Oh, I'm sorry. It does have older women in there, but they are all current undergrads at Brown University here. And Claire Benning, who's a Cambridge Boat Club member, is in that boat this year.
They are moving.
And then behind them, it looks like the Radcliffe boat
35.5
is number 2. So
Brown is 35.5. They
Brown
are
rolling pretty high
moving.
there at 35.5, but moving away. Harvard number 2, having started 2.
Radcliffe's at 31.5.
Oh, Radcliffe, sorry.
Huge difference in stroke ratings
Yep.
here.
Big, strong finishes coming out of that Brown crew.
And that looks like the Northeastern women.
And behind them, it's Northeastern, number 4. That's the white shell in the distance there, probably about 150 meters off the bridge right now. It's the white shell of Northeastern. The Northeastern women, they started 4th, so they've moved up. They've passed boat number 3, which is right behind them. Boat number 3 is Riverside. Boat number 3 there with the striped doors of Riverside, just from downriver here. So here's the Northeastern women now approaching the bridge as the rain picks up.
And what's this next boat? This boat's rowing high also, this next boat.
The Riverside boat or the one behind it?
Boat number 5.
Oh, boat number 5. Boat number 5 there is Fordham. Fordham is boat number 5 here.
Oh, and then we got a war coming around this
boat
turn.
number 5.
Oh,
And then, you can just see coming around the corner here, 3 boats across and almost all right even here.
It's Penn on the right.
Oh, this is going to be a challenge as they come up to the bridge. So Kevin says
they're
that
almost touching oars. It's
Kevin
Penn on the right.
says it's Penn blades on the right.
They're almost
rowing
touching.
as Penn. And then next to them, it looks like
Army? Could that be
it looks
Army?
like Alabama in the
Notre Dame?
middle.
Is it Notre Dame
Alabama
on
in the
left?
middle, and then Drexel
it's
on the
Drexel.
outside. Drexel in yellow boat. Drexel in the yellow boat. Alabama in the middle there, and then in the white boat, it's Penn.
So that's Penn passing everyone.
Penn passing there in the white boat, and then side by side here, Drexel in the yellow boat,
they've
and
got
Alabama in the
little
red
bit of war
boat.
interference
A little bit of
there.
touching there, a little bit of touching. Yep.
Who says rowing is not a contact sport?
That's right. That's right. Or contact is not a penalty. Or contact is not inherently a penalty. That's right. That's right. Unintentional or contact.
Is verbal invective a penalty?
It depends. So there is a penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. Yelling, clear my path, or get out of the way, that generally is not considered unsportsmanlike.
Right.
Certain more choice words may be considered unsportsmanlike.
We've never known Greg Stone to ask people to get out of his way while he's doing a headpiece.
So this is boat number 10 here, boat number 10, Old Dominion here, Old Dominion coming through now.
From Virginia, right?
That's right, Norfolk, Virginia. And then behind them is Dartmouth. That's Dartmouth with the green and white blades, number 11
Oh,
there.
here's another battle.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and then another kind of little cluster here, 4 boats.
That looks like community rowing.
That's right, that is community rowing there, community rowing blades. However, that's, number 14, community rowing. So they've moved up a bit.
And then number 9 and number
9 is
13.
Number 9 is UMass Amherst, number 9 there.
Then 13 and 12.
13 is River City out of Sacramento, California, and 12 is Canisius out of Buffalo, New York here. So 13 really pouring it on here, River City out of Sacramento.
Some conflict here between 9 and 13.
Yep.
9 is trying to get a... 9 is not giving way to 13. 13.
UMass having to stop here.
The coxswain just got hit.
The coxswain taking the oar in the back there.
And this
another
one's
boat
gonna
coming on here. A little bit of an accident under the bridge.
Uh-oh.
Spectators on the bridge can't see it, but all 3 boats have stopped on the bridge there. 9, 12, and 13 all coming to a full stop.
There was some body contact there, Alden.
There was order body contact.
So that's definitely a penalty, you said.
That's right. Order body contact is going to be someone getting it. So the referees will figure that out. I know they've got a good view here. They can see it. They can see under the bridge. You've got referees on both sides of the bridge that can see under the bridge.
Here comes my
So they'll make the
Mater
call.
BU.
Here comes BU here.
And if 17 is past 16.
17 BU here
And
coming
then 15
through.
on the left.
And 16 is Boston College, BC, so a little bit of on-the-river rivalry. BU there in the front in the red and white, BC in the maroon and yellow, and then next to them there in the green is 15, that's George Mason out of Fairfax, Virginia. That's the green and yellow George Mason there in the green boat with the white uniforms.
And then here comes your alma mater, Princeton.
Yep, that's the Princeton Fat Cats there. This is actually an alumni boat here for the Fat Cats, boat number 19. That's the Fat Cat alumni, so those are not current undergrads.
And then MIT coming up.
And that's got Abigail Cromwell that in boat number 19. She's actually a Cambridge Boat Club member. So Abigail Cromwell there in that boat number 19, the Fat Cat boat, going by right now. And then coming up behind them is boat number 20. That's MIT there. That's the current MIT undergrads.
Again, this is the Women's Club 8.
Women's Club 8's here. Women's Club 8. And coming up now, it looks like,
21,
I'm
is
going
that
to guess
women's?
that's Holy Cross. No,
Holy
that is Holy
Cross,
Cross.
Holy
Yep. 21, Holy Cross, the purple and white there of Holy
A
Cross.
number of Jesuit colleges, Canisius, Boston College, Holy Cross. They're all
Yep.
Jesuit schools.
And the rain ending here. And
The rain's
actually,
ending.
we can see patches of blue sky, folks. So that's a good sign. You could probably, hopefully, put away the umbrellas for the rest of the day.
And then here comes
The radar says
Number
that's the end of
18.
the rain, so we'll hope it's true. And here's number 18 coming through now in the white boat, and that boat basically is using the red and white blades of Capital out of Washington, D.C. That's Capital Boat Club. Capital Rowing Club there is really a community-focused club in Washington, looking to build rowing in that community there.
Here comes some orange blades.
And the sun brightening up a bit, clouds breaking up.
Oh, University of Virginia. Very strong women's program.
I think it's Syracuse, actually.
28?
28, that's Syracuse,
That's
not
Syracuse,
UVA. Yep,
okay.
that's Syracuse. The orange women of Syracuse there in 28.
They've passed 22. They've made a lot of ground.
Yep. So that's one of their undergrad 8s there is the Syracuse boat there in 28. The bright orange blades, can't miss those. And the orange, white, and blue uniforms there. And I'm sorry, who's behind them there, Kevin?
That's 22, I believe.
Okay, 22. Is that the University of Limerick crew out of Ireland there?
Out of Ireland.
Yeah, that's the Irish crew there. 22 using the MIT blades there, traveling here from Limerick, Ireland. This is their first head of Charles in about 15 plus years.
And here comes number 23.
And then in the red boat there, number 23, that's WPI out of Worcester. WPI. The Irish boat going under the bridge there. If you're on the bridge, give the Irish crew a nice yell. And WPI here in the red boat, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, going right under the bridge now. And then 3 boats coming at us here. The first one there with the red, white, and
25.
and black or blue, I can't tell. That's Fredericton out of Canada. Fredericton out of Canada, there's number 25 there.
And there's 27 and 24.
27 is
25.
Marist, that's the red and white crew there, and 24 is Express out of Cambridge, England. So Express there with the blue blades and the black and white uniforms out of Cambridge, UK, and on the far side is Marist.
Oh, the coxswain's dragging their arm in the water again.
Yep,
to steer
coxswain
the boat.
dragging the arm, trying to get a better turn there. We've seen that actually on a number of the crews. They haven't felt confident enough that their rudder's enough, so they'll drag their arm there to help bring them around.
And then number 32.
Number 32 here
Looks
coming
like
up.
Miami to me.
Yep, Miami women's out of Florida. That's Coral Gables, Florida, the Miami women. That's University of Miami Hurricanes there. Yeah, sometimes you'll see these coxswains drag their arms. I haven't seen anyone today carrying what's known as a steering plate or a steering paddle, which is something you basically attach to your hand and you put it on the water to even create more drag.
And that's legal?
It's legal, but it's questionable if you want to do it because then you can't steer because you don't have your hands.
Right.
Right? Because it's like a glove, but it's a big plate. So it's a question. You know, some people have tried to use it in the past. It's a little tricky.
Here comes number 30.
And this is boat number 30, William and Mary out of Williamsburg, Virginia. Sun coming out. Sky's clearing up, folks. You can put away those umbrellas. I think you're safe now.
And 30 is being stalked by number 35.
35 right after them there. That's Villanova there. Villanova, 35. Coming on there with the teal or light blue V's on those black oars.
They're taking a wide turn. Let's see what happens.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Oh, I know. I know.
And coming up here
That's
in
number 29.
the gold blades with dark uniforms. Yeah, gold blades, dark uniforms. That's Iona out of New Rochelle, New York. That's Iona's college, one of their college boats.
They're passing number 26.
And they're passing boat number 26. Boat number 26 is the RPI crew out of New York. Rochester Polytechnic there.
And
boat number
37
26.
is smoking. 37's on fire. coming up
37 on
there.
the inside there. That's Temple. Temple moving up here really strongly with the brown and white there uniforms and the T on their blades there. Temple really charging hard
And then
there.
number 34.
And then 34 moving up there, and I guess I'd call it a light purple or so. 34 there. That's MIT's rowing club there. 34 MIT's rowing club, wearing slightly different uniforms than I'm used to for MIT.
And then 31.
And then behind them is boat 31 here. Boat 31. Boat 31 is the Wharton School. So this is the graduate programs at the University of Pennsylvania. And my guess is these are graduate students looking at the age ranges in this boat from 25 to 32.
And now that we've established what famous persons have graduated from Wharton, I
Oh,
don't
wait,
need to
wait. There's
repeat
still
that.
another boat coming along the course
Yes.
here, though.
And this is number 39.
This is 39. This is the Military Academy, West Point. This is current undergrads at the Military Academy of West Point.
So Alden, just speaking of the group from Limerick Island,
Yeah.
I had to share with you my favorite George Bernard Shaw quote.
What's that, Kevin?
Work is the affliction of the drinking class.
Well, you know, if we have that opportunity to maybe partake a little bit every now and then, you do have to work to be able to afford it, and hopefully a little bit of physical work maybe to burn it off too, right?
That's right.
So that's right. There are still several crews on the course here coming along here. So
Okay,
still
it's
some
number
crews to come here.
36.
36 coming around the bend here. That's Farmington Valley out of Windsor, Connecticut. This is a team of 18 women. They basically are a master's crew. They're ranging in age in this particular boat from 26 to 48. So a pretty big age spread in this boat out of Farmington Valley Farm in Windsor, Connecticut.
Home of the famous,
36.
famous girls prep school, Miss Porter's, Farmington Valley, right?
Oh, I did not know that Miss
I believe
Porter's was
so,
there.
yeah.
They're in that area. I didn't realize what town they were in.
Farmington. Okay, number 33 coming
And
up.
33, that's Quinsigamond Rowing Club out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. This is again a master's crew, ranging in age from 21 on the young side to 51 on the more experienced side. These are the sweethearts, as they call themselves, out of Quinsigamond Rowing Club. And from some of you, you might be able to see there is an arcing rainbow now downriver here.
Oh, yes, there is. Look at
Yep.
that.
It's a low-level rainbow, but you can see the rainbow against the clouds, signifying that the sun is out enough that we can actually get a rainbow here to show over the course. Very nice touch today.
And the pot of gold at the end of that rainbow would be roughly at Riverside Boat Club.
Maybe it is, or for at least those rowing, maybe the pot of gold is just getting through the finish line.
Yes. Or at Ned Divine Sunday night. Okay, and this boat is no number on the bow person.
And we can't see the bow number yet, so no number on the back of the bow person there.
38?
Well, there is a back number, but it's been blown out of the way, so we can't read it.
It says 38.
And it says it's 38. That's Amherst. That's Amherst. So this is a university crew from Amherst. So there is a number on the bow person there, but it looks like it was either put on backward or is blown out of place or something.
Amherst was an all-men's school up until 1980 or 81, I believe, right?
I don't remember when they converted. They were all men's and then converted to coeducational, but I'm not sure what year.
Prince Albert of Monaco graduated from there.
Did not know that.
Yes.
These little known facts.
little trivia.
Interesting. Here we go. Yeah.
Is that it? Are you guys taking over?
So the Heather Charles Regatta is pleased to have Post 390 Restaurant join us as an official restaurant partner again this year. Post 390 offers seasonally inspired urban tavern fare for lunch, brunch, and dinner in Boston's Back Bay. You can book with them by calling and making a reservation. Be sure to visit the Post 390 tent near the Elliott Bridge for fresh oysters and shrimp, hot chowder and chili, or sweet apple cobbler, pumpkin tarts, and more. Again, they do have hot chowder if you're looking for something warm right now after that rain's washed through.
Nathan Benderson Park, Sun Coast Aquatic Nature Center Associates would like to invite you to come train in sunny Sarasota, Florida. Visit us at Nathan Benderson Park, an Olympic-level training center and world-class sports venue. North America's premier 2,000-meter sprint course with 4 locations to choose from. You're guaranteed to stay warm during your winter training. Nathan Benderson Park, where world-class athletes come to train.
We're getting close. We're getting close. If we had a couple guys over 60,
Hey, Regatta fans, want to save on Shell fuel on the way home? Head over to the Fuel Rewards booth for fun prizes and to join the Fuel Rewards program free. All members can save on Shell fuel every fill-up every day, and that includes Shell V-Power, Nitro, and Premium Gasoline. Plus, you'll find countless ways to save even more by shopping online, dining, or linking your credit card. So come on by and sign up now online at fuelrewards.com. My card takes diesel, but I know Shell has also diesel.
They do, at least at some stations. I'm not sure all stations carry diesel, but some stations do. That's right.
Although I have a Volkswagen diesel that has to get refitted.
Well, that's between you and Volkswagen, obviously. Chobani's another sponsor of the regatta. Chobani's excited to be at the Heather Charles Regatta this year. You can swing by the Chobani Pop-Up Cafe on the river near the intersection of Mem Drive and Plimpton Street today and tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to enjoy a complimentary sample of the new Chobani Mezza dips. So basically free food for those who want it. They're at the corner of Mem Drive and Plimpton Street. That's down by the Weld Boathouse area if you want it. So free samples of Chobani dips down there. Right. And Nielsen Kellerman is proud to have the Blue Ocean as the official megaphone of the Heather Charles Regatta. Be sure to come by the NK booth to check out the rugged waterproof Blue Ocean and NK's full line of rowing performance products, as well as get a live demonstration of their new M-Power oar lock. Right. That's that high-tech oar lock that gives you all the different power and stroke sensing devices. So the rain having washed through here, we've lost our blue sky, but we've still got good sun here, and the rain having washed through. I think we're probably good for the rest of the day, is my guess, based on the radar. Doesn't look like any more rain coming. Interestingly enough, I'm observing that the number of people on the bridge seems to be waning, even though the weather's getting nicer. I see. So basically the collegiate and club team events had a big crowd and following. A lot of the family and friends probably on the bridge. Yep. And now we're coming into the men's Masters Double, the 40-plus event will be the next event. Men's Masters Double, 40-plus event. So last year's winners, Peter Morelli and Sean Wolf out of Riverside will be starting first this year. They've already taken off, and they are doing well, it looks like, by the intermediate splits here. Doing pretty well against the field. And here they come. We can just start to see them now.
Yeah, they are moving.
Yep. I remember Sean Wolf from the U.S. national team. He was a few years behind me. And Peter Morelli is significantly younger than Sean. He's about 10 years younger than Sean. He was also on the U.S. national team. That's right. They're both former lightweights, and let's just say they've gained a little more mass to move.
They're also rowing very high.
They are.
Cranking.
Yep. Really opening up a gap here against other crews here. They've opened up a pretty good gap. Boat number 1 here, that's out of Riverside. That's Peter Morelli and Sean
they're
Wolf
32.
rowing at about a 32 here.
They looked higher than that, but they're a 32.
Yep. Looking around, trying to line up the next bridge here.
So
You
Sean,
can see him looking
you see
around.
Sean does not use a mirror. He looks around. See him turning his head around.
That's right. No mirror on these guys. It's the pivot the head method here for them. That's what they've chosen to do, right? Different people, different methods. So.
And then boat number 2.
Boat number 2 there, that's 612 Endurance out of Minneapolis. 612 is the original area code for Minneapolis, and 612 Endurance is a rowing club out of Minneapolis there. That's James Dundon and Patrick Johnson there out of Minneapolis. And they won this race in 2014. 2015 was won by Riverside, Morelli and Wolf, who just went by. And these guys out of 612 now trying to challenge again.
Here comes Cambridge Boat Club.
And in number 3, Cambridge Boat Club, that's Eric Lev and Joe Linhoff. Eric is a current lightweight, actually, not a former, like Wolf and Morelli were. And they are in number 3, moving along pretty well here, right? This is the 4th year they row together. Eric lives here in Boston, and his partner, Joe Linhoff, actually lives out, I believe, in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he's in Chicago.
Yeah.
Because Eric used to live in Chicago.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, here we get. They're duking it out on the turn, these doubles up here.
Yeah.
One does not have a number on his shirt.
Okay,
There's
so
number 4.
Number 4 is in the dark blue, the red hats, Kevin, is that right?
Yes.
That's Don rowing out of Mississauga, Ontario, out of Canada.
Number 5. They're coming up on number 5.
Yeah, and number
5 is passing number
just
4.
passing the Dayglow green there. That's number 5. Twin Donut, they call themselves out of Menlo Park. That's Greg Klingsporn and Jeff Klingsporn there. I believe they're twins, and they're Twin Donut there, the Dayglow green there, number 5.
Well.
And then number 4 again out of Mississauga, Ontario, that's Don rowing. That's Thomas Lancaster and Steve Dimitraz out of Ontario.
Is Riverside number 7.
Riverside number 7 there, Riverside number 7. That's Thomas Katester and Igor Belikovsky.
And number 6.
And number 6 is at Cambridge Boat Club. That's James Geschweiler and August Cole, number 6 there in the yellow boat. Yep. And then number 10 in the white boat there, that's Minneapolis. Joe Spencer and Finbar McCarthy there. Joe Spencer, Finbar McCarthy. Again, this is the men's Masters double, 40 plus.
The number 8.
Number 8 in the yellow boat there, that's Potomac. That's Emmanuel Caudron and Christopher Conroy there in the yellow boat, number 8 with the red jerseys. This event has 16 boats.
There's another Riverside boat, number 9.
Boat number 9 is a Cambridge boat. That's Rich Scannell and Thor Rundman there. Boat number 9 in the white boat with the light blue and white blades. That's Rich Scannell and Thor Rundman there. Cambridge Boat Club members. And coming up behind them, number 14 there. That's Union Boat Club and Portland combination boat. Edward Demetrio and Ned Flint. So Portland, Maine, and Union out of Boston here.
And another Riverside boat, number 12.
And then number 12 is Virginia Rowing Association, number 12. That's Brett Wilkinson and Sean Gorman, boat number 12 there. Looks like they may be borrowing some blades. 16 boats in this event. So for those of you who are wondering why do some events have more entries and some events have fewer entries, the way the system works is that the first half of the finishing field in any event get invited back automatically for the next year. They don't have to come back, of course, but they get invited back automatically. The remaining entries are done by lottery, except for the Director's Challenge events, which are special events. So the remaining lottery events, the number of entries are the number of competitors are based on the number of entries, and there's actually a formula based on the number of entries as to how many boats actually then will compete for those lottery events. It's a moderately complex system, but it seems to work out really well and balance then opportunity to interest.
Here's boat number 15.
And now coming down the course in the striped shirts, that's boat number 15, Viking. You can see the V there on their shirts. Boat number 15, Viking out of Northfield, New Jersey. This is Stu Lockhart and John Kelly, and they've won some events down in Philly, including at the head of the Schuylkill and Navy Day Regatta. Boat 15, that's Viking. And then behind them there, that's boat 16, that's Undine. Undine out of Philadelphia, they row in the Schuylkill River. That's David Rhodes and Robert Baldry there in boat 16. That's the white boat there with the blue and yellow, the dark blue and yellow. And then bow 11, that's the white boat where the bowman is wearing a long sleeve white jersey. That's Charleston out of Charleston, South Carolina. That's Charleston Boat Club. Charles Pollock and Trenholm Walker there.
And then Union Boat Club's coming up, number 13.
And then number 13, that's Halifax out of Daytona Beach, Florida. That's the yellow boat there, coming around the turn now. They're using Union blades. That's Halifax out of Daytona Beach, Florida. And it's Jean-Michel Dino and Nick Greer. And they're both rowed in the Heather Charles in a quad in 2012, and now they're rowing here in the doubles event. Boat 13 out of Daytona Beach, Florida, Halifax.
So most of these boats make these turns just by pulling harder on one side, although some of them do have steering mechanisms operated by the toe of usually the person in the bow seat. This boat does not have a toe. They're just operating by pulling harder on one side.
And that should complete the field for the men's Masters doubles. Next up will be the women's Masters double, and there'll be 17 entries in that event. The 216 event, event 21, women's Masters doubles will be next up. And as the sun at least gets brighter, maybe not totally coming out, you might want to think about going over to the David's Tees tent. David's Tea is proud to once again sponsor this year's regatta. Exclusively for regatta patrons, you can visit their bright teal David's Tea hut located at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and receive a free freshly brewed hot or iced tea with the purchase of a David's Tea travel mug. It's perfect for steeping premium loose leaf tea blends and keeping your tea hot for hours on the go. Thank you for David's Teas for their generous support of the regatta. And regatta fans, you want to save on Shell fuel on the way home, and we're talking about fuel for your vehicle, not for your body, of course. Head over to the Fuel Rewards booth for fun prizes and to join the Fuel Rewards program free. All members can save on Shell fuel every fill-up every day, and that includes Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Plus, you'll find countless ways to save even more money in your shopping online, dining out, or linking your Shell credit card. So come on by or sign up now for onlinefuelrewards.com.
This is Greg Stone. I'm joining Alden for about 15 minutes. I'll be back later. So it's great to see all you here. I've been doing this for some years as we watch things go by, and hopefully we can help you out in enjoying this racing. One of the things to note is with this rain, we've got some stream on the river today, and further down on the course, there's an option of whether you want to go next to the Cambridge shore down the Powerhouse stretch or stay in the more obvious center lane. And the guy on my left, Alden, told me the stream flow this morning, and both I and the fellow who beat me in the veterans single both took the Cambridge shore on Alden's advice and gained about 3 lengths over the piece. So it's all good fun.
Yeah, so glad I was able to help you out this morning, Greg, when I saw you on the dock and give you that. I actually steered the course down the center lanes. I was telling Greg that in an 8, which is what I was steering, it's much harder to steer those Cambridge arches and go down that shore lane, which, yes, there is less flow, but because of the much, much bigger turning radius On an 8, it's much harder to steer that course because as you come out of the bridges, you have to take a sharper turn. In a single, it's a little bit easier. So although the flow rate is less and it probably is a faster course in terms of absolute versus the distance, it's much harder in the 8 to be able to steer that. So I've learned that for the 8, at least, taking it down the center where there is more flow is still a better way to go.
Okay, and now we'll make a pitch for the Nathan Benderson Park, and that is down in Sarasota, Florida. And we're encouraging everybody to visit Nathan Benderson Park. It's an Olympic-level training center and a world-class sports section. And Jevi and my daughter and I were down in the Olympic trials last April, and it's really a fabulous course, and it's going to really make everyone very happy next year at the Worlds. Okay, now I am going to turn over to Alden. I'll spot for him as we come on to the Women's Masters Doubles.
This is the Women's Masters Doubles here, coming down the course in the red boat, boat number 1 out of Ann Arbor Rowing Club. That's Hillary Gemin and Kelly Salkow MacArthur. They won this last year, and they're back this year to defend their entry here in this red boat, boat number 1 out of Ann Arbor. And then right behind them, boat number 2, the woman there in bow having a bright red cap or bright pink cap out of Riverside. That's Sarah White and Ashley Lanfer. They're challenging boat number 1, trying to see if they can take it away. And then behind them, boat number 3, rowing out of Cambridge Boat Club here. That's Jen Sacchetti and Molly Scannell. Boat number 3, Jen Sacchetti and Molly Scannell out of Cambridge Boat Club here.
Okay, and Alden, we can see that these are all pretty experienced doubles. They've been right on the line as they've come around, and they're rowing really sort of appropriate cadences. So they are showing there's master's element here, and we've got a reasonably big gap between boat number 3 and the field, which is just coming into view.
That's right, and the field looks like there's a big stack up that'll be coming around the corner here shortly. But you're right, Greg, those first 3 boats really knowing this course well and that giving them some advantage in being able to pick the right line. And then the next here in the pack here coming around is boat number 7, having passed a number of boats. Boat number 7 out of Riverside, that's Alexis Sneff and Tina Vandersteel. That's boat number 7 here is the white boat in the lead of this next pack. And then behind them is boat number 4 out of Saugatuck, Westport, Connecticut. That's Susan Schmidt and Kirsten DiBiase. Sorry, Kirsten. And then 6 there is Commercial out of Brisbane, Queensland. An Australian crew there in the light blue uniforms. That's boat number 6. Let's give them a cheer there, the Australian crew. That's Christine Taylor and Fleur Spriggs. And then after them, it's boat number 5, Narragansett there with the white hats, and that's Narragansett out of Providence, Rhode Island. Sarah Kussler and Alden Bumstead. There are 17 boats in this event, 17 boats.
All right, so we've...
so there's the Aussies in the pink visors there going right under the bridge.
Let's hear it. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oh, and a big gap here to the next few boats. Looks like the first 7 there, and maybe there was some difficulty downriver we don't know about, maybe an accident or something of that sort. So I'd call it as, wow, I'd say this is at least a good minute and a half gap here.
Well, with no one in sight yet, so this is, I'm sure it's been pretty exciting down there wherever they got themselves into this situation.
Right, so I can see a boat now just coming around the corner, but you know, obviously a big gap. Now, folks, again, that doesn't necessarily mean this next boat is going slowly. It could have been there was a big gap at the starting line. There could have been difficulty at the starting line. Again, it is time over the river, and so it's not distance between crews that matters. It's time over the river. And so the next boat coming around the corner here in a red boat, this is CRI from upriver here on the Charles. CRI, it used to be called Community Rowing, but now they just go by CRI, right? This is boat number 8. This is Kristen Lau and Deb Kemper, right? And they want to thank Drew Tennant for taking them on this year. And then behind them, boat number 15, that's Sarasota County out of Osprey, Florida. Sarasota County out of Osprey, Florida there in the, looks to be blue with maybe day-glow pink, I'm guessing, on that uniform. That's Laura Corbett and Karen Weigart, or Wygant, I'm sorry, Karen Wygant. Sorry about that, Karen. Boat number 15 there. And then behind them here, rowing with Cambridge Boat Club blades, it's boat number 16, I believe. That's Christine Collins and Bethany Grant, right?
Yep, 12 on the outside of the red.
And on the outside there in the red boat, that's another CRI boat, boat number 12, Robin Churchill and Catherine Sheehan.
Blue shirts don't have a number or painted blades, so I'm stumped. The red boat is 9.
And that yellow boat there, it's boat number 13 in the yellow boat. That's Maritime out of East Norwalk, Connecticut. Carrie Williams and Jessica Sherman. They're on the inside in those kind of light blue shirts there, right? So they're just passing that CRI boat. And then in number 9 in the red boat, that's City of Oxford on Upper Thames. So Oxford, UK there in that red boat. 2 ladies from Oxford. That's Karen Roberts and Mary Murray out of the UK.
10 here, blue shirts.
And then the blue shirts here in the white boat, that's boat number 10 from Narragansett in Providence, Rhode Island. Gail Simmons and Dawn Nardone.
Followed by 17.
And then followed by 17, the white boat with the red shirts. That's a split boat. One lady out of Marin in California and one lady out of Vesper. I'm not sure which one's which. Cassandra Cunningham and Liz Theron. That's boat 17 there. The orange hats, red shirts. And then coming up now in the white shirts here, or the white boat, and in boat number 11, that's Vesper Boat Club there. Both of them wearing the white hats. And that's Dana Anders and Eileen Walsh there in the Vesper boat. And I believe that covers the field for this boat, for this event. That was 17 boats. That was the women's Masters double, age 40 plus average.
Just want to give another shout out to BNY Mellon, our marquee sponsor here for the regatta. In between races.
Is he allowed to go out on the top?
Tom and I have been rowing. People see that people ask.
All right, and we got bout number 14 now is coming around the bend here. Lynn Samlinson and Anna Harris.
You're annoying and everyone hates you.
There we go. They have the Go CRI as they enter the Elliott Bridge turn. Lynn is in the bow. Anna coaches for our G-Row program, Row Boston program. And I believe that will be the final double in that event. I've got Jerry Murphy spotting for me. This is Ellen Minsner taking over for the mighty Alden Zecca, who's been running the mic for the last few hours for you. And Greg, I think, will return as soon as he launches Jevy. But we have a nice reprieve in the weather here. Flat water, only a little bit of wind. It's been changing every 10 minutes, every turn. We're going to thank another one of our sponsors here, Shell Fuel Rewards. If you want to save on Shell Fuel on the way home, head on over to the Fuel Rewards booth. But that's tough to say, Fuel Rewards. Not as easy as it looks. They've got a booth there with fun prizes, and you can sign up for their Fuel Rewards program for free. And that way you can save on Shell every time you fill your car up, every day with Shell. The Shell V-Power Nitro Premium Gasoline is included in that great deal. So stop on over to the Shell Rewards station and thank our sponsors, Shell. Yeah, and we at the announcer station are looking at landing crews dumping buckets and buckets of water out of the boats as they come back to the Cambridge Boat Club dock. It looks clear now, but make no mistake, it's been a rough time out there. And right now we've got the first few crews in the Men's Masters 4. Sammamish from Redmond, Washington is cruising, pushing really hard onto Molesley from Great Britain. So it's bow number 1 is in the white hull, white blades. That's Molesley. They're being pressed very hard by Sammamish from Washington, and not a very big gap behind them in the white jerseys and the blue blades. And that would be West Palm Palm Beach Rowing. This is the Rolodex crew that's been a multiple winner, and that Molesley crew is pretty stacked with some heavy hitting Olympians there from GB, and Sammamish has given them a good run for their money here in coming through the Elliott Bridge. And the Cornell alumni, they have passed Potomac already. Potomac was hoping to move back into the medals, but Cornell is having none of that. They finished 5th in last year's race, and they would like to put themselves in the medal stand. So Cornell alumni coming around the bend right now, looking very clean and smooth, right on that buoy line coming into the Elliott Arch. Potomac trying to close the gap, but they have their hands full with the crew behind them with the red, white, and blue blade. And that's bow number 6, the Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. Hook. So Texas Rowing Center out of Austin now doing a great job. You know, it's not their home course, but that coxswain did a nice line. Buoys right under the riggers there. Bow number 6 entering the Elliott Bridge. And coming up in front of the Cambridge Boat Club with the river to themselves are the Argonauts. They skipped the sprint racing this summer just to focus on the head of the Charles, and they're having a good run of it. The rowing solo into the Elliott Bridge. But Sammamish having an outstanding regatta. Sammamish in bow number 13 will be the next one we see behind the Argonauts. So the Argonauts have pretty much the command of the river all the way to the finish line. But here comes another Sammamish crew. And they have gone through 4 or 5 crews already, and they still have got about 3/4 of a mile to go. Right behind them is Greenwich, who's trailing them here in the green jerseys. Sammamish is in the black and red, headed out right in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now. Greenwich trying to move a bit, taking a little of that inside corner. Greenwich is in the green jerseys. And Willamette in the orange hull with the bucket rig. Willamette is bow number 8. And we've got some 11 and 10 now rounding the bend. These are the men's rowing team, Orleans, and length of open water behind them is bow number 10, Union Boat Club. In the white jerseys with the diagonal blue stripe, this is Union Boat Club, bow number 10. Coxswain sitting up, making sure she's got a great line. Coming a bit wide around the corner. And all 1993 lightweight 4, the World Championships in the Czech Republic. We got Steve Gantz, Tom Beetham, Jonathan Moss, and I think Kane Laren had a fill in there. I can't quite make out who it is, but this is your Old Glory. Let's make some noise. And bout number 17 now approaching it with another nice line right along the buoys. The wind is cooperating here. Bout number 17, that's the San Diego Rowing Club.
Yeah, there's 23 entries in this event this time. 23 entries.
Sammamish, Alden, had 2 entries, and both of them had motored through quite a few crews. So.
Wow, I'm wondering if they've decided to prioritize this event rather than enter the 8s event, maybe just focus on the 4s event.
Well, they certainly made a good run of it today.
Nice.
Out in front now is Mendota from Madison, Wisconsin. That's bound number 15 in the yellow hull with the green and yellow blades there. Yeah,
that's right.
That's right. Make them happy they came. That's it, Mendota. They're not afraid of the weather over there in Mendota.
No,
they don't care.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bout number 21 is the PNR. That's the Princeton Boat Club, Princeton Junction, New Jersey. This is where the U.S. men's and women's national teams train. We've got Sarah Bruden, David Potts, Mike Vaccaro, Charles Gilbert, and Miles Truesdell. Princeton National Rowing Association and Mercer, bout number 21. And in the dark jerseys and the dark hull, that's bout number 22, closest to the Cambridge shore. They've got, I think, high-vis hats on there. That's Quinsigamond Rowing Club from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. This is only their 2nd season as an organized crew, so welcome to the head of the Charles. Just ahead of them in the yellow hull is bout number 23. That's the DC Strokes of Washington, D.C. Their legacy of inclusion rowing as the nation's oldest LGBTQ rowing club, DC Strokes. Let's give them a round of applause. Yellow hull on the Boston shore. These guys have done a nice job because we still have some higher number bow numbers approaching here. Bow number 20 is the first. And followed by 16 is their first international competition. So we love the fact that this race is an international competition, having a little bit of
No. Nope. Over the flashing blue light.
That's right. They're trying to get people. This boat's trying to pull people up. a bow and just have moved to the side. But the Massachusetts State Police, we're so proud to have them representing CRI today. They did a great job. They came and participated in the Olympic meet and greet the other day, and we're very proud to have them here. Let's show them the trophy. And that'll be the final entry in this Masters Men's Fours. Fantastic job there, and we'll see how Sammamish actually fared in the official results later on in the afternoon.
That's it. I'm guessing on the bridge that's the Ned Benning fan club by the sounds of it. Is that it? You can raise your hands and wave if that's right. Either they can't hear me or not. So Ned Benning here launching off the dock. Looks like a bunch of people on the dock with a sign that says "Row Benning Row" and screaming. So I'm guessing that's for Ned there on the dock. Some boats pulling into the dock here to land. Other boats going downstream. Weather really clearing up here. Getting a little breezier, might get a little cooler. As it gets a little cooler here, make sure you think about clothing here. Really important. Or in fact, you know what? You could also think about Sarasota, Florida, where it's nice and warm, right? So visit the Sarasota County tent here. They're proud to be the first-time sponsor of the Heather Charles Regatta. The Sarasota County is home to Nathan Benderson Park and the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, the 2017 World Rowing Championships, the 2018 NCAA Rowing National Championships, and the 2018 FISA Masters Regatta. Stop by their booth on Attiger Row and learn more about their world-famous beaches, restaurants, shopping, and everything else Sarasota County has to offer. So down there at Attiger Row, they've got a tent set up. Talk to you all about warm, sunny Florida.
And if you can't make it all the way to Florida, but you're still a little cold, you could have a little David's Tea. They're once again a sponsor of this year's regatta. Exclusively for regatta patrons, you can visit the bright teal David's Tea Hut located at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and get a free, freshly brewed, hot or iced tea with the purchase of a David's Tea travel mug. Thank you, David's Tea, for your generous support of the Head of the Charles.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the people are saying here that that David's Tea is really good here, so keep that in mind, right? And then if you're thinking, gee, you know, I want something, but maybe a little more than tea, something a little more substantial, you can think about the Heather Charles Post 390 restaurant aspect, right? They're the official restaurant partner. Post 390 offers seasonally inspired urban tavern fare for lunch, brunch, and dinner in Boston's Back Bay, and you can visit their Post 390 tent near the LA Bridge for fresh oysters, shrimp, hot chowder and chili, and sweet apple cobbler, pumpkin tarts, and more.
Now, Alden, you're a coxswain, and I want you to look at the line that's coming through right now. This is a first boat coming around the bend in the green jerseys, green blades. That's the best line I've seen. I've only been here for about a half an hour this afternoon, but that's a great line.
It's a really good line there. That's right. You know, the buoy's going right under the riggers there. Really nice line. The coxswain, though, sitting up a little bit, which is a little unusual, but sitting up as they roll around.
Sure.
And it's basically in order here. It's Minneapolis first. That's the Minneapolis boat. The Women's Masters 4 event, age 40 plus here. And then right after them, it's number 2 is Alexandria out of Alexandria, Virginia. And then number 3, Lake Union out of Seattle, Washington. So 1, 2, 3 in order here. Really nice line on number 1 there, helping them out.
Yeah, and they've got some pretty heavy hitters in the Minneapolis crew, but it looks like Alexandria's closed the gap a bit and moved away from Lake Union. So 1, 2, 3 in order with a little bit of advantage from Alexandria. Bout number 5 now in the light blue hull. That is the Berkeley Rowing Club from Berkeley, California. Over from just east of San Francisco. They've opened up a huge gap between them and bout number 6, which is the Vancouver Rowing Club. Vancouver, Canada. British Columbia, excuse me, Canada. This is the exact same lineup from last year for Vancouver. So bout number 6. Cox by Betsy Siegel now, doing a nice job on that Elliott Bridge. Looks about to sustain the margin though. Bout number 7, Ann Arbor Rowing Club in the yellow hull. These are the fastest women at Ann Arbor Rowing Club. So there you have it. That's in the self-reported bio here. So let's give Ann Arbor a cheer and get them through Elliott Bridge. Got a in the near boat closest to Cambridge Boat Club is bout number 4, another boat from Sammamish. So the women's masters 4.
And then 8.
Having their hands full with bout number 8, who's moving up on them on the inside of the corner there. That is Lake Merritt from Oakland, California.
So again, this is the Women's Masters 4 event, age 40 plus. The Women's Masters 4 event, age 40 plus.
Sometimes it's difficult to identify the crews. I think Community Rowing is hosting so many visiting crews that probably a good portion of the regatta is rowing in
It's
red
right.
hulls and
It's
red
very
and
hard
black
to
blades.
just identify by the oar colors because there's so many borrowed oars, borrowed blades, borrowed boats. This is boat number 9 coming through now.
But this one is indeed the hometown crew of CRI. Aaron McKenna, Marana Varfi, Cam Sutter, and Courtney Forrester. Cox by Jade Graziano from CRI. Comp Women's 4.
And
Nice
behind
and
them
aggressive.
in the white boat there with the blue jerseys, that's boat number 11, Chinook out of San Diego. Chinook is a bit of a specialty club where they basically have athletes from all over the country rowing under their banner. And that is a Chinook team there under the bridge now. And I'm not sure who that was with the red jerseys and white caps using the Tufts blades there. I'm guessing that was Baltimore, Maryland, boat number 12, but I'm not sure. That must have been Willamette because out of Portland, Oregon, because 12 now from Baltimore is coming up now. So 12 from Baltimore coming up now, and they're coming up with number 15. Number 15 is Conabear out of Seattle, Washington, right? So this is 12 and 15. 12 here in what appears to be a dark green boat, and 15 in a white boat with some type of coloring right there on the bow.
Bout number 16, this is the 16 is the Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas, coming up next. Right behind them, pressing hard, is the Express Cambridge.
That's Cambridge, UK, to be clear.
That's right, from GB. They call themselves the Cambridge Old Women.
There are 25 entries in this event. 25 entries in this event.
Bout number 14 in the green and black, that's New Trier from Winnetka, Illinois, and right outside the Chicago area.
And then number 13 is right behind them. Number 13 is Carnegie Lake out of Princeton, New Jersey. Carnegie Lake there with the orange and black oars. And then behind them is number 17, Ottawa out of Ottawa, Ontario, up in Canada. That's the Ottawa Rowing Club, number 17, in the red caps there.
We got a crowd coming up now, 2 boats side by side, almost stroke for stroke coming out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now. Nearest the Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 20. That's the Cape Cod Rowing from Centerville, Massachusetts. And bow number 23 from New Haven is on the Boston shore. They're right on the inside of the buoy line. 21 trails them, 21 in the light-colored hull, the blue and gray club from Washington, D.C. This is the Georgetown University Women's Four. Yeah, the blue and gray. There we go.
Yep.
There we go. This will be a Georgetown alumni.
I have to comment that the New Haven crew describes themselves as practicing on the Housatonic River and enjoying erg pieces, ice cream socials, and creating obstacle courses lined with geese. Now 22, this is Avalon out of Washington, D.C. in the white shell with the blue uniforms and the red with cross oars there. That's Avalon out of Washington, D.C. And then behind them is number 25. That's St. Catharines, St. Kitts out of Ontario, Canada there. St. Catharines there. And then behind them in the yellow boat is number 24. That's Ann Arbor Rowing Club. Number 24, Ann Arbor Rowing Club. Right? And then trailing them in the red boat there is number 19. That's Genesee out of Rochester, New York. Genesee Women's Masters 4. And that does complete the field for the Women's Masters 4. This is the 40-plus event for the Women's Masters 4, 40-plus event. And you'll see already some of the singles and other boats launching here. The singles launching are going out for the championship singles event. That'll be later today, the men's and women's championship singles event. Also, for those of you who might be wondering, if you look closely enough, you'll notice that the bow markers, typically, but not always, the bow markers are white background, dark numbers for men's events, and dark background, white numbers for women's events. And they're done that way so that the officials can spot them much more quickly, readily, and easily in case of the need to assist a boat or to assess a penalty. So we're looking for bow markers that are easy to recognize and that they are not only just numbered well, but you can immediately attempt to identify the event. You'll also see that the bow markers have a colored stripe on them. The color corresponds to the event as well. And then there are some events that have a yellow background on the bow marker. And again, different color combinations used for different things to help indicate different events to the officials and the course coordinators and marshals. All of it done so that it makes things much easier in case of spotting and the ability to identify quickly.
That was actually very helpful, Alden. Good thing for the fans to know, especially it's not a very bright day today. It is kind of hard to see some of the numbers, but that's a great explanation. Thank you. I also want to thank Land Rover. They're a proud sponsor of the 52nd Head of the Charles Regatta this year. With a new Land Rover as your companion, you'll see adventure wherever you go. You can head over to the Land Rover display today and experience that for yourself, or you can visit your local Boston area Land Rover retailer to see the full lineup of Land Rover vehicles. Adventure. It's yours for the taking, Alden.
Thanks there, Ellen. And, if we're talking about vehicles and driving, well, you got to have fuel too, right? So, we can save on Shell fuel on the way home. Head over to the Fuel Rewards booth for fun prizes and to join the Fuel Rewards program for free. All members can save on Shell fuel every fill-up every day, and that includes the Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Plus, you'll find countless ways to save even more by shopping online, dining out, or linking your credit card there. So come on by to the Fuel Rewards tent or sign up now at fuelrewards.com. And if you're a glasses wearer, think about the Rudy Project glasses. They've got a tent over there by the Falls finish line area, right? They're thrilled to support this year's Head of the Charles. Makers of Italian sunglasses since 1985, Rudy Project's eyewear is designed to elevate your performance. You can find polarized sport and casual sunglasses at the Rudy Project booth, featuring the newest in 2017 sunglasses.
And how about Brooks Brothers? How about Brooks Brothers? They've traditionally been the apparel for the regatta and the Head of the Charles volunteers. And this year, these vests, they nailed it with perfect apparel for the regatta volunteers, the red and blue volunteer premiums are provided by Brooks Brothers, a longtime sponsor. They are the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta, and they've also got a great pop-up store over at the Weld Exhibition and the Rowing and Fitness Expo. Be sure to check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership this weekend. Thank you, Brooks Brothers.
Yeah, and you know, Brooks Brothers typically sells out of those commemorative items, so if you are looking for them, I recommend you go over and pick those up sooner rather than later. I know the last 3 or 4 years, every year, they have sold out of their jackets and other outerwear pretty quickly during the regatta weekend.
And Alden, up next we're going to have the men's Master 8s. This is 40 plus. This is an intense division. And it's been, title has been held by a foreign crew for the last few years. And this is the year maybe a U.S. crew will finally claim the gold in this event. It's been actually 6 years since an American crew has won this particular event.
Well, Ellen, I'm going to comment on that a little bit. That's right according to the registration, but the reality is that American crews have actually held this event for 4 of those 6 years. The Shannon, Ireland entry is actually a Harvard alumni boat. So there's a long story there, but basically one of the Harvard alumni knows someone in the Shannon Club, got them to enter because they felt like an international entry might have a better chance of getting entered. They did, and they've held that for several years now. So it is a crew officially on paper out of Ireland. I don't think they have a single Irish guy in that boat.
Well, you know, they may have dual citizenship. You never know. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
So that's always a fun boat, but they have that boat now has very strong competition out of the Moseley boat out of the UK, out of Great Britain. Moseley basically is a club that most of the former British national team members have now adopted as their club. And about 3 years ago, Moseley started entering the Head of the Charles semi-seriously. The first year they entered, they felt like they would have a really good shot, put together some boats with a number of former gold medal winning Olympians, and did not do as well as they had hoped. So the next year they came along and decided to actually train and have tryouts as a club, and they did end up winning the event. So a little bit of difference there. They realized that having those tryouts did matter, and that your pedigree on paper wasn't all that counted. And so Moseley did win the event last year, really very solidly. They won the 8s event for the 50 plus this year as well, for I believe the 2nd or 3rd year in a row.
Yeah, that's no surprise. They've got Margaret Weber, the Olympic silver medalist from 1996, Alex Partridge, Olympic silver from 2008, and a bronze medalist in 2012, Dave Gillard, Cambridge boat race winner, Roberto Blanda, the Italian national erg record holder, Artur Samsonov, U.S. Olympian 2004. So this is a stacked crew, and looking forward to seeing them come around the bend. And it looks like they have just entered into view here.
Yeah, and this is the Moseley crew coming around here. That's right, number 1 here in the black and white uniforms that they race in.
Yeah.
Really doing well. It's a really strong crew. They've really proven themselves both in this event, the 40 plus event, and the 50 plus event. And they also have a strong 50 plus 4.
Yeah, and they're rowing a nice, strong, aggressive cadence, great blade work. The course record in this event was set by that Shannon Rowing Club in a time of 14:46.6. That was back in 2014. I don't think we have world record conditions today, or course record conditions today, but this Moseley crew from GB is looking great as they come in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
They've definitely opened up some space here on the next boat. It is clearly at least I'd call it a 30-second gap to the next boat here, and usually boats start about 15 seconds apart, so they've really opened up on the next boat. And then the next boat here in the blue is boat number 2. That's the Irish crew. Again, on paper, it's really that Harvard alumni boat. And then next behind them is boat number 3. Boat number 3 is the Kennebecasis boat out of New Brunswick, out of Canada. I don't know much about them, Ellen. Do you know much about them?
I don't really, but they've got a strong alumni lightweight program rowing here, including Ben Story and Ed Winchester, world champions in 2000 in the lightweight pair, and stroked by Liam Parsons, a bronze medal in the light floor from the 2008 Olympics. So Kennebecasis, a nice stacked crew here. Give them a round of applause as they come through the Elliott Bridge.
Yeah, you'll see here another big gap here to the next few boats. So those top couple boats there really moving along very, very well, and now a bit of a gap opening up here to some of the other crews here. You can start to see 2 boats coming around the curve here. On the inside of the turn is number 5. That's Diesel out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's on the inside of the curve, or the Boston Shore. That's Diesel out of Pittsburgh. And then behind them, just slightly behind them, but on the outside of the curve, that's Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, right? So that's the Ottawa crew are a lot of former national team rowers who raced at the Olympics of the Worlds for the Canadian team.
And they've got close quarters here as they come in front of the Cambridge Boat Club there. A little bit of contact there possibly with the two-man's blade in bow number 4, right near the stern of bow number 5. So bow number 5.
And bow number 5, I'm looking at the names here, and I recognize a couple of them as definitely former U.S. national team guys in that bow number 5 diesel boat. So again, it's probably a group of guys who got together and found a club that might sponsor their entry.
They prefer to be known as just a bunch of good guys.
And now coming around in the neon green here, that's boat number 6. That's the Wide Load group. Wide Load is affiliated with Boston University. Although they're rowing with different blades than I'm used to there, that really neon orange right on the tip there. That's a new blade color for them. Okay. This is Wide Load right here, crossing right now in the Dayglow green, high-vis green. That's boat number 6. And on the outside of the turn there with the Riverside blades, that's number 7. And then on the inside, it's the Fat Cat boat. Fat Cat is the Princeton alumni boat here. So this is the younger Princeton alumni boat here. 6X lightweights, a heavyweight, and one guy who actually rode both sides. But they've got some Olympic and world champion people in there, too.
And we've got some action out in front. Riverside Boat Club getting pushed wide as 13 motors through on the buoy line. Riverside will try and take advantage, though. They may be able to hold the inside of the next turn, but there's a lot of close contact there. Riverside blades right with the Fat Cat crew.
My guess is those blades are going to end up hitting. And then behind them was a Bulldog crew. That's the Yale alumni crew there coming in that group of 3. They were the third one. And then now coming around the turn here, it's Capital out of Washington, D.C. Capital out of Washington, D.C. against the buoy line there in the red and the blue and the white uniforms with the yellow blades there. It's boat number 9 there. Boat number 9 out of Atlanta, Georgia there.
But Capital's got somebody moving on them right there.
That's
Capital
right.
in the red and
That's
blue.
right. It looks like this could be an interesting occurrence here under the bridge here. I can't read.
Bow number 12. This is the Austrian crew, represents the best 40-plus Masters rower in Upper Northern Austria.
So the Austrian crew there in the white shell closing in pretty
Come
quickly
on,
on
Elliott
Capital.
Bridge.
And they'll all make it through the bridge okay. The question is what happens after the bridge and the turn to the next direction to starboard there.
And the Austrians done a nice job there. They're all coming through Elliott Bridge unscathed.
And then here's another diesel crew, again called A Bunch of Good Guys. This is officially out of Pittsburgh. I can see, again, several guys who were U.S. national team members, Raul Rodriguez, Tom Murray, John Brown, Al Stefan. I mean, all these guys were U.S. national teams. So definitely putting together their own club, it looks like, and rowing with what appear to be Cornell blades, maybe a Cornell boat, but rowing under the diesel name. Nice job, guys. And now this is 14 here. 14, the blue and gray. That's the Georgetown boat. Georgetown boat out of 14. And then 18 there is the 92 Junior World Championship boat. So that's pretty interesting. So a bunch of guys who were Junior World Champions back in 92 now putting together.
Yeah, stroking that boat is Josh Crosby, the creator of Indo Row. Also rowing in an inclusion event tomorrow. So Josh Crosby is a great friend to community rowing and inclusion rowing. Mike Callahan, coach of University of Washington.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So that's great to see that. So they went to Junior National or Junior Worlds together and now are coming back together and rowing it. What is that? 24 years later. So that's great. Really nice to see that.
All right, we'll see you then. All right, we'll see you. Will I see you? You'll be here tomorrow? Yeah, I'll first wait for you here.
Bow number 20 now, the Comp Men Masters 8 from Community Rowing up in Brighton. They get the best warm-up of anyone on the course, rowing all the way down.
Yeah, no
from
question. Coming way
North
downriver.
Beacon.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extra, 2-3 miles just to get to the start compared to everybody else, right? So.
But they've done a nice job. They've moved through bow number 17, which is on the buoys, and 17 is another of those strong Sammamish crews. So CRI Comp Men doing a nice job moving through Sammamish.
And
Who's
on the-
already had a strong showing at this regatta. Sammamish is the red and blue on the buoy line.
And then on the outside of the turn there, boat number 13 from Hudson River out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Hudson River there is boat number 13 in the white shell on the outside of the turn, on the Cambridge side of the turn.
Bow number 16 now approaching. That's the Alexandria Rowing Club from Alexandria, Virginia. This is the Masters crew from the ACR's Master Suite program. And rounding out the field is bow number 19. That's the MIT Masters 8. I do love the MIT cheer, but I wouldn't even attempt to do it here because I know we're on a live feed. But it is awesome, and it includes the word pie.
And that completes the Men's Masters 40 Plus event. Next up will be the Women's Masters 40 Plus 8s event. But in the meantime, let's talk about some of our sponsors here. You know, did you know that tea drinkers are cordially invited to visit the Bigelow Mobile Tea Bar to sample complimentary cups of Bigelow tea and learn the story of the family-owned Bigelow Tea Company? Fascinating lore and tempting flavors of the world's favorite brewed beverage. That's tea for you, folks. Seems like tea seems to be overtaking coffee nowadays as the drink of choice for a lot of people. I'm not sure why or what that situation is, but that's what it is. So, and then there's also Boathouse Sports, the official outfitter of the U.S. rowing national and Olympic team. They're proud to be here as an exclusive sponsor of this year's regatta. The Boathouse pop-up store at the Heather Charles features an exclusive view of the Boathouse Collection, a brand new line of apparel featuring a collection of Boathouse's iconic jackets, base layers, and casual wear, all handcrafted locally in Philadelphia and ready for you to purchase today. Members of the U.S. rowing national team will also be hanging out at the Boathouse store this weekend between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., so stop by there to congratulate them tomorrow on their success and get your autograph from a 2016 Olympic champion. Stop by Boathouse Sports tomorrow. We're also extremely pleased to have BNY Mellon as a sponsor for the third year. The BNY Mellon Championship for collegiate competitors in the regatta's men's and women's championship 8s event, which will be tomorrow. So the third year they're sponsoring that event. The top collegiate team winners from those two races will be presented with BNY Mellon Championship Cup trophies on Sunday afternoon. That's tomorrow, October 23rd. You know, JL Racing delivers 100% American-made rowing gear of the highest quality, suited for any rower, from novice to Olympian. Find the necessities you need, like unisuits, jackets, seat pads, and pogies at the JL Racing booth. Manufactured in California, JL provides garments for every rowing climate, in every time zone across the globe. See this year's commemorative unisuit and vests at the JL booth in the vendor village.
And first boat around the bend here is indeed bow number 1, the Toronto Sculling Club from Toronto, Canada, perennial medalist here in the Charles, and looking to win this year, throwing down the gauntlet and putting that right in their self-reported bio, but they are certainly making good on that promise right here. I see nobody in sight. Toronto Sculling now almost right out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, still nobody else in sight. They've got a great line on the Elliott Bridge. This is the Women's Masters 8 40-plus course record held by Moseley Boat Club, 1636.25 back in 2014. What a clean-looking crew here. These are fantastic. They are in the Elliott Bridge.
Yeah, they're looking very smooth, very comfortable there in that Toronto group.
And look at that gap. But it's Chinook, listed out of San Diego, but we know it's a bit of a Rolodex type of crew here. Bow number 3 has moved past bow number 2, the Swiss crew from Belvoir Zurich. This is an experienced crew with Olympic silver medalist, 5-seat Sarah Springman, senior international post holder. This is a very strong crew from Swiss, but they've been passed by Chinook, bow number 3. And then another gap opens up before we have a very tight race coming around the corner.
And that Chinook crew, I see here Karen Davies' name. She's a Olympic gold medalist for the U.S. in the women's 8 there. I think she's stroking this Chinook boat here. That's right, she is a new member of Cambridge Boat Club.
And look at the action now coming around the corner. Bow number 4 in the red, that's BMA Cornell alumni, Kate Ackerman in that boat there. Getting pushed a little bit wide with the green boat, bow number 5, trying to press through them. That is the Minneapolis Rowing Club. They were 7th last year, and they are looking to move up in the ranks.
I'm guessing we're going to see a little bit of contact here.
Yeah, it's a tight race, and squeaking up in the red and blue, right on the buoy line, is bow number 6. Bow number 6, Capital from Washington, D.C.
No contact yet, but 3 boats very, very close to each other there.
That was impressive. The Cornell alumni digging deep. Minneapolis charging, but not quite able to overtake. Fantastic competition here. 3 boats in the Elliott Bridge. Everybody doing a nice job. Coxswain's keeping it clean. Well done. Coming up now in front with the white blades is the Pocock Rowing Center from Seattle, Washington. Coxed by Tina Ultikin, formerly of the Riverside Boat Club.
So Tina should know this course pretty well. She coxed at Riverside. Looks like she's applying those skills here to this race.
But she's got her hands full with Marlowe from GB. This is a very strong crew who have won this event in the past.
Marlowe there in the dark boat with the white uniforms and the black caps on all the rowers there.
And they're being chased by Potomac Boat Club from Washington, D.C. That's bow number 9 in the red jerseys and the black hull.
Yep. Potomac there with the little white stars and red blades.
That's right, and they've moved a little bit away from the Genesee Rowing Club.
Well, they've actually passed them, Ellen.
Sorry, my bad. I have them in the wrong order here.
It's all right.
So, Genesee Rowing Club out of Rochester, New York.
Genesee with the red blades, white stripe there in the red boat. And then the white boat here coming up is boat number 10. That's Marin out of California, Bay Area, California. Marin there, number 10.
Coming up next is another Canadian crew. This is the Ottawa crew.
A lot of Canadian crews here. More and more every year that we're seeing out of Canada showing up.
Yeah, well, it's really awesome that this event just is such a great international festival here. We have such a broad range of competitors, and it's really great to see our friends from Canada out in pretty much every category, it seems.
Yeah, it's really terrific. So glad to see a lot of these crews coming down, literally, as in south, to this event here and bringing their shells and their competitiveness. Really a wonderful opportunity for everybody. For us as competitors to see more strong competition and for them to get that competition in.
This is an interesting gap here, though. We didn't see too many clusters of boats going through together, but there's a huge gap now between bow number 13, that crew from Ottawa who's now through the Elliott Bridge, and just now the next 2 bows are coming around the bend, so a good 7 or 8 boat length gap here that's opened up. Bow number 14 is the first one to come around the bend. Bow number 14, that's another crew from Alexandria.
Yeah, and 16 in the red coming up right behind them there, trying to press on them. Obviously, 16 making up some difference from the starting gap, the most likely difference. That's out of Austin, Texas. That's Austin Rowing Club, and they're really excited to be getting out here on the Charles here. The red uniforms of Austin closing in there a bit on Alexandria in the black.
And bout number 15 is our own Riverside Boat Club from Cambridge, Massachusetts. The team did a great job at Masters Nationals this year out in Worcester, and so they're back here on the Charles. But Austin has already moved through Riverside, so Riverside's going to try and hold off this charging crew from the Brown women alumni.
Yeah, I was going to say, those brown and white blades, pretty distinctive, the Brown alumni there. Coming around tightly on that turn there, holding the buoys under the oars, which is allowed. The buoy line requirement is that the hull of the boat cannot cross over the buoy line, but the oars going over the buoy completely allowed. In fact, it is a shorter line, shorter course. A lot of the coxswains try and do that.
Such a strong NC2A program, it's no surprise they have strong alumni crews here in this race. But we've got a lot of action coming around the corner here. We've got 3 boats. 19 leads this pack. This is the Northampton crew from Northampton, Massachusetts. It's another great community-based organization that provides rowing for a broad range of participants. And they are moving well up in the field because bow number 12 is closest to the shore, and that's the Georgetown University alumni's first ever Women's Masters 8. Bow number 20 with the red blades is moving on them as well. That's the crew from Three Rivers, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And that program's really come up a lot, that Three Rivers program. You know, they've really done a tremendous job in building their community and their capabilities and their skills, as well as just their pool of athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got great outreach programs and para programs as well that are racing here later today. So well done, Three Rivers, bow number 20. Bow number 22, Corvallis from Corvallis, Oregon. This is a first-time entry for this crew from Oregon, so let's give them a big round of applause. Bow number 22 now.
Nice tight line across those buoys. Really bright colored uniforms there in the yellow, red, and blue uniforms. Used the borrowed blades from CRI there in the red hull. That's the Corvallis crew. And they've obviously passed a few crews because there are only 22 boats in this event. They are 22, but there are still boats to come, so they've passed a few crews already.
Yeah, one of the boats they've passed is bow number 17, which is now just coming around the bend. That's another Canadian crew from Fredericton. This is their Masters women's crew. I think this might be some of their first times here at the head of the Charles for some of the members of this Fredericton crew.
We believe there's at least another crew on the course. At least we haven't seen it yet. Now, there is always the possibility that a boat scratches, doesn't show up to the start for some reason or another. So it is possible. But in the meantime, this is a boat here. This is Fredericton out of Canada. That's right. Boat 17 here, Fredericton, Canada. Oh, there's another boat coming just around the corner. I can just see. I'm not sure who it is. But there is a boat coming probably a good, 300 meters off still.
So this should round out the field of the Masters Women's 8. So let's give them a big round of applause. Elliott Bridge, let's get into the action. Bow number 21 now indeed, as Alden said, the Northeastern alumni. They're in their own hometown colors here from just upriver, the white blades with the red and black angled stripes. Northeastern alumni will round out the field of Masters Women's 8s.
And remember, I was talking about the fact that coffee seems to be phasing out and tea seems to be coming in. Yep, you knew it. Open a bottle of honest tea and discover an honest world. filled with brewed organic tea leaves, delicious organic honey, organic cane sugar, and filtered water. Or you could just take a look at the label. Honest tea. Refreshingly honest.
There's not much work.
I know it's not. You're right.
So here's one you might want to be thinking about now as the weather gets a little bit clearer, right? Ghirardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop. So Ghirardelli Ice Cream and Chocolate Shop at Faneuil Hall is thrilled to be a first-time supporter of the Head of Charles. Stop by their booth at Weld Exhibition Center for a complimentary chocolate tasting all weekend long. Warm up with premium Ghirardelli hot cocoa as well. For sale at the Ghirardelli booth, now at Weld.
Outside, I think.
Okay, Alden, we're going to have to take a pause on the sponsor announcements because we've got to pay attention to the field that is coming up next. My God, it is the men's championship doubles, and it is going to be a crazy international race right here. I can't even tell you the number of Olympic and world champion medalists that are in this entire field. So we've got to warm our throats up.
That's right, Alan. I'm just looking at this list here. It looks like the first 9 or 10 boats all have Olympic athletes. Now, one thing to keep in mind is this year there was a slight rules change for the competitors. So typically the Head of Charles, an athlete can only enter one event, and that excludes the Director's Challenge events. However, this year, an exemption was made for any athlete who competed at the Rio Olympics. So for athletes who competed at the Rio Olympics, they were able to enter additional events and not be limited to the one event quota. And so this next event here, we see a lot of Rio Olympians entering this one.
And we're going to give our friend Alden a little break, and our esteemed announcer Greg Stone is back here behind the mic, and really appreciate his help because there is such a strong field here. We don't want to miss anyone. We want you all to see the amazing talent and athleticism that is going to be in this men's champ doubles. What a strong field. What a testament to the regatta to attract such a strong field. I can't wait.
Yeah, this is really exciting. So in the past few years in Concept 2, one of our sponsors has helped bring over the best scullers in the world for a grade 8, men and women. They did the same this year, but most of the men and women scullers don't want to be in singles at this regatta anymore. It's too much work. So we have in this event the men's double, the top single sculler, men's single scullers in the world, rowing in doubles together cross nation. The first couple of boats we're coming up were the first 2 places from last year, and then we start filling in with the ringers. So the first boat we'll see is Sam Stitt and Will Cowles. They row out of Craftsbury mostly, but they're sailing from Potomac Boat Club in Washington, D.C. now. They won last year. They have both been national on the senior team. They'll be followed by the Graves brothers, Peter and Tom. There are 3 Graves brothers. They've all been scullers at the international level, but not at the level that we're going to see right behind them. So it's very exciting, and we look forward to seeing this race. Now, Ellen, one thing I'd say, and most people on the bridge might not know, but singles and doubles typically are steered by pulling one or the other. I know that Tufta and Drysdale are using a boat with a rudder on it, and they're loving it, so they don't have to steer.
Well, I hope they're loving it, but the Graves brothers must be loving this. It's bow number 2 coming out in front. rowing under the Craftsbury banner, Tom and Pete Graves. Been racing together since they were quite young, and
they're really doing a nice job in this corner. They're rowing at 32, which is a great rate for this headwind. Both of them have, as we said, competed. Tom in the national trials was second for the single this summer, and Peter very often in the boat. So here they go. The Graves brothers are very from Craftsbury, and give them a good hand.
Yeah, not only have they passed Potomac, there's got to be 10, 15 boat lengths between them, but here comes the back of the pack already. We've got a Canadian crew in bow number 4. That's the Boucherville, Boucherville Club from Canada.
So this is Julian Borain.
And bow number 4 is actually throwing down a split right now, 30 seconds ahead of the Graves. So the Graves may be unaware of the pressure from the back of the field or the middle of the field, but the Canadian crew putting on a great press right here.
So this is bow number 1 going under the bridge now, a white boat, and then behind them, bow number 4 from Canada, Julian Borain, who is a true French Canadian. He rowed for the French Olympic team twice. This year he rowed on the Canadian Olympic team, and he's married to a Dutch rower, and we're thinking of Netherlands next Olympics. And they are doing a great job here. Very strong, clean line. They are followed by bow number 3. This is the gold medalist from Rio and from London, my Drysdale. We've got 4. And they are.
Yeah.
Wow. And
the
this
Danska Studenten Row Club, Olympic champions.
And these are the gold medalists from the London Games in the lightweight double. And they are doing a great job and made up a lot of time. The Danish gold medal crew from London.
And bow number 5 now approaching. They represented GB in the Rio Olympics. They finished 5th. This is Jonathan Walton and John Collins is bow number 5, rowing under Leander for GB.
Oh, so this is the British double, and rowing for Leander and finding this a bit longer course.
And bow number 6, here comes everybody's favorite viral video. This is the O'Donovan brothers from Ireland.
So here we go, fans, Irish or not, here come the O'Donovan brothers, silver medalists from the outside lane from Ireland, European champions. Really good guys as well, and funny. Podium pants and tire. Let's go. Ireland, row Ireland.
Give them those cheers. They're going to need it because here comes another Canadian crew, and bow number 10 is pressing them. That's Trevor Jones and Graham Peters, rowing under Trent University.
Okay.
And in the blue and white now is bow number 8, another crew from Great Britain, the Imperial and Leander clubs. 2012 Olympian Adam Freeman-Pask.
Both these guys in this boat going in there with the white boats, white blades, blue tops are from the Olympic 4 from Great Britain medalists. And behind them in boat number 7, Leander's crew, which are members of the men's quad for the Rio Olympics, and they finished 5th. Wow, we are just piling on the Olympians here. And then we have a bit of a gap here as we come back down to earth.
But it is our bow number 12 who's moving well in the field, and that's our own Riverside Boat Club. Joseph Hanna, Sam Hausman. They won the senior lightweight quad at 216 Canadian Henley. So they're doing a nice job in this very, very deep international field in the men's champ double. Let's welcome welcome Riverside to the Elliott Bridge.
Okay, now 15, we have from Philadelphia, Malta Boat Club and Penn AC, Chris Lambert and Ian Lutzow, and they were 2015 bronze world medalist lightweight 8 members. They are followed by boat number 19 in the dark blue white boat. That's Penn AC's high performance group, coached by Sean Hall. And these guys won the Prince of Wales quad at Henley.
And they've been impressed by their teammates there. Bow number 17, also Penn AC. They were 3rd at the Canadian Henley in the senior double. So a strong set of doubles from Penn AC, PACRA assault team. And they've moved. Bound number 13 now is just approaching in the blue jersey. This is Milwaukee Rowing Club.
And these guys rowed for 4 years in what the MSOE rowing team. Not exactly sure what that is, but they've competed the IRAs and the head of the Charles, and have been very active in Detroit. Milwaukee School of Engineering. We have a lot of expertise on this porch. Closest to us, aiming for the Cambridge Boat Club dock and making an adjusting turn, is Emory University from Atlanta. Nick Leonard and Elliot Littlefield. And out on the outside, number 21 in the black hole with the white blades, is Club d'Aveyron de Capital, which is in Quebec. And that's William Benjamin and Wesley Permoni. And they are from the 2008 Olympic double and the 2012 quad. Wow. And underneath the bridge now with the blue shirts, boat number 20 is Don Rowing Club, our old friends from Ontario. And right in front of Cambridge Boat Club now with shared blades is Nereid, that's Chris Johns and Julian Fernandez. And Julian rowed at Williams and is back rowing after fracturing his shoulder.
And we got a couple of other doubles approaching right now. First in the white jerseys is bound number 23. That is the New York Athletic Club. Brian Tucha and Ryan Uzowski. Right ahead of bound number 25, that's Upper Valley and St. Hughes from GB, an international combo there. Nicholas Wright and Hunter Snyder.
Yeah, wow. And that is a fast-paced 25-boat field. Oh, and Ellen here thinks that we have some. Yep, we've got a few people that were just coming in, so we've got a few more we'll catch up with. I probably wondered where everyone went.
Bound number 16 now. Another crew from the Potomac Boat Club down in Washington, D.C. These guys are rowing in the red blades with the white star. And they are followed by bound number 22 in the white jerseys. Bound number 22, that is the University of Georgia at Athens alumni crew from University of Georgia.
No, you just have a headache. People get headaches.
And bound number 16 now taking the optional right-hand arch going through the Elliott Bridge. It's a difficult route, and you see one of the rowers having to stop to make that adjustment to come through, but they are through cleanly, and I think that should round out the field of champ doubles. We may have one or two more entries. We have not seen, I don't believe we've seen bound number 11, the FIT combo, so we will wait to see if they come by the Cambridge Boat Club.
So we can see on the intermediate returns online that the Graves brothers, who bravely led that to this bridge, were overtaken by Drysdale and Tufta, and the Canadians we noted in boat number 4 are currently leading, but 19 Penn AC, which were a couple of Olympic hopefuls from the U.S. that are still training, may take it all when we get the final results in.
So Drahe, he just likes that photo finish.
He doesn't want to do any more effort than he has to, apparently.
If it's blowing really hard.
It looks like possibly FIT may have some problem with the rudder. There's very, very wide here.
It slows you down so much between strokes. So if we
Hopefully not injured. We see only one guy actually rowing here, but good for them for finishing the course. They're a bit wide. Well, let's just hope that everybody and the equipment are okay.
I think my stroke rate today was close to 28. Probably 26.
Okay, and here are the unofficial results. And it was very impressive for Eric Frid and John Keane from Penn AC. And on raw time, they were under 17 minutes, 16:59. And they beat the Canadians, McRae and Bahrain, by 5 seconds, followed by Drysdale and Tufta, 10 seconds behind that. And the Graves have slipped to 5th place. What a great race had by all.
And it looks like, unfortunately, FIT may have a broken oar, but still headed down the course.
Where's this one from? Where's VS2?
This is a strong crew. This is very just unfortunate for this duo, Kevin Coyle and Matas Koskevicius. They're both very competitive junior scullers and champ scullers, so this is an unfortunate result, but let's give them a big round of applause. Doing a great job here. This is the FIT club from Melbourne, Florida.
Okay.
You know, I had an order to break off when I was wrong. Didn't hit anything, just broke.
Here we go. We've got women coming up right now. We're asleep at the switch here. And then in the white boat, white blades, here we've got Don Scooter Road Club from Copenhagen. This is the 4th place boat in the lightweight women's single in the London Games. Julian Alander Rasmussen, whose husband... Oh, excuse me. This is Kim Crow and Emma Twigg going under. The gold medalist and Emma Twigg, New Zealand's favorite. Doing a nice line, leading through this breeze. From the Anzacs, walking away. Okay, and now we have bow number 4. And this is Ireland and Austria, and I'm not even going to try to give Magdi's club name, but this is Magdi Magdalena Nobkut, or Magdi as we know her, and Sanita Paspure, the Irish and the Austrians, lane 4. And in lane 3 here, we have Janine Gemlin from Switzerland and Carly Zeman from Canada. Janine was 5th place in the Olympics this year. And number 6 here from Lausanne is 2 Swiss scullers, Frederique and Patricia Mers, and they are the Swiss national team, 4th at the European Championships.
And starting first, that Danska Studenter Row Club must have had some issues at the front. They're moving well now, but they had slipped back way in the pack. They're in the dark hull. The white crew going under the bridge right there was bow number 5 from the Netherlands.
And that is Marika Kaiser, who is the 19-year-old lightweight who won the World Championship last year, and Aniek Teesler, and that is the hope of Ireland, of Holland, Netherlands in the future. 2 great young scullers.
And doing a nice job is Riverside in the women's double. They're back at bow number 10, charging on bow numbers 4 and 5. It's Hillary Seeger and Erin Roberts. They competed in Olympic trials in the lightweight double and were 2nd, but Hillary Seeger, no stranger to the national team, 6 times.
Yep. So here we have our locals, the first local boat in this event, Hillary Seeger and Erin Roberts. And behind them, okay, 7. Behind them is from Leander in England, members of the GB national team, Pam Relf and Victoria Meyer-Lake. And they have competed and won gold at the World Championships through 2015.
And Pam Relf is a para-rower. She was in that great GB LTA Mix 4 from the Rio Paralympics. So hats off to Pam Relf here in the champ double. 8 follows them. That's another U.S. crew, Potomac and GMS Rowing Center, Morgan McGovern and Michaela Copenhaver.
And then behind them, 9 is from Syracuse, Christine Hobgen and Sarah Cromie, both 19 years old. This is a collegiate entry, and I think, Ellen, that's certainly the first of our collegiate entries. We've got some coming later. Nice job.
Another Riverside crew now emerging. What a competitive program Riverside has been over the last few years. This is Lily Keene and Maureen McAuliffe. They've been Riverside members since 2013, and Riverside's doing a very nice job in this stacked international field in the women's champ doubles. They've up through Cascadilla Boat Club from Ithaca, New York. Julie Schaefer and Emily Rocket. Bout number 14 in the dark jerseys.
These are Cascadillas in Ithaca, and this is Ithaca College alumna, and a Williams College alumna, joining forces on the Charles.
We're missing a bow number here that we can't quite see. The white hull approaching is bow number 19, the Penn AC Vesper combo of Nicole Ritchie and Kara Stawicki. And they're pressing hard on their Penn AC counterparts, Lauren Click and Erica Jorgensen.
It's a little battle of the Schuylkill going on, and looks like Nicole Ritchie, who is a Vermont native and finished second in the Olympic trials last year at Fort Myer.
And in the black, we've got the familiar Radcliffe blades. That is Radcliffe, bow number 11.
And that's Adrian Pulaski and Marina Felix.
And right behind them is bow number 20. This is another international crew. Gabby Cutler of the USA and her German counterpart, Clara Radetzky. They moved well up in the field here. They're bow number 13 in the pink jerseys. Bow number 13, a USA crew. Southerners Gone Wild.
That's their self-description. Southerners Wild. This is Emma Karlaureski and Piper Hayden.
Coming up next is bow number 16, the Rhodey Row. This is the Rhode Island women. Lauren Smith, Dana Holland, the University of Rhode Island, coached by Olympic silver medalist Shayla Donahoe. I think this is their first time doing a sculling event in the head of the Charles, doing a nice job. I think that might be our final double. Let's give them a round of applause on the Elliott Bridge. Oh, I think we might have one more crew on the course, actually. One or two more crews. My error.
I'm going to tell him about this, and he'll be like, I knew it. I knew she would stop.
This is my schedule, and I forget it in, 2 seconds. Championship singles coming now.
Bow number 21 now, community rowing. Siri Dimash and Ekaterina, former Russian junior national team member. She rows now at CRI, and she's also involved in our inclusion program there. Siri Dimash also helps out there. She's a graduate of the IRL program at Community Rowing. So we've got a lot of fans here on the Cambridge Boat Club roof here for Katerina and Siri. Let's give them a big round of applause. The red hull and the red and black blades of Community Rowing just about to come out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. And they've passed at least one boat here as we see the field. Bow number 18, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy from Kings Point, New York. And they're in the light jerseys and I think blue blades there. Give a round of applause here. This is the Merchant Marine Academy coming, as we said earlier, just in front of the Elliott Bridge. I believe we still have one more double. The bow number 12 from Rochester has not come by here to my knowledge. I give a lot of credit to those collegiate doubles entering a field like this. It is not for the faint of heart, but that's what it is to be here at the head of the Charles and test yourself against the very best. So these college crews did a nice job.
Yeah, and women's rowing in the collegiate level is trying to add more sculling. There's an event in New Jersey where they bring scullers, and they tested a double as part of the lightweight national collegiate champions.
Well, so many other countries do a lot of their training in the small boats, and that's what we do here on our senior national teams, and it's a very good thing to get it started at the high school and collegiate level so that athletes are much more prepared for the versatility that you'll need to compete at the elite level at the international scene. And indeed, we've got bout number 12. This is the Rochester Boat Club from Fairport, New York. It's their first season racing together and their first attempt at the head of the Charles, so let's give them a big round of applause. They're just taking a nice corner around the bend here, coming out in front of Cambridge Boat Club, and this will be the final double in the women's champ double.
Let's go, Russells.
They did?
All right, let's give a big round of applause. Rochester Boat Club rounds out the field of championship women's doubles.
All right, we'd like to, in weather like this, you know, it goes up and down, hot and cold, rain, no rain. It's important to have the right kit. And JL Racing is a sponsor of the Heather Charles and the premier manufacturer of rowing togs. JL Racing delivers 100% American-made rowing gear of the highest quality, suited for any rower, novice to Olympian. Find necessities like unisuit, jackets, seat pads, and pogies at the JL Racing booth. Manufactured in California, JL provides garments for every rowing climate, every time zone across the globe. See this year's commemorative unisuit and vest at the JL booth in the Vendor Village. And Remova is proud to be a sponsor of this year's Head of the Charles Regatta. It is the world leader in aluminum and polycarbonate luggage. Remova has a deep-rooted tradition in quality craftsmen. Stop by their booth in the Weld exhibit to meet Newbury Street's newest icon. I didn't even know about Remova.
We have got to get back to Newbury Street more often, Greg.
Yeah, 1 second.
But I do know about Brooks Brothers. And Brooks Brothers is proud to be the official apparel sponsor of the Heather Charles Regatta again. Please be sure to visit the Brooks Brothers pop-up stores at Weld Exhibition and at the Rowing Fitness Expo. Check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership for the weekend. And thank you, Brooks Brothers.
It's okay to say this?
Well, as long as we're on the topic of apparel, Boathouse Sports is also an official outfitter of our U.S. rowing national Olympic teams, and they're proud to be here to sponsor the regatta as well. They've got a pop-up store at the head of the Charles, and that features an exclusive view of the Boathouse collection, a brand new line of apparel with their iconic jackets, base layers, and casual wear. So huge thank you to all that Boathouse Sports has done for national teams over the years and for what they're doing for the head of the Charles here today.
Okay, now we have upcoming event number 28A, Men's Championship Singles, an event dear to my heart. Record holder here is Andrew Campbell, a lightweight who won for Cambridge Boat Club in 2014, shocking Mahi Drysdale. Since then, Mahi hasn't returned to the single. But here he is. We have got in bow number 1, coming around, the third of those famous Graves brothers. This is John Graves, who has represented the U.S. as a lightweight and as a heavyweight in the single. He comes out of Trinity College years ago, coached by Larry Gluckman. He's doing a nice job, as one would expect, on those corners. He is followed by one of the heroes of Rio, Damir Martin. Damir Martin, for those who don't know, raced Mahi Drysdale to a virtual tie. He lost the gold medal in the closest race in Olympic history by half a centimeter. And he is now slightly overstroking John Graves. He's looking at him, he's looking to hunt him down in the last half mile of the course. Behind him, boat three from Norway is Kettle Borsch. Kettle won this race a few years ago. He won a medal in the double in prior life with Olaf Tufte. And he got a medal this year in Rio, bronze medal with Olaf in the double. Kettle Borsch. And now a bit of a surprise. Bow number 6 out of CRI is Luke Wilhelm. He was a 7th place finisher last year, 5th place in the fall speed order. He's a local rower. He's trying to break into the medals. He's getting to race against the big guys. And in the Empacher yellow boat from Craftsbury Green Racing Project is Ben Dan. Ben's been on 3 U23 national teams and 3 senior national teams since 2010. He is a great guy and a great racer. He's rode a lot with John Graves as well. Ben Dan really doing a nice job on the quarter. And another CR boat right here, holding just ahead of number 8. So he just passed him, so he's in the clear. This is Adam Randall, and he started rowing at UC Santa Barbara and has been training with the CRI's High Performance Group. And he has passed, right behind him is bow number 8 from Maritime, and that's Brendan McCowan, and they are both ahead of bow number 5, Juan Carlos Cabrera, who represented Mexico in the Olympics in Rio and finished 8th. In the black boat from Canada is Mick Malloy, and he rode at Harvard, class of 2013. And Riverside, represented in boat number 11 by Eric Grasso, age 24, who's getting his PhD. Oh, no, it's a joke, excuse me. He is a recent father and is active on the river here. Bow number 12 from Austin, Texas. A great place to row is Taylor Brown. Graduated from Brown University in 2012 and coached at the University of Texas. He is followed, boat number 16, which is a red boat. Looks like a CRI boat, but it's not. It's from Vesper. Jonathan Kirkgard, 2nd at the Olympic trials in the men's double last year, followed by 13 on the inside. Another red boat is from Pocock, David Smith. He trains in Seattle at Pocock Rowing Center. And in the yellow boat behind him, 15, from Puerto Rico, it is Joseph William Conesa Perman, who competed for Puerto Rico in the 2015 World Rowing Championships. And we've got another CRI boat coming up now. Tio Pritz, 23 years old. He rowed at Cascadia in Ithaca, formerly at Cornell University, or then at Cornell University, and now he's coaching at CRLS here and rowing for CRI. And he's followed is Michael Schmidt. He's Swiss. He's from the Z Club in Lucerne, rowing in a very flashy-looking Italian Filippi, and moving up in the pack. Closer onto the buoy line in red is number 18. Is number 22, Greg Ancelabare, who finished 3rd at the Olympic trials this June. He's rowing for Potomac. And closer in is, to us, closer to CBC, is 18, Zach Petronic from Steel City. He is a 2-time national team member at the World University Games. in the green top here, black hull, is Chris Revel from Caius Boat Club, which is Cambridge Ingham, I think is part of Cambridge University. And closer to us, 23, is Matt Mahan from OKC, Oklahoma City High Performance Center. He is followed by boat number 20, who's Mimbig Fabian. He hails from Leverkusen, which is Germany, I'm told, yes. And he rode at Henley last year in the quad. Close to us in a white hull, 26, is from Nereus, one of our favorite clubs and party sites, Ruben Nab. And inside, we've spoken about, and closer to us, 24, with the CBC blades, is Ned Benning, our own Ned Benning from CBC, under the bridge right now. And then 27 behind him is from Norway, Jan Oskar Stabbe Helvig, who rode in the single at the recent Under-23 World Championships.
And Greg, we have only listed 27 bow numbers, but we did see bow number 28 go by, and it looks like we've got bow number 29, so clearly...
So everybody get on your apps right away, because we are not up to date on this. Oh, we're into lightweights. Okay. This is Hugh McAdam. Oh, boat 28 was Hugh McAdam, and this is 29. Riverside Boat Club's Jacob Jorbson, who's been on the U.S. team in the quad, 2014-2016, a BC grad. Okay, and now coming up in the bright green, rowing for Palm River Training Center is Stephen Long. He rowed at the University of Tampa and now coaches the sculling program at Plant High School. This is his first fall racing.
31 in the white hat is from Undine, that's Shane Madden. Bow number 31. He's followed closely, he's passed bow number 30. That's Brendan Mulvey, our HOCR Director of Race Ops.
All right, Brendan, hanging in there.
But you really have to compare everybody because I think there's some time, the times are not...
Okay, boat number 34, the white, is white hole? 34. Oh, this is Richard Klein. Richard Klein is a longtime national team member, 2006 in the U23s, now coaching down in Greenwich, Connecticut. Making a comeback. Nice high rating.
And we've got quite a group of scullers coming in together. It's going to be difficult on the Elliott turn. Bow number 35 is the red jersey on the buoy line there. That is an RPI sculler, Michael Landuit.
And 33 on the outside here is Joseph Martinez from the University of Rhode Island.
And bow number 36, charging hard, the New York Athletic Club.
And then 25 behind, red jersey, white hull, is back from the heavyweights, is Brendan Scannion, who's unaffiliated, rows on Lake Quinsigamon, and followed by number 38, who's caught up quite a bit. That's Alex Twist. He's out of Seattle Rowing Club. Bronze medalist of the 2015 World Championship Regatta in the lightweight 8.
Bow number 39 now is next, Jeffrey Monahan from Columbia University, in the interesting white shaft and white hull there.
These new Croker blades that measure every strain and gauge as you row.
37 in the neon jersey is another CRI entry.
And that is...
JJ from the IRL. And he's trying to hold off a charging bow number 42 from Riverside, Peter Schmidt.
All right, 42, Peter Schmidt, one of our Riverside locals and also a U.S. team member in the quad. And followed by number 43, rowing for Columbia University, maybe an undergraduate, certainly a Columbia 150, Ben Landis.
Got some interesting steering going on here. It's in the black jersey is bow number, can't tell, the bow number is flipped up, but in the blue jersey is bow number 41. That's the Dawn Rowing Club from Ontario, Canada.
That's Mark York, and he's been raced 3 times here for McGill. And in the dark jersey here, the black hull, is Con Patrick Jackson. He is unaffiliated and a bit older than most people in the champ singles, 49 years old. And he most recently raced in the Olympic trials.
Nice. Bout number 45 now, Colby College approaches. That's Jeffrey Endler, only 18.
18 years old, rode at Shaker High School and was 5th in the single this past spring at Stotesbury.
And 44 in the neon now is coming out in front of Cambridge Boat Club. That's Devin Quinn.
And Devin Quinn goes to school at Bentley University, not known for its rowing program. He's trying to bring a little awareness to Bentley of this great sport. Followed with the white chaps, is from Columbia University, is Harrison Vincent, and he is also a Columbia 150. And now boat number 40, white hull, black shirt, is Tillman Findley. He is from Auburn, Alabama, and he was 9th at the head of the Hooch, and has now come here to try the head of the Charles. And we got a little breeze coming up here. The forecast, as everybody knows, is to be dry, but the breeze will be increasing as these races go on. And the later races today might have a tough time, and tomorrow we're worried about even tougher times.
I don't know.
That was very difficult. It changes so much, even from minute to minute, from corner to corner. So luckily, it seems pretty flat here in front of Elliott. So they at least, whatever has happened in the first half of the race course, they get a slight reprieve here as they come in front of Cambridge Boat Club.
Okay, so we're being here on the roof. We've got many advisors and wise oarsmen and fans, and this coming up is the women's champ single. It starts at 4:06, so it is started. Course record is held by Kate Burko, 2013. Jevy Stone, who happens to be my daughter and coachee, is our hometown favorite. And she won the silver medal in Rio after a career of pretty steady improvement. She has won this regatta 6 times over the last 8 years, and she's hoping for a 7th win today to match one of her idols, Ann Martin, also of Cambridge Boat Club once, who has also won it 7 times. So Jevy is leading off. Lindsay Meyer, who finished 2nd last year and is from Vesper, will be 2nd. And then Vicky Thornley, who was a silver medal in the double in Rio, a lovely woman, and was 1 spot ahead of Jevy in the 2014 World Championships in the single, will be 3rd. And then we'll have 4 women out of the US 8, which got a gold medal, along with Mary Jones, who rows out of here right now. She's a lightweight, and Liv Coffey, who was a spare to the team. So it's an exciting group. They're working hard right now down in the breeze, probably coming up between Weeks and Elliott. And Anderson, excuse me. We have 28 entries.
We've got quite a few of the sweep women converting into sculling here. So we got many of the women's 8 are here competing in the singles. So that's going to be a very fascinating race here. I'm really looking forward to seeing all of these competitors. They were so gracious. Many of them were at Community Rowing the other day doing a great meet and greet with our young public schools program, and just fantastic ambassadors of the sport, giving of their time. Can't say enough about how wonderful all of them were. So I wish them all a lot of luck out there. Of course, our hearts are with Jevy Stone, but such an outstanding group of people that helped us out at CRI and are going to be racing against one another today.
Ellen, I'm struck by looking at this. We've got the ages listed, and it's amazing what a tight band this is. Jevy is the oldest at 31, with one Aisha Chow, who actually represented Peru in the Olympics, or Chile, is represented Trinidad and Tobago at the Olympics. But most of these women are 31 to 26, and at Rio, the average age of a medalist is 31. So this is not a sport for kids. Okay, we should speak about, as the temperature drops, the Bigelow Mobile Tea Bar. Tea drinkers are cordially invited to meet the Bigelow Mobile Tea Bar to sample complimentary cups of Bigelow tea. Ooh, complimentary. And learn the story of the family-owned Bigelow tea, fascinating lore and tempted flavors of the world's favorite brewed beverage. And I wish I could tell you where that is. We're not given a hint here. So maybe someone on the porch will know where the mobile tea bar is, or maybe because it's mobile, it's everywhere. Who knows? And Whole Foods, we're really pleased this year to have Whole Foods Market as a supporter of this year's regatta. Stop by the Weld Exhibition Hall for a chance to row your way to fun prizes and gift cards. Whole Foods Market is America's healthiest grocery store, and it is in Austin, Texas, the home of all the rowers when they're training. It's just been fabulous. In Austin, the flagship store of Whole Foods is right near the boat club, and after practice, everybody goes up for a great breakfast.
Well, Polly and Peter had, when Peter and Polly were sailing on the Zia, the big boat, they had a cat, a crazy cat. I think it was an Abyssinian cat, and it used to live on the boat. It would run out on the boom when they were sailing, way out over the water. I think he got eaten by a husky in jail. I think he came to some bad end. But he was a crazy cat. He was doomed for a bad end because he was really crazy.
We have not yet seen the first bow ball come around, but we hear some cheers erupting from all the way from the shores of Harvard Square. So hopefully that means the women are well underway, and we'll be seeing them shortly in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
So she said she rode at 2 high rate.
How old is she? 63?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Action stations here. We can see, you cannot on the bridge, but we can see the race unfolding, and it is pretty clear. This is Jevy Stone leading this, and you'll see her coming around the corner. And here I also act as her coach, so I'm just checking out her rate, and she is absolutely right on rate at 30. She can't hear me, so this is not coaching her, actually. She's right touching those buoys. She's proud to be rowing with the USA colors. She is a member of Cambridge Boat Club as well. And she's coming around, and there is nobody else in sight.
Yeah, she's taking a check over her shoulder there and enjoying the support of the crowd. Come on, Elliott Bridge. This is your Olympic silver medalist, Elliott Bridge. Wake up and cheer. Let's go. There we go. It's Debbie Stone, Cambridge Boat Club.
Sitting tall, looking up.
And what a fantastic lead she's got here. We don't have anybody really in sight now. We see some boats, but not even able to make out the bow numbers
So
just
we've
yet.
got Lindsay Meyer, who with the Vesper Blades, and she started second and still is in second. She's doing a pretty good job on this turn, and is actually rowing just a nice cadence and really dealing. It's been a long headwind trip up here. She's doing a nice job with it.
And Lauren Schmetterling in bow number 4 from the Princeton Training Center. She's got her own fan club here on the
Yeah,
roof
Lauren's
of the
got fan clubs up and down this river. She's a very pleasant young woman, and she's riverside. And Lauren is now coming around, and she has moved ahead of Vicki Thornley, the silver medalist. But here's Lauren in a yellow boat with white blades. This is going to be tough, guys, because everybody's got yellow boats and white blades. So.
But 5 on the inside is Elle Logan. So Lauren
Logan on the inside, and she is a boatmate. She is also a former U.S. single sculler. And Elle Owen's taking a nice line.
And in that USA battle, the Leander sculler, Vicki Thornley, has been pushed a bit wide. She's bow number 3 in the white
Here's
hull.
Vicki Thornley, who is a silver medalist in her own right, deserves a hand for coming over from England, and also has awesome fingernail polish on.
And we've got bow number 7, the lightweight, Mary Jones.
This is Mary Jones, who rows now out of Cambridge, formerly of Vesper. 4th place in the World Championships in the lightweight single. And doing it on her own in a headwind.
And Vicky Oppitz is really fallen a bit behind her. She's bow number 8.
And here's Vicky, and Vicky has been on U.S. teams many years in the 8, and unfortunately for her, one of the most cheerful alternates in the world this year at the Olympics, and she's won lots of events. We're glad to have her here. And followed by, that must be 9 and 10 in order, and so in the white shirt, yellow boat, that's Liv Coffey, formerly out of Radcliffe, and for the last 4 years out of the U.S. team, and a gold medalist last year in the U.S. quad, and the other most cheerful alternate this year at Rio. Followed by boat number 10, dark blue, and that's Maggie Fellows, who was 4th last year in the selection regatta and rowed out of Craftsbury for many years. And 14, second in the Olympic trials last year, and longtime competitor, medalist some years ago in the quad, is Stacia Carla. Stacia rows out of SoCal Scullers.
And she's gone through that bow number 11 that we mentioned earlier. That's Aisha Chow, who represented Trinidad and Tobago as their country's first Olympic rower. She currently rows out of the Bear Island Aquatic Center in California.
And now we have 13 in the white hull. That's Kara Susek. And she is rowing out of Sarasota Springs, New York. Okay, and now from New Zealand, Lucy Spores, a member of the New Zealand Women's Quad 2014, 15, and 16. New Zealand National Champion Single Sculler in 2016. Lucy Spores rowing a very flashy looking Brooks Brothers fluid boat. Let's hear a cheer for New Zealand. Followed by boat number 16. This is our own Molly Hamrick out of Riverside Boat Club, formerly of Princeton University, national champion 2011, 3rd in the Olympic trials in the double. And behind her, boat number 15 is rowing for Row America is Catherine McFetridge, and she is an ambassador for Row America, which is a company delivering essentially rowing equipment at low cost to public venues around the country.
Bow number 20 now from Maris in Poughkeepsie, New York, is Julia Rigotti. She's U23 double, 6th place in 2016. She's just 21 years old, one of the youngest competitors in this field.
And she is followed by bow number 12, out of Riverside Boat Club, Ashley Amos, who works here at the head of the Charles and is super excited to be in a boat with her mother tomorrow. Oh, who's this one? And boat number 19, I believe. Is that right? Am I reading that right? 19, from the Sarasota crew of Osprey, Florida, is Monica Whitehouse, who was 3rd in the lightweight double trials at the Olympic trials, and now working on her own and just hitting that headwind as she hits that bridge. Oh, look, we have 2 20s. 21. Yeah. So this we think is boat number 21. It's Julia Ragothy. She's rowing out of Marist, and she was 6th place at the U23s this summer in the double. And behind her, boat number 27. Wow. Christina Wagner, only 23 years old, rowing again out of Ariat in Sarasota Springs.
And 26 in the red jerseys, another from the Potomac Boat Club. That's Michelina Feely.
That's 26 is in the yellow boat in the red shirt, and then 22 behind the white hull is Ryan Springer Miller from Skidmore College. And then 29 in on the line here in the black hull is a Ridley Glad, a lightweight, Caitlin Pauls. And she is the first we've seen of the lightweights. Oh, and here's 32, moving well, another lightweight, Emily Schmig. Oh, yes, and she won the Senior World Trials for the lightweight quad, followed in the gray hull.
Yeah, that bow number 24, who they moved through, bow number 24 was the Indianapolis Rowing Club. And it looks like we're well into the lightweight field now, bow number 32 in the green shell, but the red blades of,
33.
33, Riverside.
Green hull. Well, it's sort of fooling us. I'm not sure that's right, but 33 says that's Liana Ziff from Riverside. And 28 in the light blue hull is Julia Longcar from Vesper. And that fits with the blades. And boat number 30, the white hull, is Catherine Shiro from Penn AC. Followed by boat number 23, which is Priscilla Livingston, who rows at Rowing Leadership. She's also out of CRI. Big group out of CRI these days. And just, we got a little gap in here, and just anybody who's interested, this race looks like it's been won by Jevy Stone by a pretty healthy margin of 45 seconds over Elle Logan.
And first up of this pack of single scullers coming around the bend right now is bow number 35 from Riverside, Emma Butel, rowed for Brown and graduated just in 2016 and raced at the U23 World Championships.
And now, these are all primarily lightweights coming at us now, just so you know. In the, how about okay, so the white hull with the white hull blue blades with yellow is from Seattle Rowing Club, Kira Collins. And then in the yellow, number 42, Helena Randall from, oh no, excuse me. In the black hull and is Helena Randall, 39, and 42 on the other side is Georgia Wetmore from New Haven, and then 34 from Riverside Boat Club is Nicole, borrowed boat, Nicole Julia from Denmark, anyway, Copenhagen. 25 is the blue hull, and we are really jumping around the pages here, is Elizabeth Houston, unaffiliated USA. And 40 now, just in front of us, CBC Whitehall, Green Racing Sergeant Jennifer McIlvain, and she lives at Cape Cod, but she's training up in Craftsbury. And followed by boat number 44, Gray Hull, and that is, wow, hold it here. Well, we don't have a record for 44 somehow. I apologize. 43 from Ottawa, Lillian Page, Ottawa. And followed by 38. And the dark hull is from Western Ontario, Catherine Twyman, who has also competed at the Senior World Championships in the lightweight events. So, unofficial results from the single is Jevy Stone, and followed by Stacia Carley from SoCal Rowers, who was second last year in the single trials, and then Elle Logan, three-time Olympic gold medalist in the 8, who finished third. Nothing healthy.
I think we might have time for a couple of sponsor announcements. I'd like to thank Whole Foods Market. They're the head of the Charles. We're pleased to have them as a supporter of this year's regatta. They're also down at the Weld Exhibition Hall, and you can row your way to fun prizes down there. I don't know, maybe they have some rowing machines or something, but Whole Foods, they're a great market for us and one of America's healthiest grocery stores. So thank you, Whole Foods. Well, up next we have the first of our para and inclusion events of this regatta. There'll be 2 events this afternoon. There'll be 2 events tomorrow morning, first thing. And we actually have assembled our own Great 8 of the LTA fashion in tomorrow's Director's Challenge. So in fact, we have 3 times that you will get to see Paralympians and inclusion rowers on the race course. So we're really excited about that. We've got 6 fours total. 1 will be rowing as in the para division. The other 4 will be entered as inclusion events, which means half the boat have a qualifying disability and the other half do not. So we've got some exciting matchups. A lot of national team oarsmen are jumping into these inclusion boats to help raise the competitive level of these events, and we're pretty excited.
And just speaking, Ellen Minster is the coach of the United States Para 4 Width, which won a silver medal at the Olympics. And so first, congratulations to Ellen and her team. And second, can you describe, what qualifies as para? Is it blind? Is it orthopedic? Is it heart? What makes you a para?
Sure. Well, it can have any range of qualifying physical disabilities, and this one happens to be leg, trunk, and arms, meaning all the athletes can take a full use of the rowing stroke, meaning the seats are sliding, etc. But they do have a qualifying disability, which can include visual impairment and can include typical conditions such as a club foot, which limits the range of motion that the rowers can take on the slide, or asymmetry with arm and legs. So these athletes, you will not see the equipment looking very different from the other crews that are out there. They won't use very specialized equipment, but they all have some limitation on either the range, length of stroke that it can take, or the visual impairment.
And this became an Olympic event how many years ago?
I believe the para events emerged on the Olympic scene in 2008.
Right. And each year they're more competitive, and rowing more and more as if you could look at a great para Ford and say, wow, that's a pretty decent Ford no matter what's wrong.
Yeah, well, we're starting to draw the talent from the high school and collegiate ranks, and so hopefully with such a strong showing here in the U.S., rowing's getting more and more popular, and that means maybe more athletes with disabilities will take up the sport. So it is very exciting. My para crew, we did have one returning veteran, but for the most part, they're all, some of them still in college, and it's a very exciting time to be part of Paralympics because we've got a great future ahead of us.
Like we'd be waiting for like somebody to drive the results down.
There's Jebby Stone. Congratulations, Jebby. 45 seconds. Stacia was second, L third.
So she's taking a nice cool down victory lap there. That is Jeffrey Stone after just completing her race in the women's champ singles, her victorious race there. It's going for a bit of a cool down as we wait for the leg, trunk, and arm 4 should be coming into view hopefully sometime soon.
Okay, wow, volume's going up. Turn it down slightly. We just want to keep thanking our sponsors who are really important to this regatta, and one of the greatest is Hudson Boats. These are the nicest guys in the world up in Canada, and they are the official boat builder for the head of the Charles Regatta. More than 80 crews here, including most of the world's great rowers, are rowing out of the Hudson tent and the Hudson dock upstream. Hudson greatly brings down a lot of demo boats and allows the internationals to row. So they really make the regatta possible. There just isn't enough equipment around otherwise. So thank you, Hudson. And Jaguar is proud to be sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can visit the Jaguar display to see the all-new Jaguar F-Pace. The first performance SUV from Jaguar offers the sensational drive of a Jaguar with added practicality. And now all Jaguar models are protected by Jaguar Elite Care, which is a best-in-class coverage for up to 5 years or 60,000 miles. Please see one of the Jaguar product specialists for more details. And hey, Regatta fans, you want to save money on fuel on the way home? Head over to the Fuel Rewards booth to join the Fuel Rewards program free. This is for Shell. All members can save on Shell fuel every fill-up every day, even on Shell V-Power Nitro Premium gasoline, and Shell does sell diesel.
All right, and we do see indeed the first of the mixed LTA 4s coming around the bend. It's quiet on the Elliott Bridge, but don't leave yet. We've got Paralympic silver medal coming down the race course right now. This is bow number 1, rowing out of CRI in Brighton, where they did their training. This is coxswain Jennifer Sichel. Stroked this time by Danny Hansen, who has 2 seats. There's a little bit of a change in our lineup. So we've got Danny Hansen, Zachary Burns, Dorian Weber, Jacqueline Smith, rowing in great form here.
These guys are looking great. This is silver medal form. It's really gold medal form.
And they're looking to break the course record, and just say a huge thank you to the CRI home crowd and Cambridge Boat Club and Boston Rowing Federation that helped them in their training. Silver medal from Rio, and they'll be racing again tomorrow in the Directors Challenge Mixed 8s. They are trying to hold off all the times from the mixed inclusion 4s behind them, which have a combination of both para-athletes and able-bodied athletes.
Yeah, that would be a nice test to see that. And Ellen, did this next crew start 10 seconds behind in the usual Charles format, or are they given a bigger break?
I don't really know the answer to that, so we'll have to wait and see till the results come back. But this is bow number 2 now, another crew out of community rowing. This is Natalie McCarthy, who is a former Paralympian herself. We have Paul Casey, Kate Barrett, and Corey Naslund is the coxswain there, also the coach. And Beth Knoll. This is CRI. Inclusion 4, as we said, half the athletes in the boat have a qualifying disability, half do not. And I'm pretty sure that those names are a placeholder lineup because we've got mixed men's and women in here. So I know we have some national team members rounding out this lineup here, so I'm not exactly sure the combination here. I think Matt Wheeler was in one of these crews. So in any case, let's give a big round of applause to this great looking inclusion 4 here. With Kate Barrett of CRI and Natalie McCarthy, visually impaired rower in the 3-seat there, doing a great job. Up next is the Catawba Rowing Club. From Charlotte, North Carolina. Henry and Fabian learned to row in France, and Henry lost his leg to cancer, and Fabian lost his leg in an accident. They are rowing here with Tom Phillips and Anna Christensen Phillips. So welcome Catawba, and thank you for rowing inclusion here at the Head of the Charles. And we're now just seeing another 4 coming around. This is very exciting. There's only been a handful of entries in the past in this event, so having the inclusion mixed 4s bring this field up to a full field of 6 total para and inclusion 4s is very, very exciting. And it's bout number 4 from Bear Island Aquatic Center and Redwood Shores and NorCal crew combo. We've got one of our dual citizenship, Mikhail Dooley, actually rode with CRI for a bit this year, and he's a BIAC member. We've got Nadine Levin, Andrew Symington, Rio Popper, and Aiden Platkin. So Rio Popper, the very young crew. We've got a 15, 16-year-olds in this crew. So this is very exciting. Average age only 23. Let's give them a huge round of applause. This is an outstanding way to bring athletes with disabilities together into the regatta. And they're looking very, very good here. Very good. Michaela in the 2-seat doing a nice job. This is such a great field here. They're in a stern coxed 4 there. They have got some visual impairments in there, so that's a very helpful strategy for using cox 4s, a stern cox 4 in this event. So that was very smart strategy there. We should have one more crew from Port Rowing in Washington, New York, coming up next. So the wind is picking up, and we still need to see one more 4 before we move into the next event, which will be the Director's Challenge Parent-Child Doubles. And they're going to need your love over there on Elliott Bridge. It's going to be tough on the race course for all these athletes winding up the closing events of the regatta here. So hopefully you'll stick around. We've got some great lineups coming up. We've got Director's Challenge Parent-Child Doubles. My God, is there really this many? There seem to be 46 parent-child combos. The next generation of rowers is going to be heading down the race course soon then.
That's really quite, they're all parent-child, so this isn't just mixed. It's, yeah, that's very impressive. And, you know, annually Head of Charles runs that director's combo, Head of Charles, and they see parent-child. They seem to always do it right after the women's single. Make sure that Jeffy and I don't enter. So.
I think you're on to something there, Greg. All right, we got to get people moving here and keep them warm. Now I Well, let's hope that there was no issue with that bow number 5. We had expected to see a crew from Port Rowing in the mixed inclusion 4s come down the course, but we have not yet. And so we don't have split times for them either, so perhaps there was a mishap. Maybe they didn't launch, but in any case, we'll be moving on to the Director's Challenge Parent-Child Doubles. That course record was set by Holmes and Holmes. Do you know who the first names are there? Holmes and Holmes.
Well, I know that was Andy Holmes, who stroked the Harvard crew for 3 years and is a fabulous British oarsman who's on the edge of the British team. And his father, I don't know his first name, but they're actually from British, but they're Scottish. And they came over and really tore the course up for a couple of years.
Yeah, 1704. That's not bad.
Okay, and Ellen, I just have the para results up, and you'll be pleased to know that your crew, which is a full para team, finished in a raw time of 18:10, not the course record.
That might be pretty close, actually. The programs are printed incorrectly. The course record was set by the Paralympic 4 last year, 1846, I think. So they may have got a course record.
Well, to get a course record in a west wind is a huge accomplishment. Yep, see it. And then, because quickly, so they were a full minute and a half ahead of CRI, and then followed by Catawba in PIC complement. And we talked about the Port Washington boat, thinking they might be missing at sea or not able to start, but they are now working their way around the corner. And so those of you stalwarts who remain on the bridge, if you could just hang in there and give these guys a cheer when they come up.
Yeah, that's right. Let's give them a big cheer. The mixed LTA4 is not an easy boat to assemble. And so when you have a combination of varying disabilities, you really do take some coordination to put it together. So hats off to Port Washington, and we really welcome them to the inclusion events here. And let's give them a big round of applause. They're coming up in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. Let's show them the real Head of the Charles love and support, and wish them a great Head of the Charles Regatta as they come through the final bridge. Let's go, Port Rowing. This is Amanda Gregus, Peter Rooney, Michael Casares, Catherine Melkonian, and Autumn Blooney. And she's just 16 years old. So again, another very young crew. And speaking as the Paralympic coach, I'm very excited to see such young people getting involved in para rowing, and that just bodes very well for the future of the sport. So coaches and athletes who may be watching, this is something that you can do. So go Port Rowing.
Nice job, MJ.
All right, we have action on the race course. We've got, as we said, some 33 more, 40 some odd doubles from the parent-child double here. First to come across, we've got bow number 1 from Germany, Sam and Heiner Teben. Sam was the 2015 sixth in the Head of the Charles Champ single, and he won in 2014 in the club single. Heiner won his rep in the 2015 World Masters quad, the D quad, and has been the 4th fastest of all the D quads at the Masters level. So they're doing a fantastic job here. Look at their bright high-vis jerseys.
This is a hell of a good-looking crew. Their jerseys, particularly on this gray day, and it's great for them to come over from Germany and to run down this course, and it's nice. And I see the kid is stroking. The kid is running the show here.
They've got a nice aggressive stroke rating. I think they're going for the record here. They've opened up a huge gap. Bow number 3 is behind them, the Hollywood Rowing Club from Hollywood, Florida. They've finished 3rd last year. This is Armando Chavez. Armando Chavez.
The Chavez is from Hollywood Rowing Club, Hollywood, Florida, that is. I don't think there's much rowing in Hollywood, California.
And behind them is bow number 2, Vesper from Philadelphia. That's Anthony Horvat and Will Horvat. And right behind them is bow number 4, and that's the New York Athletic Club and Riverside combo, James and Tobin McGee.
And Tobin McGee was a member of the lightweight 8. Boy, a lot of that 2015 lightweight 8 has returned here to Boston. Or stayed in Boston, and they do we do the guys the NYC behind us? No, it's 5. Oh, 2, 4.
Yeah. So these first 4 doubles that have come down are very, very strong. We don't see anyone yet around the bridge. We're through the first 4 bow numbers, and nobody else in sight right now. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, this is a healthy margin.
And finally, we now see the next double, but not even a pack. There's a solo double coming around, and this is indeed bow number 5, the New York Athletic Club. This is Nick and Charles Ippolito. They have raced this event since it started. Nick raced as a Blue Hen until he graduated from Delaware in 2015. And Charles is a graduate of Columbia and recently moved to London, where he rows with the Thames Rowing Club.
Oh, yep. So dad is 50 and son is 23, and they're rowing a very measured cadence. They're at 26 strokes a minute, and just sort of having a nice row down the river. And if he actually rows in the Thames, that's very bouncy, tough rowing. So
well prepared for today.
Well prepared, exactly.
You can see him just checking out over his shoulder there. It's a difficult angle. It doesn't look that difficult from here, but when you're on the course, you're trying to hug the buoy line, but line yourself up in the bridge. So you can see him glancing a few times just to make sure he's got it exactly right. And now it's home free through the final bridge. Well rowed.
Yep, well rowed. 800 meters to go.
Wow, and bow number 10. Russ and Russ Murphy, they were 3rd in the 2015 HOCR parent-child double, bow number 10 now.
Wow, this is great from CBC. Russ Murphy, who is head of our rowing committee, is 56 years old, and his son, who goes to BC High, I believe, 18, and nice of son to come out and row with dad, and they are looking good. They were...
Yeah, and they've moved through quite a few crews. The first one that trails them right now is the Marin Rowing Club. That's Alan and Rex Collinet.
Yeah, so let's go Murphys.
Yeah, the Murphys right out in front of their hometown club. Let's make them feel a warm welcome, even though it's getting cold here at Cambridge. And this is again Marin coming right out in front, but bow number 12 in the pink, another California crew from Bear Island Aquatic Center. This is Mikhail and Brian Tucker.
So Dark Hole going through now, 6, and then behind them in the pink.
That's the BIAC crew that we just mentioned. This is Brian last rode the head of the Charles 26 years ago, and his son rode for 4 years in MIT's lightweight 8. So welcome the Tuckers from Bear Island Aquatic Center, bow number 12.
And they are followed on the outside here.
Yeah, they've just passed
by
bow number 11.
Boat number 11 out of Wilmington, Delaware is Buzz and Russ Fisher, father-son, the greatest event at the head of the Charles, and they love this opportunity.
But here comes bow number 22, PVRC. This is Jonathan and Benjamin Moss. Jonathan is a world champion lightweight rower, and his son Ben just started rowing, well, pretty much when he learned to walk. He had no choice with John as his dad. So PVRC tearing it up now, right in front, yellow hull, red jerseys.
Yeah, and then closer to this side in the white hull is number 9, and that's out of the Berkshire School in Sheffield is Wilfred Dyer Cloman and Alec Cloman, and this is their second year rowing together at Heather Charles.
And they've moved through bow number 7 from New Zealand. This is the Brett and Chris Wright from New Zealand.
Whoa, look at that, from New Zealand. This is terrific, and they Chris rowed at the New Zealand U19 and U21, U23 cruise.
Yeah, but the Flynns from Carnegie Lake are chasing them down, and that's bow number 15 now tearing up the course. 15,
And
Joe rowed at Cornell.
And then 18, just going under the bridge now, getting a line, is from Greenwich, Connecticut. The Greenwich crew is Kristen Erickson and Christopher Bass. And that's the first mother-son combination we've seen. And there's boat number 13, Dark Hull, out of Potomac. The Red Blades is Chuck and Eric Selden, and they've been rowing together for 2 years, mostly on Saturday mornings.
And right behind them is the Bulldog crew, Jim and Ann Millar. Ann rowed at Mercer Juniors and at Marist, and Jim, Holy Spirit, and Yale. Bow 16 in the yellow, that is from Austria, RV Lister Linz. Rob and Sarah Greishofer from Austria. Let's give them a huge round of applause. In the red is bow number 21. That is Blood Street Skulls, my favorite name. That is Candace and Sam Fuchs. Bow number 19, Cambridge, Indian Alan Akins from Cambridge.
Wow. Okay, in the green hull out there, number 17. That's from Narragansett. That's Grace and Peter Fay. So this is a father-daughter combination. Grace is a senior at the Moses Brown School. And in the this, I don't need to look at the program. It's none other than Chuck Piper of Cambridge Boat Club and his son, Ben. And Ben rowed at BU, now lives more comfortably in Park City, Utah. And here they go through the bridge. Okay, and this is boat number 20. Well, this is terrific from the Hull Life-Saving Station. Is Craig and Chad Wolf, and they are really ocean rowers. They go out of Hull in the snow in big boats, and they roll around and rock around. This must seem very pleasant to them to be going down the Charles on what we think is a gray day.
26 says River City. Bow number 26 now approaching. This is River City from Sacramento, California. This is Michael and Abigail Pava. Mike has earned a medal in each of the last 2 years and the head of the Charles from the Men's Masters 4. And Abby competed on the U.S. Junior National High Performance Camp in 2015. And 2 gold medals at Club Nationals. So continuing the tradition, family tradition from River City in the borrowed CRI Hull and Blades. Bow number 26 now entering the Elliott Bridge.
All right, and now we're got a clump coming up, and which will take a little steering on their part. The first we see on the outside towards Cambridge Boat Club is Tim and Ken Rice, and they are from Anchorage, Alaska.
And they're passing bow number 28, who's on the buoy line in the Dayglow hats there. That's Westford area rowing from Westford, Mass. Kate and Tom Erickson, a new club in the region. That's great. Bow number 24 in the Dark Hull.
Dark Hull is from Cape Cod Youth Rowing in Centerville. Is Brett and Laurel Fournier, and their father and daughter team from Cape Cod. Nice looking boat too, the paint job. And then on the buoy line is boat number 27, unaffiliated. That's Emery and Stephen Ruskus, and they're from Arlington, Virginia. And 23, closer to us, is Ned Wood and parents Sal Wood, and that's a father-daughter team. Ned Wood once rode for Brown, and before that, Belmont Hill School. And they're running through. Nice job, Ned.
31 now is right in the Elliott Arch. That is the Hockaday Dallas combo, Kimberly Etling and Teal Cohen. Bound number 25 is the Delta Deus from Canada. Matthew and Diane Bartholomew. And Matt rode for University in England and rode for Leander and GB. And Diane has 2 national titles in indoor rowing and rode at World Masters, FISA Worlds, and has a number of medals. So welcome Delta Deus, approaching the Elliott Bridge right now, correcting a course there just in front. Bound number 25, Delta Deus. And Greg, we've got a huge pack here, so leading that pack in the blue jerseys and the blue blades is bound number 32, the Mid-Hudson Rowing Association from Poughkeepsie. That is Kimberly and William Davies. They are leading bound number 33, which is Upper Valley from Hanover. That is Catherine and Timothy Rooney from Upper Valley in Hanover. Everyone's doing a nice job. A little bit of contact. 37 in the maroon is lucky to get away. That's Richmond, Virginia Rowing Club, a father-daughter combo. We've got oar clashing in the yellow hull.
Yeah, 37 was very graceful, slipping out of that.
35 is the Union Boat Club. Got a little bit of a tangle. That's Mimi and John Reichenbach. And 35 also involved there. 29 was the Cambridge Boat Club in the neon. That is Chuck and Betsy Fountain. So hopefully they've all remained emerged unscathed. Look to be doing pretty well. .34 with the V's is the Viking, Bill and Liz Millar. That's it. We've got some family fans here on the Elliott Bridge. Come on, let's take them home, Elliott.
Okay, and this is the dark hull with the white 30, 38. Okay, in this dark hull with the pink hat, that's from Western Reserve. It's Kelsey and John O'Donnell. Second appearance here. They practice on the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland, which is more crooked than the Charles.
And 43 in the red is Lake Merritt from Oakland, California. That's Benjamin and Andrea Muchin from Lake Merritt Rowing Club. And in the day glow jerseys is bound number 41, Windsor, Laura Stone, Sophie Stone, the Windsor Boat Club.
The Windsor School, not the Windsor. This is right upstream. This is Sophie Stone, who's a Windsor senior, captain of the Windsor crew, and Laura Stone, her mom, who formerly rowed at the University of Wisconsin.
Red-white wind fight. Go Windsor. Bound number 42 now, Augusta, Georgia, right out in front, Ian and Catherine Yeager. 4th year rowing in the Parent-Child Directors Challenge. 39 is the CRI entry of Margaret and Dennis Holler. Dennis is a board member of Community Rowing, and Margaret is a junior on the Brown women's crew, so go CRI. 45 now, Pelham Community Rowing Association. That is Chris and Brian Clark. Say they absolutely are going to beat Jeff and Ryan. Well, we'll see. We'll take a look at the results later on. And bound number 44, the New York Athletic Club. I'm going to need help with this.
Blythe Triculi and Curtis Triculi. And Blythe currently rows for the women's varsity quad at Pelham Community Rowing Association. Varsity quad probably moves along a little quicker than things do with Dad, but it's going well now.
We've got another double coming around the corner now.
A couple more.
Could be...
Pelham.
Bound number 47 now coming around the corner. We'll have to use our binoculars and see if we can identify them because we do not have a bound number 47 from our books. But they're doing a nice job on the buoy line there, so some skilled steering there. Coming up behind them, though, is bout number 36. That is Recovery on Water from Chicago, Illinois. This is a father-daughter combo, Amy and Mark Slezar
Okay,
from
and
Chicago.
47, which is the near boat. 47, the near boat is also from Pelham Community Rowing. Jay Banyan and I'm going to butcher this, Ujadowski.
Well, that's great. So Pelham's had several entries in here. That's a very strong showing from Pelham Community Rowing at the regatta. And just about in front in view here, bout number 46, about to come out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club is Liz and Ernie Cook, rowing out of Riverside. Let's give them a big round of applause. This may be our final crew. We have the launches now with the umpires returning, so we believe this may be the final crew to pass by the Cambridge Boat Club in day one of racing at the head of the Charles Regatta. Let's go Riverside. Take it home.
Yeah, take it home. This is Liz and Ernest Cook finishing it off for us. Oh, don't stop now. Just keep going, Dad. You're supposed to be steering.
And Greg, you did a fantastic job behind the mic, thanks to your well-versed international experience and naming all this field of talent out on the race course today. So thanks for joining us on the mic, and I think we actually see you tomorrow, too. So
I hope
thank
to
you
be
so
back
much.
here for the grade 8s when we see some real competition.
Absolutely. Thanks to everybody, all the sponsors, fans, and volunteers. Day one is about to conclude. Thank you very much.